Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me and see me and all of these kinds of good things. Welcome to the stream. So first of all, I should say, Nicholas asked about this in chat. We've been doing this Sudoku tutorial series on Wednesdays. I'm going to continue doing the Sudoku tutorial series, but every other Wednesday, for a couple reasons if you're curious. One of them is that sort of the Wednesday stream is the time I most get to hang out with our European friends. And so the tutorial sort of being at the first thing on every Wednesday meant that I couldn't hang out as much with the people who are in European-y time zones. So I wanted to sort of set it up so at least for now they have a dedicated time sort of every other week at least that I can fully hang out with them. So I want to do that. Also, there are not an infinite number of Sudoku tutorials to do, so I figured spreading it out a little bit has been that. Yeah, I do look very yellow-green. I don't know why. It's probably because it's pretty bleak outside. I don't know that I can do anything about it. But I do agree I look a different color than usual. Alright, so that's the first thing. So next week's Sudoku tutorial is killer. I had said previously that this week's was going to be, but next week's is going to be killer. So if you want to make a 2-star killer puzzle before next week, I will do it. So just let me know, or just send it to Tristan or send it to me and I'll do it next week. So I'm just looking for, if you want to make a killer puzzle of any sort to sort of demonstrate the various sorts of killer logic, we can do that. I'm going to mess with the webcam real quick. I know this is terrible viewing, but let's look and see if there's any boxes I can check that will make me look better. Just killer. Properties, configure video. 2.5 is fine. Let's see. Camera control. Let's see. What if I turn off low light compensation? Does that change anything? Turning off low light compensation does not seem to have changed anything appreciably. Yep, I don't see anything. Oh, Tristan says I should hit apply. I can actually see it does literally nothing. So I think this is exactly the same as it was previously. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. I think we're just stuck with it for now. But we're not going to spend the whole stream trying to make my camera look better. So anyway, so that is all of... That's the sort of like Sudoku tutorial stuff. So anyway, send in your stuff to Tristan or I. We'll do it next week and we'll talk about killer and we'll do all these sorts of fun things. Alrighty. So with that, then we're going to start as always with the most voted on puzzle. This week, actually, there were 2 tied puzzles that are most voted on puzzles. There is this one, and then there is this one by Twototenth. I'm going to do both. So we're going to start with this one. So this puzzle is dedicated to my, thank you, Directionary. This puzzle is donated to my supporters who voted for it. So that is to Nordy, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Russ, and David Ratner. Thank you to all of you for your support. And so I hope you enjoy this puzzle that you voted for. If you're not familiar with how this works, those of you who support us on Patreon or YouTube at the appropriate levels, YouTube by clicking the join button down below, or on Patreon by going to patreon.com/zetamath, get to vote on which of the upcoming puzzles I do. So you get access to this whole giant list of all of the puzzles that I have that I might someday do. And then I always do the one that the most people vote for. So in this case, 6 votes does it. So we're going to start with this puzzle. And so we get to start by reading the rules. So we have standard Sudoku rules. Okay, I can handle standard Sudoku rules. We have arrow rules, apparently, although there are no arrows in the grid, so that'll be interesting. And we have 2-star StarBattle rules. So I'll explain what that is, but I don't know what the regions are yet. So I'll explain what 2-star StarBattle is after I read the rest of it. Okay, so if humanity ever needs to abandon our current planet to avoid a hyperspace bypass, we'll need to find another planet that's neither too hot nor too cold for liquid water, with gravity high encounter to retain an atmosphere, but not so high we can't move. Finding Earth-like exoplanets is tricky, though. Okay, so this is flavor text. I will let you read the flavor text. Oh boy, there's lots of text here. Okay. In this puzzle, you need to work out the locations of 18 possible destinations for space colonists, given 2 clues. Firstly, each of the 18 cells act as a star in StarBattle. They may not touch at edges or corners, and there are exactly 2 of them in every row, column, and box. Okay, so the regions are just boxes. Got it. Okay. So I need to highlight 2 cells. I'll make them purple in every row, column, and box. And so these are the stars. This is the StarBattle portion of the puzzle. And I need to put 2 purple cells in every row, in every column, and in every box. And the purple cells are super no touchy, so they can't even touch diagonally. So because this is a star in this example, I could not make either of these a star either, because they would touch this diagonally. Secondly, each of the 18 special cells, and only those 18, is a valid location for a circle of a horizontal length 2 arrow, which contains 2 digits that sum to the circled digit. Alrighty, so I need to make it so, for example, this could be an 8 if, actually this could not be an 8 in this example, this could be a 9 if this was a 1 and an 8. And so we could do a circle and a line going through here. And so this is a valid arrow because the 9 is the sum of the 1 and the 8. I'm assuming, although it is not stated explicitly, that I am not allowed to do this. But maybe I am. If there's a setter in the house, I would love clarification on if this is legal, because 3 is 1 plus 2. This would be an unconventional horizontal arrow. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. But we'll wait and see. I'm going to try not to assume I can't do that until I have confirmation that I can't. Okay. So let's start. So we can, first of all, as Nicholas points out in chat, we can immediately remove the center cell from consideration as being a star. And the reason for that is if the center was a star, it would rule out a star from every other cell in the entire box. And that is not going to go well. So that is not a star. Okay. Also, 1, not a star. Because 1 cannot be the sum of 2 other digits, no matter how creatively I try to make it. All right, so let's see. The 7 being 5 plus 2 is, of course, really tempting. Oh, right, there's a negative constraint on the arrows. Right. Yeah, we need to put in a bet cell. That's a good point. Okay, so the bet cell is going to be down here. Okay. So Naverio has a good point, which is that if I read the rules correctly, each of the 18 special cells is a valid location for a circle of a horizontal 2-length arrow, and only those 18. So the and only those 18 is the important part. So this is definitely valid. So oops, sorry. So this is purple, makes these green, and these green. Yeah, the 2 is green because 2 is never a sum of 2 digits in the same row. This is also green because it touches an arrow. So we've got all of that going on now. Let's see. So cool stuff so far. So I've got that to begin with. Okay, so there's either a star over here or there's a star over here. And we only care about horizontal arrows. We don't care about vertical arrows at all. Okay, So what if this was an arrow? Is that acceptable? Probably. I think no, this can't be, because what would it be? If this cell is an arrow, it would need to include the 7, which I assume is okay. The rules don't say it's not. So this could be included in an arrow, except I would need this to be a 1 or a 2, and it can't be. So that can't be an arrow. Can't be. Multiple people in chat says it can't be. Can they? Is there a rule that says that? The valid location for a circle of a horizontal length 2 arrow, which can choose some circle digit. I do not see where in the rules it says that, but if someone wants to point it out to me, I will happily do that. Oh, well, I was arguing that this couldn't work. Yes, okay, yes. I was saying it couldn't be, I was literally opening my mouth to explain why it couldn't be in this particular instance. But I think in general it could be. Just in this case, this would need to be a 1 or a 2, and it can be neither. So we've got this sort of shape going on. Okay. Oh, I should mention, by the way, I did not remember to mention, but I should mention, Tallcat and I have a collab puzzle out on LMD now called Topsy Turvy. So if you want to do a collab Tallcat and Zeta puzzle, Tristan can put a link in the chat so that you can go do it. It uses doublers from vignettes and between lines together, which is fun. I mean, at least I think it's fun. Okay. So, what else are we going to do? See, I'm looking for a cell here we can rule out, but we can't quite rule out anything yet, I don't believe, from here. So I'm just going to look at Sudoku for a second and note that one of these 2 digits has to be a 3. It doesn't seem useful, but I'm going to go ahead and mark it anyway. Split arrows is fine, I think. I think. Sorry, we have not decided about split arrows. Oh, although I guess people in chat who've done the puzzle said they believed split arrows were illegal. So I think we're going to assume we can't do split arrows. But yeah, it's a good point. If we are allowed split arrows, this could be an 8 and a 1, and that would be fine. But I think it is not allowed. I'm going to assume just by the traditional definition of an arrow that I'm not allowed to do that kind of split arrow. But we'll see. We may break the puzzle. It's possible. So, what am I supposed to see next? Yeah, I feel like if they wanted to include... Now, I don't love this kind of reasoning because this is meta logic, not logic, but I feel like if the setters wanted you to be able to use a split arrow, they would specifically call that out in the rules. Even though the rules as written include it, I think it would be surprising if that were allowed and were not specifically called out. Oh, hey, Pallando, welcome. Okay, so... Yeah, so if this were to be a purple cell, it would need... Now, I'm assuming the arrows also can overlap. So if this were a purple cell, it could be... Well, it can't be a 3 or a 4 or a 5. But it could be a 6 with a 4 here, for example. But overlapping arrows is fine, I believe. I don't think that there is a forbidding of overlapping arrows that I'm aware of. By the way, you can also bet whether the bet cell is a star or not while you are betting. Oh yeah, the 8 is green already. Ah, good point. Okay. The element has a good point. By the way, welcome the element. I'm not sure if I've seen you around here before. This can't be a star. There we go. If this cell was a star, these would all be ruled out from being a star, and then I would have to put 2 stars in these 2 cells only. That's not allowed. Okay, so that's not a star. Good progress. Are there other places I can pull that trick? Not apparently to me, but possibly. It seems very plausible to me. Let's see. So, and I only need to fit 1 star in all of these cells. So I guess here's no, sorry, I was going to say something that's completely wrong. Let's see, are there any of these that I can cover in 2 2x2 boxes? Let's see. Okay, so Martin is suggesting I count the stars together here. Okay, yes, there we go. There's my set of 2x2 boxes to look at. Okay, so so here is Martin's point. I don't know how I ended up in purple, but we're going to just go with it. So in a StarBattle puzzle, you can... Oh, wait. This doesn't quite work, does it? This is not quite going to work. So here's the point. In a StarBattle puzzle, every 2x2 can only have at most 1 star. And so since there are 3 more purple cells to place in rows 1 and 2, I need to place 1 in every one of these 2x2 boxes. But unfortunately, that only tells me that one of these 3 cells is a star, not that this one has to be. And one of these 3, and one of these 2. Which is all good to note, but I don't think quite tells me anything yet. Okay, so what about column 2 and column 3? Let's do the same thing. Aha, that is helpful. That is much better. Okay, so column 2 and column 3. If you look at these, there's 4 boxes here. They each can only contain 1 star, but they need to together contain 4 stars. And so what that means is that this cell is definitely a star. Great spot to Isabella there. So none of these are stars. And so that tells me a couple things. So one of the things is it tells me that one of these 2 is a star. And so because one of those 2 is a star, this one can never be a star. So we've got that. I know I have to put my arrow circle here. Let's see. I might want to leave that coloring here for a second. Okay. So what could this be? So what if this went left? If this went left, then the minimum it could be is 6. If this went right, the only thing it can be is 9. So this is always from 6, 7, 8, 9. For sure. And it's not an 8, because there's an 8 in the row, so it's always from 6, 7, 9. Hey, thank you. David donates $8 in honor of Pallando for getting us started on this 8 magnificent hours of logic. Thank you. Thank you so much, David. And virtual, too. So, Pallando, by the way, in chat. Pallando I usually associate with Sudoku. Do you do a lot of pencil puzzles? Virtual I associate with pencil puzzles almost exclusively. So I'm not surprised to see Virtual's name as a collaborator on hybrid puzzle. So one of these two is definitely... Oh, no, that's not true. It's one of these three is definitely an arrow. Let's see. So there's a star in column 1 here. Ah, right. There's a star in column 1 here, and there's, because I need a second one from the box. There's a star in column 1 here, because if I don't put a star in column 1, I can't put one there at all. That means my 2 stars in column 1 are in these 2 boxes, so these are never stars. Alternatively, I suppose I could have said I know there's a star in these 2 and a star in these 2 from my box logic, so these are never stars. Whichever way you want to see it is fine. Okay. So we've got that. Okay, so there was some discussion of combining the row logic with the column logic. So the row logic involved using these 2x2s, and right. So here's the point. So by the row logic, if you'll recall, I can fill these. Sorry, I can fill these in say blue just to demonstrate this. This is Isabella's point again. The row logic is that I need to have a star in each of these blue 2x2s. And the column logic is I need to have a star in each of these 2x2s that's purple. And so there's a star in these 2 and there's a star in these 2, which means that this is never a star. I think that was Isabella who pointed that out. So that gets us that cell is never a star. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. Okay, so Nicholas is looking at this cell and making an interesting point, which is, if this is a star, what digit is it? Because it would be including this digit in its sum. And so the question is, okay, so it'd have to be if this was a star, it would have to be a 7, 8, or 9. It couldn't actually be a 7, because that would be a 6 plus a 1, but there's a 1 in the box. It couldn't be an 8, because there's an 8 in the row. So could it be a 9? So I think the only combination that works is 9 to 7, but that combination does work. So I think we can't rule this out. I think 9 to 7 is still an acceptable combination. But good eye, Nicholas. I think that's a good thing to be looking out for as we do the puzzle. Oh, people are saying, okay, this is more look ahead than I would like. But if I make this 9 to 7, now the 7 can't look left. The 7 has to look right. But this is a pencil puzzle, so I have to turn the tolerance for chains up by a bit. So this is definitely a chain, but I think since this is a pencil puzzle hybrid, it's acceptable. So this is the only combination that works. But if you look ahead one more step, now this 7 arrow is broken. So actually, Nicholas's point, if you look far enough ahead, Nicholas's point is correct. And yes, Naverio has changed his name to now be Naverio, so now everyone will know who Naverio is. The green with the windmill looks very nice next to the green with your logo. I like that. So I know one of these two is, and whichever of these two is, places one in one of those two. Ah, okay. So I can do more. So one of these two is a star. Whichever of these two is a star, it's going to place the star in this column, because if this is a star, it places one here. If this is a star, it places one here. Whichever of those it is, it's the last star for column 3. So this is always green, which means this is always purple. So this is an arrow, and I can draw it in it's going to look like that, which is cool. All right, so don't think I know a lot about what number is going to go here, though. It's not going to be a 6, of course, but I don't even necessarily believe I know that it can't be a 3 yet. Let's see. Let's see, row 5, column 6. So I am a huge fan of The Witness, but it was not intended as a Witness reference. Grockles at some point was in the stream and decided to name the big fans of the channel Windmills because a windmill is a big fan, and it stuck. So our big fans get the name Windmills, which I find kind of endearing and adorable. Let's see. Okay, Naverio says this can't be a star anymore. Let's see. Okay, so how many cases do I have to consider to convince myself that this can't be a star, or is there an easy geometric way to do this? Ah, right. It would be sorry, Navarro even spelled out what it is. If this is a star, it would rule out all of the cells from box 5. Perfect. Okay, so this is not a star. So one of these two is a star, and so everything that both of them sees is ruled out. So those are immediately not stars. Because of that, because one of these two is a star. If this was a star, it would make both of these stars, but I don't immediately see a problem with that. This column is pretty interesting. Let's see. Right. These two cells, this is Garian's point, these two cells would also invalidate these two cells, and I still need to put 2 cells in here. So actually, I know one of these two is a star, so those aren't. And I know one of these two is a star, so these two aren't. Whichever direction. Thank you, Garian. That was an excellent point. Okay, so yeah, so I still know one of those two is a star. Let's see. I really like being able to draw these like boxes on top of it. That's pretty cool. So yeah, one of these is a star, one of these is a star. Okay. So now look at these two columns. I know I've got 2 stars in here. I need to get 2 more, and Josh sees this exactly as I start to explain it. There's 2 stars in here. I can get at most 1 star here, which means I have to get a star here. So these are all green. That's green because it's both stars for the box. So we can debluify these cells. Good spot. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a star in here, and there's a star in here, there's a star in here. Okay. Right. Row 3 now has a star in one of these 2 cells and a star in one of these 2 cells. The star in one of these 2 cells always rules out both of those from being stars, as Naverio points out. In fact, even just for the box, I know one of these is a star. I can probably get rid of some of these squares. As cool as these overlapping squares are. Okay. So now row 2 just has only one space left, so that's a star. So that's not a star. That's not a star. That is a star. That's the last star for column 3, so that's not a star. That's the last star for box 7. So that's not a star, so that's a star. Very cool chain there. Let's see. Yes, and then the 3, because the 3 is a star, we know what it is, so it's what we've expected from the beginning. This is a 3, 2, 1 star. And so that gives us our first digit. And so we get to bring out the lovely Zach for our first digit dance of the day. It's to do the 2 dance. Two! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, the 2 here is going in one of these cells. I'm just paying attention to the 2. So if this goes this way, it would have to be 9, 4, 5. I believe the arrows are allowed to overlap. Is my understanding. Okay, so this could never be a 6 anymore. Because if this was a 6, it would have to go this way, and that's not possible. Nor could this be a 7. It would have to go this way, and I can't write down 2 none 1, 2, 3 digits that add to 7. So this is always a 9. And so it's either a 9, 1, 8, or a 9, 4, 5 is the point. Okay. So that's a 9. I'm just looking to see if there's other places I can Sudoku the 9. I don't see a place to Sudoku the 9 yet. Let's see. This is, I think, still okay. Let's see. SBQ says row 8, column 6 is not a star. Panthera says in row 4, the star must go in box 5. Right. One of these 2 is always a star, because I already know one of these 2 is a star, plus that one, it means this is never a star. Agree with that. So therefore, one of these 2 is a star for box 6, which means this isn't a star. Which now means that is a star. Which means that's not a star. Yes. Yeah, we can fill in a few arrows, Josh points out. That one and that one. Have to go that way. Now if row 9, column 5 is a star, I only get to put 1 star in box 8. That's not good, so this is not a star. Which places the star in column 5, so that's a star. That's the last star for the row. That's cool. Good spot to Gary in there. Let's see. Yeah, one of these 2 is a star, one of these 2 is a star. Okay. One of these 2 is a star, so this is not a star. I can say that much. One of these 2 is always a star, so neither of these can be stars, because of the column. Okay. Oh, could it be those two? Maybe those two could be stars. Column 7. Column 7 has no stars yet, as Eric points out, but the only way I'm fitting 2 stars in column 7 is like that. That was a great spot to Eric. So this isn't a star. So now by column 6, this is a star. So if you bet that the bet cell was a star, congratulations, the bet cell was a star. So we get a few more of these things going on. Let's see. There's 2 stars in row 5 already, so this isn't a star, so this is a star, so this isn't a star, so this is a star. So now column 9 has its stars, so now these 2 are stars. And so now we have our star dance. Woohoo! Star dance, boop-a-dip, star dance, boop-a-dip, star dance, woo! Okay, we have our stars now. Okay, so we now know definitively that either we have the double-sided arrow or arrows can overlap. I'm going to assume that it's that arrows can overlap. Otherwise, I will be sad. So this will go this way. This will go this way. So this is a 2, as everyone in chat has been pointing out, because 5 is 3 plus 2. Okay, so this thing is something more than 2. So, or is 2 more than something. So, it can't be 2 plus 1 is 3. It can't be 2 plus 2 is 4. It can't be 2 plus 3 is 5. It could be 2 plus 4 is 6. It can't be 2 plus 5 is 7. It could be 2 plus 6 is 8. Or it could be 2... No, it can't be 2 plus 7 is 9. That's it. So one of these is always a 6. Is the upshot of that. And they're both even. Although I don't know that that's possibly going to matter at this point in our lives. Let's see. So this arrow's interesting. If this arrow doesn't take this 2, it's going to have trouble. This one is also... This is also in a similar position, where if this doesn't take the 1, it needs to be a 9, 4, 5. Don't quite know yet. Let's see, I'm being encouraged to look at row 5, column 2. Where does the 5 go in this box? Let's look at that. So there's a 5 in one of these 2 cells in this box. So there's a 5 in one of these 2 cells in this box. Just by Sudoku. The digit 2 in row 5. 2 in row 5. Gotcha. Okay, sorry. The 2 in row 5 is here by Sudoku, which makes the 3 in row 5 there. So now 9 is not 2 plus 8, so 9 is 4 plus 5, so this is now a 4-5 pair. So these digits are a 1, a 6, and a 7. I know what order they have to go in, because this can't be anything but the 7 with the 1 and the 6 over there. So the 7 is down here somewhere, so the 7 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. Okay. There's a 2 in one of these cells. Yeah, so this is 6, 7, 8, Nicholas is pointing out, just to finish out the box. So there's also a 6 up here. These are, for whatever it matters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 4, 8, 9. Oops. I can just fill in these. Let's just fill these in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is what they are. So there's no universe in which this arrow looks this way anymore, is the point. Because if this arrow looked this way, the minimum it would sum to would be 9, but it can't be 9. So this arrow looks that way. Can't be a 5 for sure. This can't be a 7 for sure. So this is either 6 plus 5, or 6 is 5 plus 1, or 7 is 6 plus 1. But one of these is always a 6, so this is never a 6. Got that. Okay, so, oh, I should fill in this triple. This is a 1, a 4, and a 9. Okay. Well, the circle's definitely not a 1. It's not a 4 either. The circle has to be a 9. So the question is, which direction do I look? I can't be looking to the right. I won't get big enough, so I have to look left. If this was a 4, that would have to be a 5, so it can't be. So that's a 1, and that's an 8. And that's a 4. So that's a 6, 7. And there's a given 6 looking invisible down there, so that fixes the 7 and the 6. There's a 6 up here somewhere. Actually, the 6 is over here in one of these two cells. It's not there because there's already a pencil marked 6 up there. So these are now not 6 or 7. These are not 6 or 7, and these arrows don't include a 1. So these need to be at least 5, but they're not 6 or 7. So these are from 5, 8, 9 are the only possibilities for this for these arrows. Because of these two 1s bearing down here. There is a negative constraint. It's not my favorite negative constraint, I admit, but there is a negative constraint on being a horizontal arrow, which is something I should remember, because I think we used it at the beginning, but I've definitely not thought about the being a horizontal arrow constraint. Hey, Virtual, welcome. This has been very fun so far. I really enjoyed the StarBattle part. I was thinking when I first looked at this that a StarBattle that had to be in 9x9 with a bunch of 3x3 boxes would have to be very boring, but as it turned out, no, the StarBattle part was very cool. Okay. So, where should I look at Sudoku next? Yeah, this being a 6 is kind of interesting, because if this was a 6, this would have to be a 1 and a 7, or a 3 and a 9, but I don't, I guess I know there's a 1 up here somewhere, and a 3, which is completely useless, I think. 7 in this box is fairly, I guess... 9 in box 2. Excellent. 11 Tickles has it. 9 in box 2 has to go in one of these two, but it can't go on an arrow. So that's the 9 in box 2. Excellent. Good spot, 11 Tickles. So this is a 9. I guess I can ask myself if it could go either direction. So if the 9 went this way, it could not be... It could be 1, 8. Couldn't be 2, 7. Could be 3, 6, but couldn't be 4, 5. Okay, that's a lot of options. This direction, I'm assuming I get a similar proliferation of possibilities. Let's see. 5 is pinched into one of these cells, I suppose. Let's see, is there something else I can do with 9s? I don't immediately see anything else I can do with 9s. Let's see. The fact that 2, 3, and 4 are gone here is a little interesting. So if this isn't a 1, it's at least a 5. Let's see. See, and I know my 1s are gone in these two columns, so those are the only ones I have. So those have given me this 5, 8, 9 business. I think someone before was saying 5 was not possible. This is something with 2s and 3s. So the 5 would have to be 2, 3. It could go 3, 2. I don't see why that does not work, though. Let's see. Ah, right. The, Gotcha. Okay, so... yeah, 7 is in a T shape over here. I guess I can think of what this could be. Yeah, I think I should think about what this can be. So this arrow never has a 2 on it. So it's at least a 4. So this could be 4, 5, 6, 7 are the options. Are there any of these I can rule out? Maybe annoyingly, no. Let's see. If this was 4, 3, 1... it's not great. Let's see. Are any of these other arrows restricted? Let's see. This one can't be a 9 or a 6. Okay, so this one could be 4 or 5. Can't be 6. Oh, it even could have a 2. Never mind. Sorry, it can have a 2 if it's there. 4 or 5. It's not 6. It could be 7. Could be 8. Can't be 9, I think. But yeah, you're completely right, Martin. I missed there's a 2 outlet over there. Let's see. Okay, so Solid Void is saying it can't be 4, 3, 1 in this direction, but could maybe be 4, 3, 1 in that direction. Let's see, I haven't pencil marked this one yet. Oh no, backseating is 100% encouraged, 113. If you see something, shout it out. I am happy to see it. Can't this be a 3? Ah, this can be a 3, yeah. Sorry, that was based on my thinking that it couldn't be a 2, but yes. But no, this could be a 3 in that world. Okay, so this is not. So this is a 3 or a 4, not a 5 or a 6. Could be a 7 or an 8. If this was 3, 2, 1, it would have to make this 9, 4, 5. I don't even see how that's broken. Oh, it would have to be 3, 2, 1 this direction, because it can't be 3, 2, 1 that direction. So there really is a 2 there. So it'd have to be 3, 2, 1 this direction, which would make this arrow a 9, but it can't be. Okay, so I don't know that it's at all useful, but we can actually remove 3 from here. It is not a 3. Okay, and then this one also can be nearly anything. Is it Sudoku I'm supposed to be looking for here? I'm not sure. can't be 4 either, a few people are saying. So if this is 4... Okay, so... So you're saying if I look at this as 4, 3, 1 or 4, 3, 1, both of those break because of this arrow? I mean, I could say something like I know these two circles have to sum to at least 10. Oops, these two circles have to sum to at least 10. I know that. That seems like a really big stretch to say that if this is 4, 3, 1, it breaks this arrow. So if this is 4, 3, 1, then the minimum of this is 2 and 5, which is 7. But it can't be 7, 2, 5, can't be 7, 3, 4, can't be 7, 1, 6. If it was 8, then can't be 8, 1, 7, can't be 8, 3, 5, and it can't be 8, 2, 6 because of the box. Wait, no, it even could be 8, 2, 6. Oh, this arrow doesn't have a 2 on it. Right, okay, so this arrow has no 2 on it. So if this arrow has no 2, if this arrow has no 1, maybe that's the point. If this arrow... I mean, that's still like 15 cases to check. But you're right, the cases that involve a 2, I don't have to check. So the no 2 one, this is interesting. So if this has no 2 and no 1, then it needs to sum to at least 7. And it can't... Actually, it can't be 7 either. If this has no 1, it could not be... It could not be 7, because it would need to be 7, 3, 4, but it can't be. Right, okay, so that's people's point. Okay, so here, if I eliminate 4, 3, 1, then I've also already eliminated 2 because of these 2s, and so then the minimum of these would be 5 and 6, which is 11. Okay, I agree. Okay, so that is an elegant way to see that. So, so this cannot be 4. Look at 3 in box 7. Okay, so 3 in box 7, I know goes in one of these cells, which means that the 3 in box 1 goes up here. Okay, so what is this digit? So this is Isabella suggesting I just look at this, and it's probably going to be a naked single or something. It's not 1, 2, 3. It could be 4. It's not 5. It's not 6. It's not 7. It's not 8, and it's not 9. So this is a naked single 4. That is pretty amazing, because it's going to immediately give us the 6 and the 8. Great spot, Isabella. So this is not an 8. So what's left in this row? Yeah, very good spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the answer. This one I know is not a 3. Maybe I know very little about this 1, 3, 9. Okay, so this has no 2. Yeah, this is not a 4. 4 in box... Okay, so Garion has a good point, which is that 4 in box 7 now has to go over here. Oops. Has to go over here, which means this is in a 4. So that's a 5 and a 4. That knocks a 5 out of this cell. So this is now 7 or 8. So if this was a 7, then this couldn't be a 3. This would have, or one of those would have to be a 3. Let's see, what is left in this column? Maybe I should just write in what's left in this column. One in box 7, Medi points out. One in box 7 needs to go over here with the 4, because that 1 looks down here. 1 goes over here. So this isn't a 1, it's a 9. So that's not a 9, and that's not a 9. So now the 9 in this box goes in one of these two cells. Row 1, column 1. Can't it be 3 because of the negative constraint? Because of the 7 would have a second arrow? I don't think that I'm outlawed from a 7 having a second arrow. 7 is highlighted. Let's see. I mean, this cell really, really wants to be a 1. So, do the rules tell me this can't be a 3? I would have preferred the rules, instead of having a bunch of flavor text, be slightly more explicit if that's intended. Because I read that part at the beginning and wasn't quite sure if I was saying this is not allowed to be if this is not allowed to be a second 7 arrow, but I don't think the rules say this isn't allowed to be a second arrow. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So the rules do allow this to be a 3. That's what I thought. Okay. I have no complaints about the rules if the rules do allow this to be a 3. So, like, I have things like this can't be 9, 4, 5. I'm looking for negative constraints now, which is probably not a useful thing for me to do, but I'm now intrigued to find them. But okay, so if this 9 goes this way, it only works because it can't be 2, 7. Oh, it could probably be 3, 6, huh? Darn. Yeah, the 2 in this box only goes in one of 2 places. It either goes there or there. Is there a reason this can't be a 2? Like, if I try all the possibilities, if this is a 2 and a 7, this would be a 5. That seems fine. It can't be a 2 and an 8, though. So if this is the 2, it has to go exactly 2, 5, 7. Is there a problem with 2, 5, 7 here? Will it break this 9 arrow in some way that I don't see yet? If this is 2, 5, 7, this would have to now be 9, 1, 8 or 9, 3, 6. This is getting horrible. Okay, let's see. Can this really be a 6? Asks Solid Void. If it were a 6 going this way, it could not be. because it could not be 1, 5 or 2, 4. So it'd have to be a 6 going this way. And so it could not be 2, 4 there. So it'd have to be 6, 1, 5 in exactly that order. So yeah, this would be 6, 1, 5 is the only possibility. Oh, but this can't be a 1. Right, there's 1s pencil marked down here. That's the point. So this can't be a 6 because this can be neither 1, 5 nor 2, 4 owing to these pencil marks, and this can be neither 1, 5 nor 2, 4. Okay, so this is not a 6. And so if that's not a 6, this must be a 6. Good spot. The pencil marks down here I lost track of. So this is a 1 or a 2, and it's not a 2, so it's a 1, and a 3, and a 7, and a 5. And so the 5 can't go this way, so the 5 has to go this way. And so the 5 now has to be a 1, 4 in that order. These two digits are a 2 and a 5. No, did that wrong. A 2 and an 8. So these aren't 8. So one of these is a 5 now, and that 5 needs to be... Wait, no. The 5 needs to be a 3, 2. But the 3 is over here, not over here. So one of these two is a 3. Oops, sorry. One of these two is a 3. One of these two is a 2. Because one of these is a 5 arrow that has to be 3, 2. No choices there. Let's see. Okay, so... let's just look at this arrow. So it's summing to at least 8, but it's not an 8. It's at least 8 because it's at least 3 plus 5. But it's not 8, so it is a 9. And so then we look at the possibilities. 1, 2, let's see. So could be 3, 6. That's it. It's only 3, 6. And so it's only 3, 6 in that order. That's been a 1 for a while now. That's a 6 and a 1. This cell is a write-in. 4, 5, 6, say 7 over there. So this is not a 7. We can pull that off. I was just checking to see if we'd put a 2 and a 1 anywhere. I don't think so. 1, 2, let's see. We need a 3 and an 8 here, so it's got to go 8 and 3 like that. Let's see. These cells are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 2, 4, 5. That one's not a 2. It's a 4 or 5. This can't be the 2, though, by the negative constraint. No, sorry, not by the negative constraint. Sorry, this is a 2 by the actual constraint, not the negative constraint. This is a 9 arrow that I just never marked. It's not 3 plus 8, so it better be 4 plus 5. Sorry, I was specifically trying to use the negative constraint to mean this couldn't be 9, 4, 5, but that's not how it works. It's the other way around, so this is a 2. Brain. Okay. 9 looks down. Yes, thank you. That's not... Or that's a 4, which now means that's a 5, and that's a 4. These aren't 4s. Thank you to Eric for that. Let's see. So these are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's look at the possibilities here. If this is a 2, I guess there's still lots of possibilities, actually. Let's write in these cells as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, this is never a 9 or an 8. It's only a 1 or a 5. So 4 is not possible anymore over here, because we would need 1 plus 3. So we're either 3 is 2 plus 1, or 8 as 7 plus 1. So this is always a 1, is the point. That's not a 1. And so this is a 2 or 7. This is not a 1, because this has got to be an arrow. This is not a 1 either, while we're at things that can't be 1. Oh, I removed the wrong cell. Thank you, SPQ. So, let's see. Do I want to look at this? I really don't. What about these digits over here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 8, 9 is the answer to what we have over here. Yeah, so there's still a lot of optionality, I think, for this. What about these cells? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is definitely not a 1. This isn't a 1 either. Actually, this is the 1 for the column. It's the only place for the 1 for the column. So that's not a 1. So this is a 1 by Sudoku. What are these two cells now? 2, 3, they're a 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. And an 8. Let's try again. Because these aren't 8. I knew that, and somehow I never filled it in. So these cells, I actually know exactly what they are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 7. Oh, is this puzzle still unrated on LMD? That's unfortunate. Okay, neither of these can be a 7, because a 7 would require a 2 to make 9, or a -2, but I already have a 2 in this column. So these are a 2, 3 pair. That is a 7. That's a 2. That's a 3. These aren't 3. Okay, so I know what these are. They are a 3 to go with 2, and a 6 to go with 3 in order to make 5 and 9. And so that 3-6 pair looks up and tells me that this is a 5 and a 7 and a 6. That 7 looks down and tells me these aren't 7. These 3 digits are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 4, 7. That one's not a 2 or a 7, so that one's a 4, making that an 8 and a 4. That's not a 4 now. That's not a 4 now. So now I got lost in my Sudoku. These aren't 2 anymore. Let's see. This can't possibly be 5, because I can't go that way and I can't go that way, so this is not a 5. If this were an 8, it would have to go this way and be 8, 1, 7. Seems fine. If this were a 9, it just can't be a 9, because it can't actually... I could easily say this arrow can never go this way, because the minimum sum is 10, so this arrow goes this way. And then I just ask, okay, is it 1 plus 2 is 3? No. So it's 1 plus 7 is 8. So that's a 6 and a 7. These aren't 8, so that is 8, meaning that's 9, meaning that's a 5, and an 8 and a 5. So we now look at that. That 7 looks over there and makes that a 2. That 2 makes that a 3, which makes that a 6, makes that a 9 and a 5, and a 2 and a 3. And now the 9 looks over there and makes a 4 and a 9. Cool puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I especially enjoyed the StarBattle part, actually. I thought the StarBattle part was just beautifully put together. Very fun. I enjoyed that a lot. Thank you to all of you who voted for that. Hopefully this is enough to get it rated. really cool and interesting. Oh, I missed drawing an arrow. Oh, I just never even looked at this one. The bet cell, the bet arrow, if you will, goes that way. Yeah, the StarBattle, the StarBattle is very, very good. There was so much cool stuff in there, but I'm missing 2 arrows. Oh no, I'm missing 2 arrows. Terrible. That is also an arrow. However, I will say the arrow part is greatly improved by this new functionality of being able to draw circles and lines into the grid. Very cool. I'm just admiring the aesthetic of all of the sort of like horizontal arrows. I'm still missing one? Oh no, I don't even see which one I'm missing. Oh, the row 1 one also goes the other way. Haha. I would not want to be tasked with verifying that the negative constraint is true. Yeah, you have to use Penpa if you want to draw trees. Or stars, or whatever. Sadly. Though I do greatly enjoy Penpa's betting tree, and I hope that Sven will implement the betting tree functionality into the CTC app soon. We will see. Very neat. I enjoyed that a lot. It is true, I don't like having to do arithmetic, and I really don't like having to do cases. I think those are the things that I tend to cringe at most. But there wasn't a lot of that necessary here. There was a lot of being tempted into thinking about cases, but I think in basically all instances, it turned out that actually if you just refused to think about cases, that you could do it anyway, which is the kind of logic I like to see in a puzzle. Like, I think every step that sort of I saw in a way that made me cringe, there was then another way to do it. Like, this arrow in particular, I really liked the realization that, yeah, if this was sort of 4-3-1, I think this was fairly early on. If this was 4-3-1, it broke this because there were 2s looking at it or whatever. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do the other voted on puzzle, which I was sad I didn't get to do last stream, but which we get to do now, which is this ambiguity puzzle by Twototenth. So I'm looking forward to this. We'll be right back, so I will see you all very shortly. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. I can begin the zeta again. Alrighty, so let's read the rules of Twototenth's puzzle. Entroguity? I can't actually read that font. It's some letters that start with an E, an N, and a T, but if I was at the eye doctor's office, it would not go well from there. Entroquility, maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, normal Sudoku rules apply. Orange lines are entropic lines. So entropic lines, if you've not played with them before... Oops. Speaking of, we need a bet cell. Let's make that the bet cell. Actually, we'll make the bet cell red. So entropic lines involve the three sets of digits that we'll call the low, the mid, and the high collection of digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so what they say is every three digits along a line have to have one of each. So, for example, this could be low, this could be mid, this could be low, and this could be high. That's fine. It says nothing at all about the order. It just says that every three consecutive digits along the line have to be one of each flavor. Now, actually, if you think about it, that's actually more interesting for like this length 4 line, where if I want, say, high, low, mid, it actually tells me the less obvious thing about entropic lines when you read the literal definition, which is that this cell now has to be the same as this one, because these three have one of each. So now these three have to have one of each, but that means it has to be that one. So it's not going to matter a lot in this puzzle because we only have 2 entropic lines that are actually long enough for this to be relevant. But along an entropic line, you get something a lot like what you get along a German whispers line, where on a German whispers line, everything alternates high, low, high, low, high, low. On an entropic line, things alternate high, mid, low, high, mid, low, high, mid, low in a strict order, but you don't know what the order is to start with, which is part of why I think entropic lines are super cool. Okay. But we have additional information. Each entropic line is also either a German whispers line or a between line. On German whispers, adjacent digits must differ by at least 5. On between lines, the digit in the middle is between the letters. Okay. The solver must deduce which lines are which. So we could do something like... 194 is the sort of thing I was thinking of. This would be a whisper line in addition to an entropic line. So it's a whispers line because each pair of digits on the line differ by at least 5. And it's still an entropic line because I have a low, a high, and a mid. So we either have to do that or we have to do a between line. So we have to do something like 2, 5, 8, where... the digits in the middle are between the 2 digits on the outside. So that is the rules. Also there's this inequality down here for the very end. This digit is bigger than that digit. I was trying to double check if the rules said if something could be both a between line and a German whispers. And the rules do not seem to say whether it can be both a between line and a German whispers or not. Okay, so to start with, we're going to color... the thing I knew, which is that these two are the same high, mid, lowity. So yellow here is either low, middle, or high. I don't know which, but because of what I said at the beginning, we have to go through this. Okay. Now, I know one of these is yellow, and so I know none of these are yellow. These are non-yellow. They are whatever the other thing is. Who knows? So I am interested by that. But I'm also interested in what this is going to do with our rule over here. Because if this was a between line, then these would also be yellow, because this would be saying that every digit here is between a yellow digit and a yellow digit, which would mean all of these would be yellow, which is certainly not possible. So this is, in fact, a German whispers line. So because this is a German whispers line, there's also a sort of high-low parity bouncing around in the background. Oops, wrong, black, gray. So we're going to have sort of a high and a low going on here as we sort of go along. So these are going to be the same. These are at least 5 apart, and are not, these are at least 5 apart, and are not the same as yellow. Okay. So what does that mean about yellow? So let's try and imagine what happens if yellow is high. Well, if yellow is high, then, okay, so here's the way to think about this. Here's the easiest way to think about it. Yellow includes a high digit and a low digit, because these two are opposite high-lowity. And the only sort of class of entropic line that includes both a high and a low digit is mid. So these have to be a 4-6 pair. That's the point. Okay, so these are a 4-6 pair, which means that these are a 1-9 pair. Because 4 and 6 only are 5 apart from 1 and 9. So we get that. That was a little bit tricky, but we got there. These are a 4-6 pair. These are a 1-9 pair. Okay. So now, this can't be a whispers anymore. Because if this line was a whispers line, it would need to have a middle digit on it, but the only middle digit it could have on it is a 5, and 5 is not an acceptable digit to have on a whisper line, because no digit is at least 5 away from 5, and so ergo, we get to place our first digit in the puzzle. I was thinking we were going to be a long ways away, but in fact, actually, we get our first digit right away, which is that 5 is here, and this is a between line. And so we will bring in Zach for the 5 dance. 5 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So, I don't dance for 5s. Zach and I are different people. In fact, Zach is actually a penguin. Okay, so it's very interesting. So one of these is yellow. This digit doesn't show up on here at all. Okay, so what's going on with this line? This cell can't be yellow. If this cell is yellow, then it's a 5. So that would make this a between line. But now, what would happen is I would have 5, a low digit, and a high digit. But that is not a valid combination for a between line. So in fact, this line Well, sorry. This cell just can't be yellow, is the point. If this is yellow, it would be a 5 and doesn't work. This cell can't be yellow, so therefore this cell is yellow. That's the point. I don't know which yellow it is, but it's definitely yellow. Let's see. This cell isn't yellow, so one of these two is yellow. Oh, but for exactly the same reason, this one can't be yellow, because if it was yellow, it would be a 5, and then this would be unable to be a between line. So this is yellow. Is the point. So now we've got 2 yellows. Let's look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So if I sort of colored this over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, those are the same. So those can't be yellow. Because that would put 2 yellows in the row. So these are... Sorry, I don't have a color for the non-yellows yet. Like purple-orange or something. That looks terrible together. I don't know. I'll think of colors. Chad is completely right that these are a 4-6 pair, because I already argued you can't put 5 on the end of one of these if it's a between line, and you can't put 5 on the end of one of them if it's a whisper. So this is 4-6. Oh yeah, I can use pen tool to color the lines. So this is a whisper, so it's now green. This has also got to be a whisper, right? Doesn't this have to be a whisper? Because, yeah, I can't have the yellow at the end of a between line, so this is also a whisper. This is also a whisper. This is a between line, so it's going to be black. And so that also means that these are... Okay, so let me do more coloring. This is the black 4-6. This is the gray 4-6. So these are each 1-9 because they touch a 4-6, and the black 4-6 of course goes with the gray 1-9, the gray 1-9, or sorry, the gray 4-6 goes with the black 1-9. We're gonna figure out some way to make this coloring better at some point in our lives, maybe, possibly, hopefully. At the moment, we're sort of stuck with this, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so I think I'm going to replace black with purple. And so I'm going to denote my classes by yellow, purple, and green. I think this green is actually far enough away from the green that's listed that I think I can use green, even though there's green whispers. And so I'm going to, by slight abuse of notation, my high, mid, and low are going to be yellow, green, and purple. But then I'm going to color the 4-6s by whether they're closer to the yellow side or closer to the green side. So these 4-6s are yellow, but it's a yellow this is a yellow that's closer to purple. This is a yellow that's closer to green. And so now I can color these. So I couldn't before, Martin, because I didn't have a color for my entropy classes. But now I have a color for my entropy classes. So this is purple, and this is green. Okay. Again, this isn't green, so this is not green, it's yellow. So this needs to be the green. Admittedly, this is confusing. But I think this is the best I'm going to do in terms of coloring goes, or in terms of how coloring goes. Okay. So people are rightly pointing out that it is pretty clear from the get-go that this can't possibly be a whisper line, because if it was, it would go high, low, high, low, high. And in particular, the thing I want you to notice, these are either both high or both low. And, well, that, if this were... Oh, wait, sorry. No, never mind. Sorry, I was going to argue something dumb. Never mind. Maybe I don't immediately see that this can't be that as claimed. So what about the I'm gonna just subcolor this really quickly in a random unknown color. So 1, 2, 2, 3. You can make both of those. I don't know, I'll use orange and then make this one black or something like that. I'm just coloring this entropic line just so that I can see what's going on here. And I'm trying to see if I can deduce anything about this from looking at what's going on. So orange, blue, and black are my 3 high mid lowities, but I don't know how they match up with yellow, green, and purple. That's why I'm coloring them again. Yeah, blue is not middle. I know that. Because blue sees 2 middles and there's 2. That's what we sort of noted from the beginning. So if this was a whisper line... Yeah, so that's the question. If this is a whisper line, which one is middle? And so if this is a whisper line, I have to put middle digits in one of these. Well, none of those could be middle digits because I could not use a 5. So I would have to make these 2 middle digits, but these would be a 4-6 pair, which does not work because in particular, this would be 4-6, which would make these each the same 1-9, which does not work. Okay, so this is all a very long-winded way of saying that this is a between line. Oops. Okay. I don't know if other people had a smarter way to see it than that, but that all works out. So anyway, so the upshot of that is that this is a 5, because this has got to be the middle digit. Because this is a between line, and so one of these is high and one of these is low. So that's the 5, so it's yellow. Don't need to color that anymore. Okay. I'm squinting at Sudoku with other colors to see if there's anything else I can do. So what are these ends now? And so the point is, I have 1-9 in the box already, so I can't reuse 1-9. Well, what if I used a 3 here, or a 3 or a 7 here? Well, let's just say I used a 3 just for concreteness. Well, if I used a 3 here, now what's this going to be? Well, it's not going to be anything. Because now this needs to be more inside than 3. But more inside than 3 means you're yellow, not orange. So these are a 2-8 pair, which now means these are inside. So these are a 3-7 pair. To make that work. Interesting. trying to see if I can do anything with the fact that this cell can't be yellow. And if this cell is yellow, it's not a 5. But I don't think there is yet anything I can do. Blue isn't purple because of row 6, column 2. If blue was purple, this would be a purple 1-9. Ah, right, okay, right. If blue and purple were the same, this would be the purple digit that has not yet appeared, which would mean this would be purple 1-9, but it can't be. That's a great spot, Martin. So blue is not purple. Blue is green. And so orange is purple. Okay, and so that's all the purples for this row. So these two are both not purple, so that is purple. And so this is a purple 2-8 just by inspection. Let's see, purple 1-9 has to go here by Sudoku. There is a green 4-6 on here in one of these two cells. One of these is one of these is a yellow-green 4-6. And one of them is, I'm not sure yet. I'll get back to you on that. Okay, none of these are purple, so that's not purple. So if this is a yellow, I guess this is yellow if this is a between line and this is green. Right. Green 1-9 in this box needs to go on here. That's the point. So the green 1-9 in this box goes here with the yellow green 4-6. And the yellow-green 4-6, which has to go on here. Wait, why did it have to be the yellow-green 4-6? Now I'm confusing myself. Bet 1. 1 is a good bet. This could be a 1. Right, it has to be the yellow-green 4-6 because it's the only yellow that we could have. So these are a yellow-green 4-6 and a green 1-9. Those don't go next to each other on a whisper, so therefore this is a between line. And ergo, this is the yellow-green, and that's the green. So this is the green 1-9. This is the 4-6 that is yellow-green. There we go. Okay. Okay, so the green that's left in this box is a green 2-8. So there is a green 2-8 up here, which means this is not a green 2-8 or a green 1-9. It's a green 3-7. Why did that not work? Hello? Green 3-7. There we go. Okay, my keypad briefly blipped out. And so now by Sudoku, this is a green 3-7. Oops. So one of these is a green 3-7, and the other is the purple yellow 4-6. Intriguing. Okay, what are these cells? I need a yellow-green 4-6, which is going to have to go up here. Yeah, I need a purple 3-7, which I don't think I know anything about yet. This row, Martin points out wisely, I should look at. Because this row still needs a green 1-9, and that green 1-9 has to go here. Very good spot, Martin. And so now I've got my green 1-9, which means now this cell is purple. I think I've managed to keep track of this. So that's a 3-7 by the box, and so that's a 2-8 by the row. So that is nice. Yeah, so these are 4, 5, 6. So they're both yellow, I guess is the point. Good point to Nicholas there. So I need a purple 3, 7 in this row. The purple 3, 7 in this row is going to have to go there. And I know one of these two is a 5. I'll go ahead and mark. Okay, and I might be at the end of my my rope. But this line now, here's the point. This line now can't be a whispers, because if it was a whispers, I would need a middle digit. It would have to be a 4 or a 6 that would have to go there. And that 4 or 6 would have to go next to a 1 or a 9 here, except this cell can be neither the green 1, 9 nor the purple 1, 9, so it can't be. So this is a between line. Oops. And so by virtue of being a between line, that tells us the coloring. This is yellow, and in fact, it is the purple-yellow 4, 6, just by the column. So that cell's yellow by the column. This cell is green by the between line Hoodiggy. That places yellow-purple up here. And now I just do a careful count and figure out what else I'm missing. I'm missing green 2, 8. Green 2, 8 is going to go there. And so if that's green and that's yellow, this is purple. I don't know which purple yet. Sure looks likely to be... Ah, yes, I do know. Because this has to be a whisper now. Because the yellow can't be on the outside of a between line. So this is a whisper. And as soon as this is a whisper, then this has to be a 1, 9. In order to be 5 apart from 4, 6. So that's all cool. This is a 2, 8 because it sees 1, 9 and 3, 7. Okay, this cell sees every flavor of green, so this cell is not green. I would love if I could do a similar thing with purples, but I cannot as of yet. Yes, this has to be green. Thank you, Martin. So this is not a green 4, 6, so one of these is a green 4, 6. Which means, okay, so the green 4, so there's no green 4, 6 and no 5 on this line. So the yellow on this line is a yellow-purple 4, 6. And so being a yellow-purple 4, 6, if it went at one of the ends, it would put a green 1, 9 here, which unfortunately there's no problem with. Yeah, maybe not. Okay. I do have the show. I think I do have the show row column labels. Yeah, we can do that. And so now this is actually very helpful. We'll say for the viewers, for the Zetas of the world. So let me adjust that just slightly. There we go. I think that is a helpful feature that we have implemented ourselves in the past by just writing in the row and column numbers. I think probably not so necessary in this kind of puzzle, but very necessary in lots of the other puzzles we've done. Okay, so this isn't green. Unfortunately, one of these could be green. Well, one of them is green. I don't know which one yet. Is the problem. Do I know anything about this line yet? Let's see. J40 says row 3, column 7 is a naked yellow. Oh, it sees every purple. And it could only be... Does it see every yellow somehow? I don't think this is... it sees every purple, so this isn't purple. So one of these two is purple. This could never be a yellow 5. So if it's yellow, it's exactly yellow purple for 6. Yeah, I think it can be yellow purple for 6. It can't be 5 just because none of these lines can have a 5 at the end of them. But yeah, I think there's still some options there. So yeah, I know this has a yellow purple on it. This needs to have either a yellow purple or a 5 on it. But I don't know which yet. Yeah, you can never put a 5 at the end of a length 3 line, because it could never be a between line or a whisper line, as Garion says. But it could still be yellow purple for 6, for all I can tell. Let's see. Yeah, this cell I also know is not green, although that seems to be a very weak deduction. Let's see. Which of these lines is somehow secretly useful? I know one of these is yellow-green. Let's see. I don't have a lot of yellow 1/9s. Or sorry, there aren't yellow 1/9s. I don't have a lot of purple 1/9s, do I? Maybe I have a few purple 1/9s. I know one of these choose a purple 1/9, I suppose. This being a purple 1/9 would be a very natural thing to do. Oh, interesting. Is it possible that this is a purple 1/9? If this is a purple 1/9, what happens? Because I don't think that works. If this is a purple 1/9, this can't be green, so this has to be a whisper line. And so this would have to be... Oh, no, it does work. This could be green, yellow, 4, 6. No, it doesn't work. This would have to be... green, yellow, 4, 6, right. This can't actually be purple 1/9. Let me show you why. If this is purple 1/9, because this cell can't be green, this can't be a between line. So this is now forced to be a whisper line. So this is forced to be the yellow. And so this would be a yellow 4, 6. But it's a green, yellow 4, 6, which would now mean this would have to be a 1/9, but it would have to be the purple 1/9, and that doesn't break. That doesn't work. So where is the purple 1/9? If it's not here, it's here. Martin points out that, yeah, the yellow cell on this entropic line is not a 5. The yellow cell on this line is a purple 4, 6. That's going to place a purple 4, 6, right. This needs to have a purple 4, 6 on it, and so does this. And so, because both of these entropic lines need to have a purple 4, 6, neither of them can have a 5. That tells me that all the purple 4, 6s are attributable to there. So, but there's this stupid thing that hangs into this box. Well, that's annoying. So interestingly, this can't be purple and this can't be green now. It is of note. Fascinating. So this is only green if it's a 1/9. Oh boy. Okay. Reconnoitering slightly. I'm just looking at 1/9s in various places. Okay, so I guess Nicholas wants to ask if this can be a 4 or 6. Let's ask that. So if this was a 4/6, it would be a purple 4/6, which would make this a green 1/9. Seems okay to me. Yes, that's a good point from Isabella. Where does 5 go in column 7? 5 in column 7, remember, 5 is never at the end of a length 3 line, so 5 is only here. And so that places 5 in box 2, because 5 is never at the end of a length 3 line. So then that places 5 here. That means that this cell is the green yellow 4/6. Excellent spot. I think Martin also saw that. Probably several other people too. Right. Row 9, column 7. Right. Garion points out, this already sees purple 4/6. So where does purple 4/6 go? Just by Sudoku, purple 4/6 goes here. Gorgeous. So if this is a purple 4/6, then this is now a whisper, because I can't put a yellow line. I can't put a yellow digit at the end of a between line. Let's go ahead and fill in what this is. This is the green 1/9. Let's finish this off. This is also the green 1/9. Speaking of things that are the green 1/9. This is purple. And it's the purple 2/8, actually, because it sees the 3/7 and the 1/9. Okay. So and so green 1/9 is just placed in this box by Sudoku. It's just there. A good spot to Ameti there. So now I've got to ask. Okay, so if this is a yellow, it's a yellow purple. No, wait, sorry. I was going to be excited, but I think I'm wrong. If this is yellow, it makes this a between line, and then this has to be a purple, but it could be purple 1/9, as far as I'm able to tell at the moment. If this is purple, it's purple 3/7. Okay, that's the question. If this is purple, it's purple 3/7. In which case, what on earth kind of line is this? Well, then this is a whisper, but it's a very broken whisper, because I can't have a purple 3/7 going into a yellow anything. So this is not purple. It is yellow. This is a between line. And so this cell is purple. This is the purple yellow 4/6 because of the column. This is the purple 1/9 just by the column as well. Let's see. Green 1/9 in box 3 is placed here by Sudoku. So green 1/9 in this box is placed here by Sudoku. That's awesome. this cell can't be purple because it sees every flavor of purple, and it can't be yellow because it sees every flavor of yellow. So this cell is just a naked green. I don't know which green, but it's green. Yeah, one of these two is yellow. One of these two is a yellow 4/6, yellow purple 4/6. Let's see. Nicholas is suggesting if I look at this column, I'll get some love. I will. Namely, I can ask where purple 1/9 goes in this column. Nicholas is right. It goes here. So the purple on this is a purple 1/9. Unfortunately, works either way because I could have. No, it doesn't work either way. It doesn't work either way because if I put a purple 1/9 here, I would need to put a green 4/6 here. That doesn't work. So this is the purple 1/9. This is the yellow purple 4/6, and this is a between line. Let's see. So that places a purple 1/9 here. Infamous. That is quite a moniker. This is a great puzzle though, but I am a 2-10th fanboy, so I may be biased. I know one of these is green. So these cells over here are not green. They are yellow or purple. But I don't know yet exactly how that works. Purple 4/6 in box 2. Thank you, Medi. Purple 4/6 in box 2 goes here. So what's left in this column? Green 2/8 and green yellow 4/6. Well, the green yellow 4/6 goes down here. So this is green 2/8, I believe. So green 2/8 is over here somewhere in this column. So, but that doesn't do anything because I already knew that. Never mind. So purple 4/6. Purple 4/6 in box 7 is placed down here just by Sudoku. Yellow purple 4/6. So it is a yellow green that's on here. So this is a yellow green 4/6. And so this cell, therefore, because I've got a yellow and a purple, this cell must be green. Because there's a yellow at the end, this is a whisper. And so I guess I still don't know, actually. This is a 2/8 or a 3/7. It's one of them. Let's see. My last yellow in here is a 5, but I guess I know this isn't yellow now. So if this isn't yellow, do I know what it is? I think the answer is no. Row 9, column 7 is purple. Is it row 9, column 7 green? Oh, row 9, column 3 is purple, says Garian. Let's see. So How do I know? Ah, this is a 3-7 pair. Let's just write that in. This is a 3-7 pair. So I don't know which 3-7 is which, but that's all the 3-7s. So this cell is either 5 or, because it can't be yellow, it can't be 3-7. It can't be green at all. So this is either a purple 2-8 or a it's either a purple 2-8 or whatever. The 3-7 in column 6 are over here, Nicholas points out. So these are the 3-7. Green 4-6 in box 1. Yes, yes. Thank you to Stephen. Green yellow 4-6 is up here. Agree. Row 7, column 9. Ah, yes. Green yellow 4-6 is over here as well. Where is purple 2-8 in box 1? Purple 2-8 in box 1 is up here. In fact, purple 2-8 in box 1 is just placed there. Excellent, Isabella. Isabella always with the clutch spots, so that's green. So that's a 2-8. This is a green, but I don't know which it is yet. But that's all the greens, so this is purple. And it's not 1-9 or 2-8, so this is the purple 3-7. So this is the green 3-7. This is the purple 3-7. One of these is 2-8 and one of them is 3-7. I don't know which yet. This is a green 2-8. This is a purple 3-7, just by the row. The box needs a purple 2-8 and a green 3-7. I don't know yet. We've got this column's colors now. Green, green, green are done. All the yellows are done. So this is a purple 3-7. Which means this is the yellow 3-7. Sorry, not the yellow. There is no yellow 3-7. This is the green 3-7, which means this is the purple 3-7. Let's see. I still need a purple 2-8, which seems to be able to go anywhere. The purple 3-7 is here. In this box, but we're not going to resolve the inequality until we're done. Just on principle. I have to do the rest of the puzzle first, otherwise it's cheating. Green 3-7 now is here. Which is which? Who's to know? Green 3-7 now up in this box is up here. And so that's all the greens. So this is a purple 2-8. I guess I could have seen that in lots of ways. I've got my greens and I've got my purples. So this is a yellow and it's a 5. This is the purple 2-8. this row now is missing only the green 2-8, so we'll put in the green 2-8. This column is missing only a yellow 5 and a purple 2-8. I guess I can't do that yet. This row has a green 2-8. Let's fill that in. So now this is a green 3-7. This is a green 2-8. Hey, Morabite, welcome. So now this is a green 2-8. We are just wrapping up this excellent puzzle by 2-10th. This is a yellow. It's a 5. Okay. These are green, these are purple, so this must be the yellow 5 as well. So now, still need a purple 2-8 in here. And a green 3-7. The green 3-7 has to go there. So now the purple 2-8 goes here. So now the purple 2-8 in this box goes here. And so now the yellow 5 goes here. And that's the puzzle. Excellent, excellent puzzle. Really enjoyed that. Well, hopefully you can learn some stuff here, Morabite. I definitely can sympathize with the, like, okay, well, I've gotten used to doing these puzzles, and then sort of the next step up feels like, oh god, these are really, really difficult. The leap in difficulty, the leap and spread in difficulty in Sudoku can be a lot. But hopefully you can learn some stuff here. So I guess technically, if you're into these sorts of things, the purple 3-7 is bigger than the yellow 3-7, so the purple 3-7 has to be 7. And so then the purple 2-8 has to be 8. So if you like seeing a bunch of digits go in pretty quickly, there you go, there's the 8s. Oops. A bunch of digits did go in, I didn't lie, they just weren't the right digits. Purple 1-9, but I never promised that, I just promised a bunch. Those are 9. So the purple 4-6 is 6. Green 4-6 is 4. So 4 was the value of the bet cell. So if you bet 4, you are correct. Green 3-7 is 3. Green 2-8 is 2. Green 1-9 is 1. And then we'll catch all the stragglers that we missed the first time. Yes, if you bet green-yellow, you are correct. So this is a 6, this is a 4, that's a 6. And that is a 3, and there we go. Yeah, Meme Rister on Friday has a round table about Sudoku difficulty inflation. Should be interesting. I do save VODs, so you can go back and you can see every puzzle I've ever solved, and there is a spreadsheet that is linked in the description, so you can see all the puzzles I've ever solved. So if there's any particular puzzle that's giving you difficulty and you want to go back and see me solve it, you can see I've done, this is stream 71, I guess. So I've done, I don't know, 500-ish, something like that, puzzles on stream. So there's a large archive. If you enjoyed this 2-10th puzzle, I have done many 2-10th puzzles like this on this stream. So here's a fun question. So normally, I really don't like it when puzzles make you sort of like wait until the end to disambiguate stuff, but for whatever reason, in 2-10th puzzles of these styles, I really enjoy it. I somehow wonder why it is that I don't mind it / enjoy it in 2/10 puzzles. But anyway, I do. I guess I don't have to be a consistent creature. I just have to be a creature. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll come back, and then we'll be back. So Tallcat says it's because I'm biased in favor of 2/10, which, I mean, 2/10 is my favorite setter, so there is that. But I'm biased in favor of 2/10 because I've seen, or because I've done all of these puzzles. I mean, like, all of 2/10's puzzles for the longest time were like this. So I think that cause and effect have to be backwards in what Tallcat is suggesting. But I don't know. I'm curious why I find these so cute. It's probably something in how they're crafted. But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll do more puzzles. I don't actually know what more puzzles yet, but there will be more puzzles. So I will see you all very soon. Welcome back, everyone. I see there's some number theory discussion while I am gone. Brief math bit. You may know that pi is irrational and e is irrational. These are both true. Showing that pi is irrational is actually pretty difficult, but it's known pi is irrational. But actually, although you'd assume that pi plus e would be irrational, and it probably is, it is still, as of my ability to know it, it is still unknown whether pi plus e is irrational or not. I don't think anyone has yet figured it out. So that's a pretty cool thing. Although Tallcat says the other day that he figured out how it worked. I should mention, by the way, if you are interested in various number theory kind of math things, I actually started on YouTube as a math YouTuber, so I have a math channel if you've not tried it out yet. So it's youtube.com/zetamath. Just delete the does puzzles part, and you can view an ongoing series about the Riemann hypothesis and those kinds of things. It's cool. I'm quite proud of it. Although the coolest part is that Tristan does all of the animations, and the animations are gorgeous and cool. So anyway, I recommend that if you have not yet looked at it. And it is a very it's a very low volume subscription because we put out a video like every 2 months. So it will not spam your feed a great deal. All right, so I have many great qualities, but patience is not one of them. So I saw that Jakhob and Woofer had put out a double arrow puzzle, which is one of my favorite constraints. And so immediately I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do that. So without further ado, we're going to do Jakhob and Woofer's. Note, I did not say woofers. I'm supposed to say woofer, but I said woofer '*s. This is their double arrow puzzle. So how does a double arrow work if you've not seen it before? So the way a double arrow works is that, Jessica is on to her 3rd month. Wow, it's hard to believe we've been doing this for 3 months now already. Welcome, I guess is not the right word. Thank you for continuing your support, Jessica. Greatly appreciated. Awesome. So the way double arrows work is that the digits in the circles, be they something like 6 and 8, give you the sum of the digits along the line. So here, these digits sum to 14, and these digits also sum to 14. And I'm specifically allowing here the fact that I've repeated the 6, and so the 6's quote-unquote cancel. Welcome, Jimmy. Glad that you're a fan and glad to have you here live. It's always cool having folks in the chat. Really enjoy that. Hopefully the timing works out well for you. I know the scheduling is always a bit of a nightmare. So this is an acceptable way to fill this in, and that's basically, it's like a single arrow, except you have 2 holes, two circles to fill things in. That is all we do. I saw we had Jessica pop in, so I wasn't sure if we needed another moderator. Any other regulars that are willing to step in and moderate just in case we have an influx of bots? I'm happy to deputize a few more people. But if you don't want to... Oh, wait, is Jessica actually not... Sorry, Jessica is modded on her other account, right? We can deputize... We can deputize Jessica's second account. Oh, wait, no, Jessica, it says, oh no, Jessica is moderated, but she is now. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to mod Nicholas. I'm confident that Nicholas will only use the moderating powers for good and not for evil. All right, so that's the rules. That's it. So one interesting thing about this that's pretty counterintuitive at first is that if you have a length 1 double arrow like this is actually like an arrow the other way. Sort of the circles are like the lines of a regular arrow, and then the line is now the sum of these two. And so in particular, the line here has to end up being quite large. But the thing I actually think I want to start by looking at is this long line. Because the sum of this long line has to be at least, well, because of this given 2, it has to be at least 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. And let's see, 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 sounds like 15 minus 2, so 13. So these have to sum to at least 13. So these two have to sum to at least 13. That's maybe not the biggest restriction ever. I guess that says they're both at least 4. I'm not in love with it. I'm going to be honest. So maybe that's not where I'm supposed to start. It's given 4 looks not helpful at the moment. I really liked the given 2 idea. Okay, so here's a point. Okay, so these are all... Okay, I'm going to write this in, even though it's ridiculous. These actually can't, neither of them can be 9, because if either of these was 9, it would make this digit at least a 10. So actually, the minimum of 13, we're actually a lot closer there than we were before, once we realized that neither of these can be 9. And so neither of those can be 4 anymore. And so these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. And these have to be bigger than 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, bet cell. That's right. We need a bet cell. Anyone in chat who's done the puzzle know a good bet cell? Yeah, the mod's primary duty is to remind me to put a bet cell. So I'm going to continue filling in candidates here. These are bigger than those. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. These are now have to be smaller than 4. They're at most 4. But those inner cells need to be 10. So in the universe where this is a 9, this digit is 9 plus this digit. So if this digit was a 3, this digit would have to be a 12. Admiral Malcor has done the puzzle and says that row 9, column 9 would be a good bet cell. Does that make sense, Morabite? If this was a 9, I need to add this digit in order to get that digit. And so I would need to add something to 9, and then that's going to inevitably give me a double-digit number. Okay, how about that? We'll make that the bet cell. All right. So I'm wondering now if these 2 digits actually push this up even more. Because now I need to have at least these 2, maybe not quite. Okay, let's see. At least 13 plus at least... okay. Sorry. So I think Jay is suggesting that we go into a bit... But Tallcat has solved the puzzle. So Tallcat knowing the right questions, having solved the puzzle, is a little bit different. So I think there is an interesting thing going on here with how the math here sort of percolates. So this is at least 13. So these 2 sum to at least 13. Plus these 2... So yellow, because yellow is purple, yellow sums to at least 13. Plus these 2 cells means that these 2 cells need to sum to at least 16, because these 2 cells sum to yellow plus green plus green. And so because these need to total at least 16, they can't be 6. So these are 7, 8, or 9. And now that's only if this is a 1-2 pair. If this was, if these were 13 plus, so the maximum, therefore, that these 2 can sum to is 4, right? So these can't be a 4, and they definitely include a 1. because if I did not include a 1 in these cells, what would happen? If I didn't include a 1 in these cells, these would be 2, 3, plus at least 13. That would be at least 18. So that would say these two cells had to sum to at least 18. And that's not going to work because they'd have to both be 9, but they happen to be in the same box. Okay, but that's going to give us a digit. Because if I look at purple now, what happens if purple doesn't have a 1 in it? If purple doesn't have a 1 in it, it doesn't have a 2 either, then these would sum to at least 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, which is 18 itself. And 18 is not even a little bit going to fit in these. And so we have our first digit, which is that this has to be a 1. And we can bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Do-do, do-do, boo, 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 ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, boo, ba-da-ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo, boo, boo. 1 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Fortunately, he's got an awful long way to go before he hits the ceiling. So he should be good. Penguins probably have to wait a while in the ER due to our discriminatory system. So there is a 1 over here. Yes, excellent, Malcolm. Yes, you joined just in time for the dance. Okay, so now the sum of these two cells is also the sum of all of these cells. So I think this is going to take a half a second to convince ourselves. But the sum of these two cells, where do they go? Well, these go there. And so now these also, together with those, go here. So these 6 cells collectively sum to these 2 cells. And so I'm going to go ahead and redo this. So these are going to be purple. And so I'm going to move my yellows. And so the claim is that the sum of the purple cells is the sum of the orange cells. And so now the minimum here is 15 plus 16. So we're still there. Never mind. Well, the minimum is 16. Yeah, so this is either, and we already knew this before, this is either 7, 9, or 8, 9. Those are the only options. Okay. Garian says I'm making it too difficult, which sounds very on brand. Oh, good point. Okay, so here's the way to see it. Now, what if I didn't have a 2 in purple? That's the way to see it. This is Crispy pointed this out. If I don't have a 2 in purple, then that calculation I just made goes from 16 to like 183 or something. Because if there's no 2 in purple, now these sum to at least 19 by themselves, which is way, way, way too big. So I need to have a 2 in purple. Where does it go? It has to go down here. So these 2 cells are, in fact, a 1-2 pair. So these 2 cells are a 1-2 pair, just by Sudoku. So that's very interesting by looking at these circles. Because now this is a 1 or a 2, but this is at least a 3. So these need to sum to at least 8. And so that means that this digit here is always at least 6. Which is interesting. And I bet we're going to know more in a second once we think about this. Let's see. So what other digits have to be in here? So the minimum would be 1. So it would be for these to be 1, 2, and these to be 3, 4, 5. but we only have 1 degree of freedom above this, because we again, if we absolutely minimize it, then these are 7, 9. And so we could maybe put a 6 in here. And then upon putting the 6 in there, then we're in good shape. Okay. So let's read Garian's point. Row 2, column 3 has to be on the double arrow. Right. Okay, so yeah, so Garian's point is this. Where does yellow go in box 2? And so yellow can't go here, because if yellow went here, then that would mean that yellow plus this was equal to yellow. That's not going to work. So yellow, in fact, goes up here. And so that actually peels off a lot of options from yellow. Yellow can no longer be a 7 or an 8, because we said the only digits that go up here are 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is not a 7 or an 8. Now, these need to sum to at least 13. And so because these need to sum to at least 13, therefore this cell is a 7 or an 8. If this is a 7 or an 8, then this digit here can't be a 7. And if this is a 5 or a 6, then this digit can't be 9. But we know one of them is 9, so therefore that digit's 9. So we get all kinds of interesting things, sort of percolating through this. That's very cool. And so, okay, so if there's a 6 here, then this is a 6. If there's a 5 here, then this is a 5. That's how this works. But I want to look at this one again now, because now this has gotten better. Because now this is at least a 3. And so these two sum to at least 10 now. So this can't be a 6 or a 7 anymore. This can only be an 8 or a 9, because this can only be, I should fill in, this can only be a 3 or a 4 at most, in order to make this work out. I know that digit goes over there somewhere. That's fine. Let's see. I know the other 7, 8 is in here. The other 5, 6 is in here. So yeah, where do 3 and 4 go in row 2 is the question. So 3 and 4 in row 2 have to go over here. So this is a 3, 4 pair. Good point from Jimmy. Where does this orange 7, 8 go in row 2? The orange 7, 8, I can just change my coloring now. The orange 7, 8 is there. So the orange 7, 8 is here. Over in that box, which is cool. So we've got all of these things going on. This is a little bit interesting, because this is only a 1 or a 2, but we're not quite there yet. So yellow is 6 because of math on short arrows. Let's see. Can row 1, column 8 be 9? I don't see why not. I'm probably missing something, but I don't see why not. Do I need to start looking at 1-2 colors? Can I color them? I don't even think I can color the 1-2s, actually. Let's see. Gary says row 2, column 7 can't be 7, since there's no 2 on the double arrow. The minimum the double arrow can be is... What? If yellow is 5... Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Judith says whether orange is 8 or 9. Orange is 7 or 8. Okay. So, there we go. Okay. I get it now. Okay, so Garian's point is this. Yellow is up here. That's how we got here. Because one of these is yellow, we can just take it away. And so then the sum of the other 3 purple digits, that is the 3 purple digits that aren't yellow, is this cell. So there's a hidden length 3 arrow in this row. If that arrow was a 7, that length 3 arrow would have to be 1, 2, 4, but the given 2 tells me it's not. So in fact, that's an 8 and a 9, always. Okay, got it. And so if that's an 8 and that's a 9, that doesn't tell me a whole lot, but it tells me, but it gets me some digits, so I'll take it. And so all the oranges are 8. Let's not only fill in one orange, let's fill in all the oranges. And now this is a 1, so that's a 2, because 8 plus 1 is 9. Let's see, I think all of this color is now probably gratuitous. We want to make way for making more color. And so now, 2 plus what is 8? The answer is a 6. So this is a 6. Oops. The answer is 6. We need up here to be 1, 3, 4, and 6 in order to make this work out. Because the imaginary 8 arrow up here has to be 1, 3, 4. It can't be 1, 2, 5 because of the 2 in the row. And so we've got a 1, 3, 4, and we've got a 6. Okay, good. We're in good shape now. Now the absolute minimum this can be is a 3, but that would make this sum still 11. So this has to be a 3, and that's a 2, and that's a 1. These 2 cells are a 5 and a 7. It's very cool. I love double arrows. They're very fun. Okay, these 2 digits I should fill in. What are they? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits. The 9 is here. So these digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are a 4, 6 pair, and I know the order because of the given 4 down there doing work, so that's a 6 and a 4. These 3 digits are, let's see, these are the 5, 7, 9 one. So we've got all of that. Okay. So that was a very cool opening. So one thing I'm noticing is that 9 is over here somewhere. It's not in the middle. So 9 is in one of these places. I don't think we know immediately where. But we know it's not on, we know it's not down the center, so it is on one of these. And so, actually, wait, let's see. Can I rule 9 out of anywhere? Let's see, if I put a 9 here, these need to add to 12. Without being 3, 9, or 4, 8, or 5, 7. So I can't put a 9 here, actually. This 9, if I put a 9 here, I need to make this sum to 12, and I just can't. All the ways are ruled out. If I make this a 9, then it needs to sum to 12 without being, you guessed it, without being 3, 9, 4, 8, or 5, 7. So that can't be a 9 either. So the 9 is actually on one of these 5, 7s doing immense amounts of work to rule out the way of making 12 that is possible. So there's a 9 on the line. So if there's a 9 on one of the lines, that means the minimum sum, if the 9 was over here, the minimum sum would be 11. If the 9 is over here, the minimum sum is still 10. So if the sum is 10, at least, that means that these cells are, these cells are a 7, 8 pair. That's the only thing they can be. And that one's not an 8. So we get a 7 and an 8 and a 5 and a 7. Wait, no. These don't have to have the same sum. Ignore me. I don't know why I assumed these had to have the same sum. They obviously don't have to have the same sum. It's like, wait, the puzzle's broken. Wait, no, the zeta is broken. But still, one of these has to be at least as big as 9 plus something. So, yeah, if this were 9 plus 1... Yeah, so this could be 9 plus 1 with a 7 here. That's the only way this could be a 9, is if this is 9, 1 with a 7 here. Let's see. Garion asks me to look at where 3 goes in box 6. And it can't go there. Can't go with a 9. Because if the 3 went with a 9, then I would need another 3 and a 9. So the 3 goes opposite the 9. Or it goes in a circle. This is the only circle that the 3 can go in. The 3 can't go in this circle because I can't make 6 in 2. 3 over here is plausible, because this could be 1, 5, as far as I can see. So yeah, 3, 3, 1, 5 seems plausible. Oh, right. I can't put 3 on the line, because if I put 3 on the line, then what happens? So if I put 3 on the line with a digit, say I put a 3 and a 7, well, then what's this circle? Well, it's going to have to be a 7, and that's going to be 2 7s. Beautiful. Okay, so the point is actually I have to put 3 in a circle, and I can't put 3 in the circle there. So I have to put 3 in the circle here, meaning that this is a 1, 5, because it's got to add to 6, and I can't use a 4. And so now this is 3 plus, that's very cool, 3 plus something adding to 9 to at least 11. So if this is adding to at least 11, because it's at least 9 plus 2, it has to exactly be that. And so then 9 plus 2 is the minimum, but it's also the maximum. So this is a 2, 9. That 5 looks up there, gives me a 7 and a 5. Alrighty, what are these 2 digits? These 2 digits are Let's see, we've got a 1, 2, we need a 3, we've got a 4, 5, 6, we need a 7, we've got an 8 and a 9. These are a 3, 7 pair. And more interestingly, what are these digits? These digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Can I put a 9 along this line? If I do... Oh, not 5. Thank you. Can I put a 9 along this line? If I do, no. The maximum the line would sum to would be 6, because if this isn't a 9, the maximum is 3 plus 6, so I can't have a 9 on the line. So this is a 9, which now tells me I need to make these sum to 12 with this combination. So that's already 8 plus 4. We'll make that work. Now, I saw chat pointing out I should probably look at this line that sums to... that 4 was helpful. I actually did a good thing, because the 4 tells me this line isn't 1, 4, so this line is 2, 3, looking like that. Making that a 9 and a 2. I occasionally do useful things. So there's a 2 over in one of these two cells. This 4 looks up there, says that's not a 4. Okay. So 4 over in one of these cells. Noticing these can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, but I don't really want to pencil mark that. I can pencil mark this, I suppose. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, not 5. Sorry, 4, 6, 7. And then these are 1, 5, 8. Okay, well, pencil marking that was not the most rewarding thing I've done in my life, I'm going to be honest. So the 3 down here is in one of these two cells. This can't be a 3. This would need to be a 1 and a 2, and it can't be. So one of these two is a 3. What if neither of these is a 1? That doesn't work. If neither of these circles is a 1, then they minimum sum to 4, 5, which would mean this would be a 9, but it can't be. So one of them is a 1, and it's not that one. So this one's a 1. And so this is at least a 4. And so this could be 1, 4, 5. 1, 5, 6. Can't be 1, 6, 7. Could be 1, can't be 1, 7, 8. And can't be 1, 8, 9 either. Okay, so those are the only options. So one of these is always a 5. So one of these is always a 5, which tells me there's a 5 down here in this box, because I've got 5s aligning between this Kropke dot, virtually, and this thing over here. Oh, Garion points out I can actually do that, and end the mystery of what's actually going on. Move the 5 from over there. Was not a long-lived mystery. I'm going to be frank with you. Let's see. And so now 8 in this box joins its friend the 3. So this is a 3-8 pair. Okay, and so now I can fill in these digits. So these are not 1, 2, 3. They could be 4, not 5. Could be 6, 7, not 8, and not 9. So these are from 4, 6, 7 only. It's not as good as I had hoped. This 4 looks over and tells me that's not a 4. So these digits are 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. That one's not an 8. This one's not an 8 because there's an 8 in the box. Or an 8 above, take your pick. So now where is 8 in this row? Now 8 in this row only goes here. Or 6, 7, 9 triple, as Eric says. Perfectly acceptable way to look at it. 1, Isabella points out, is now in one of these circles. 1 can't go here, because if 1 went here, I'd be saying if you add these two numbers, you get 1, which is not possible. So let's write out all the possibilities. So it could be 1 and 2 with a 3. Oops, sorry. I'm going to center mark this. It could be 1 and 2 with a 3. I think that's possible. It could not be 1 and 3 with a 4, because it would break this cell. It cannot be 1 and 4 with a 5, or 1 and 5 with a 6. I think it could be 1 and 6 with a 7. I think it could be 1 and 7 with an... No, it can't be 1 and 7 with an 8. And it can't be 1 and 8 with a 9. So we get a weird, unorthodox 3-7 pair in this row. Nifty, though. Let's see. 4 in box 7 goes here. It's being pointed out. 4 in box 7 goes here by Sudoku, so that's a 3 and a 4. That 3 makes that an 8 and a 3. Let's fill out these cells because I'm interested in what this circle can be. So these are from 2, not 3, not 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. That one is not a 6, at the very least. And so now the 3 is forced onto here, is the point. And so we've already studied where the 3 goes on here. The only place the 3 can go is here, because we have those two 3s. So this is a 3. These are not 6. They are just a 1-2 pair. So that's not a 2. So one of these two is the 6 for the column. So that tells me that's not a 6. That 3 sorts out the 7 and the 3. Thank you. One of these two is a 3. Oops. One of these two is a 3 by Sudoku. If this is a 3, it would be very interesting, because it would need to be 3 and 2 with 5. That's the only combination that would work, but it does seem plausible that it works to me. Okay, what is left in this column? We've got a 1 and a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5, 6, 7. Okay, this is not a 3. This is not a 3 either, so... yeah, so this is a... And this isn't a 7 either. So this is a 5 or a 6 only. Noted. This isn't a 3, because there's a 3 there. Two in column 4. Two in column 4 is in one of these cells. Okay, what are these digits? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay. Don't immediately see what that can do. Yeah, this can't be a 2, I guess is the point. So one of these two is a 2. One of these two is a 2, and that's going to give me a little mini, we'll call it a Jovi wing, since it's not an X-Wing. This little Jovi wing on 2s. now tells me that the 2 in these two boxes take up the 2s in row 7 and 8. And so the 2 in this box is down here. In particular, it's not there, which resolves the 1 and the 2. That tells me that's not a 1. I don't think I've ever heard the phrase claimed set before, Tallcat, but that is a reasonable name for a Jovi wing. Okay, I don't think I have quite enough things in this row to go through the whole rigmarole of what this can be. Its foils aren't in attack position. That is very appropriate. Let's see. Oh yeah, I know one of these two is a 3. So either that's a 3 and that's a 5, or that's a 3. So I guess the consequence of that is this digit's never a 5. I can't imagine that's going to help, but this digit's never a 5 because it's either a 3 or that's a 3 and that's a 5. Let's see. 2 in row 1, column 1 looks down. That's helpful. So yes, so that actually places the 2 here, if I paid close attention. Thank you to Isabella. The given 2 became invisible, making that a 2. So now that I can't repeat a 2 on this line because of the trick we saw earlier. If I repeated a 2, I would need to repeat the circle. So this is now the only place for a 2, fixing out the 6 and the 2. If this is a 2 and a 5... then this would need to be a 1-6 pair. If this is a 2 and a 6, then this would need to be a 1-7 or 3-5. Well, it could not be a 3-5. So I think there's always a 1 on this. If I don't put a 1 on this, then the minimum I can get to is... because there can't be a 3 on it either. So if I don't put a 1 on it, then the most I could get to... the least I could get to out of these two is 5 and 6, which is much too much. So I need to have a 1 on it. The 1 on it needs to go there. And so now that I look at this, I go, if this was a 7, this would need to be a 6. If this was a 6, this would need to be a 7, is the point. Let's see. Garion asks if it is allowable to have 2 6s next to each other. I had to check the rules for whether this is anti-king or not, but I believe that I am not allowed to have 2 6s next to each other. So that is a 5, meaning that's a 6. So that's not a 6. Those aren't 6s. That's not a 6 anymore. I need a 6 down here. No, I don't need a 6 down there somewhere. I need a 6 down here somewhere. So I need a 6 here is what you're telling me. That is a 6 by Sudoku. Now this digit has to be odd. It cannot be even, because there's already 3 evens in this row. So if this was even, it would put 2 more evens in the row, which would be 5 evens. So that's not going to work. So this is a 5 or a 7. Those are the only options, because it can't be a 9. Oh, wait, no, sorry. It could be a 9. Sorry. This is 5, 7, or 9. Meaning that this is 3, 5, or 7. It's not a 5, so this isn't a 7, because there's a 5 in the box. Oh, by the way, there's a 9 in row 9, I am being told. So that's a 5 and a 3, like that. That is no longer a 3. So we got the 3-2-5 arrow of our dreams. There's a 6 in this box, by the way, which seems to make that a 7. This is not a 5 or a 7, so it seems to be a 6 with a 3 and a 4 and a 6 up there. That 4 looks down, makes that a 7 and a 9 and a 5 and a 7. This isn't 6 or 7, so it's a 4. This is a 5. This is a something. It's a 1. Let's see. This can't be a 9 anymore, so the 9 is down here somewhere. This is not a 6, so it's a 7-9 pair, which means that this is a 6, and that's a 7. These aren't 7 anymore. That 4 looks over there and makes that a 6 and a 4. So we've got a little bit of work left. This isn't a 5 anymore. So the 5 is actually placed up here, owing to some Sudoku on 5s. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 go in down here. This is not a 7. So we've got that. That's not a 1 anymore. Let's see. What are these digits? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are an 8, 9 pair. And there's already a 9 over here that gave me some trouble earlier. So that should do it. So this is not 7 or 9, so it's an 8, and that's a 9, and that's a 5, and that's a 1, and then the bet cell is an 8. Congratulations if you bet 8. Woohoo! Wonderful, wonderful puzzle. I really enjoyed that. There were so many really cool steps in there. I really enjoyed that. That is one of my favorite double arrow puzzles that I have done. So awesome job to everyone who was involved in setting that. Oh, my original example was an 8 and a 6 with a 1, 4, 3, and 6. That's awesome. Yeah, really cool puzzle. I greatly enjoyed that one. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we've got a Malrog puzzle with the same rules as the puzzle that we just did, except aesthetically it's different. But these are still double arrows, so the sum of the digits on the line is the same as the sum of the digits at the ends of the line. So we have to take a look at that. And by the way, the black dots mean there's a ratio of 2 to 1 between those digits. So like in the previous puzzle, we have sort of a big collection here of digits being added together. So the minimum 5 digits add to is 15. And so since these 2 digits have to add to 15, the minimum they can be is 6, 7, 8, 9. And the same is actually true of these digits, because this collection is 5 cells. This collection is also 5 cells. And so these have to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. And that might be it. This one looks like it's good, but then it's not, because it's 6 cells, but they could be the same 3. Is it every stream the Tallcat solved these stream? I feel like that happens a lot. Okay. So, I think the question is, I think it's time to ask Tallcat-y questions. This grid looks is more immediately that's not what I wanted. I just wanted to get rid of the color. This digit. Where does it go in this box? It needs to go in one of these 2 cells. So it goes up here. Where did my 9s go? Come back, 9s. So it's going up here somewhere. I guess it could technically repeat up there. Never mind. Maybe that's not so interesting. I like Josh's suggestion of doing mod 3 math in this box. So the sum of these 2 is equal to the sum of this. Maybe not mod 3, it might be mod 2. The sum of this is an even number, and this is an even number in terms of sum, because the sum of these, it's mod 2, not mod 3. The sum of these cells is equal to the sum of these 2, and so this is an even sum. Same is true of this one. So therefore, in order to make the whole box add up to 45, this has to be odd, which means it's 1 or 3, which means that this is 2 or 6. Now, even in the absolute minimum case, which is that this is 1, 2, 3, and this is 1, 2, 3, this line adds up to 12. So this could never be a 2. So this is a 6 and a 3, and we get to do the famous 6y dance from Zach. It's to be like, whoop, oops, sorry, Zach fell down. Thank you, Zach. Very 6y. Alrighty, so we have this. So we've got the 6 here is knocking out 6 as a candidate down here at the very least. Interesting. Okay, so let's see, what are we going to do next with our lives? So this digit I also know a minimum on, because this digit, because again the minimum of the minimum sum of this line is 12, this digit has to be at least a 7. So this is a 7, 8, or a 9, but it's also on a black dot. And the only flavors of 7, 8, 9 that go on a black dot are the 8 flavor. So that's an 8 and that's a 4. So this is not an 8. This isn't an 8 either. These... Okay. I'm wondering... Oh, bet cell. Good point, David. We need a bet cell. This looks bet cell-ish to me. It seems fairly isolated from the danger. So this black dot is now interesting, because it's now either 1, 2, or it's 3, 6. Those are the only options, because of the 4 looking at it. 1, 2 seems much more likely than 3, 6, but 3, 6 seems possible, as best I am able to determine it at the moment. Let's see. Yeah, I know this digit is one of those. That doesn't immediately seem to tell me anything. I guess I know the 8 is not on this line, right? If this is an 8 plus 10, that's 18. Oh no, this line could add to 18. That's unfortunate. So we have a weird, the sum of these cells, we actually know what it is. Because it's half of 45 minus 3, because all of these sum to 42. So actually these cells sum to, actually both sets of, we have 2 sets of 4 cells that each sum to 21. So there must be 2 ways to do 21 in, at least, in here. So that's not necessarily useful. I do know that these 2 digits show up in this column down here. So this digit shows up over here, but that doesn't necessarily tell me anything. Okay, so... good point from Judith, which is, what if I don't put a 1 on both of these segments of this line? Well, the minimum of one of them is 6, so what if I don't put a 1 on the other one? Well, then it's at least 2, 3, 4, which is 9, which is too many. So actually, there's a 1 in these cells, and there's a 1 in these cells. Which then lets me bounce back over here, and now say, okay, is it possible there's not a 1 on this line? Well, no, because if there is not a 1 on this line, it would sum to at least 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, which is 20. 20 is too many to be the sum of 2 numbers. So there's a 1 on this line, and it's over here somewhere. Which is cool. So now this is summing to at least 5, but that's not interesting yet. Have to sum to 8 at the bottom and 6 at the top. Yeah, I guess that's a good question. What is the minimum that these digits sum to? The minimum that these 2 digits sum to is... oh, I guess it's 6. So yeah, the absolute minimum here is 12, if they're both sets of 1, 2, 3. Can this one be 1, 2, 3? Maybe this one can't be 1, 2, 3, actually. If this was 1, 2, 3, what would it do to this box? It would make this at least 4, 5, 6. Is 15 plus 1, 2. Oh, it just works. It just works. If this is 1, 2, 3, then this can be 4, 5, 6. This 1, 2, and those double 9. Ugh, that's so sad. It looked so promising. It really did look promising, didn't it? I think it looked promising. Okay. But the point is, I know that these are 12 at minimum, so I only have 2 degrees of freedom. And so even though it's not a lot, I am going to note that I know that these are for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because it means there's a number on this line that's at least 6. There's 1, 6, 7, 8, 9 that's on this line. And if there's 1, 6, 7, 8, 9 that's on this line, this side can't be a 6, because once there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 in here, these need to sum to at least 16, and I can't get to 16 if I use a 6, so there's no 6 there. Of course, these aren't 4. If I don't use a 2 here, actually, I think I also run into problems, right? If I don't use a 2, then this sums to 1, 3, 5, which is 8. No, that does work. If I don't use a 2, it's fine. If I do use a 2, then I make this a 1, 2 pair. Because I definitely need a 2 here. Oh! No. This 3 is the point. Is it possible there's no 3 on this line? If there's no 3 on this line, then its minimum is 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. Oh, darn it. We did this before. 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. Is 18. So there can be no 3 on this line as long as these are both 9. Never mind. Oh, I do need a 2. I did the math wrong. How did I do this wrong? 1... Oh, I did it wrong because I ignored the 4, right? If I don't include a 2 here, these sum to at least 9, plus these sum to at least 6. That's too many. Okay, so I am way overdoing this. There's got to be a 2 over here, which means there does have to be a 2 down here, so this is a 1, 2 pair. So if there's a 5 here, then this has to be 1, 2, 3 exactly. Can I put a 9 on this line? If I do, it's at least 9 and 3. I cannot. So 9 in this box actually cannot go down here. This is not a great deduction, but it is a deduction. 9 can't go on this line, because if I put a 9 on this line, because there's a 1 and a 2 up here, it's at least summing to 12, but in order to get to 12, I would need an 8 or a 9 there. So actually the 9 in this box is in one of these two cells. I certainly can't have a 9 on this line, because then the sum would be at least 18. So there's certainly a 9 in one of these box cells over here. What about 7? Can there be a 7 on this line? There probably has to be a 7 on this line, actually. Oh, let's see. Okay, interesting. Tallcat has a proof that this can't be 9. So if this is 9, I want this to sum to 13. Obviously, it can't be 4, 9. It couldn't be 5, 8. And it couldn't be 6, 7, because then it would break this. Aha. Good spot. Yeah, it doesn't, because it would break this cell. That's really cool, actually. So we get a 9 over there. So now... now I want to ask, can this be a 7? If this is a 7, this could be 5, 6. I think that's okay, obnoxiously. Could this be 6? This would be 3, 7. Could this be 5? So it'd be 3, 6. That's okay. It's a whole bunch of, who knows. One of these is a 9. I know there's definitely a 4 in here, I think. Maybe I don't even know that. Who knows? I'm not standing by that. So where do 8 and 9 go in box 1, asks Admiral Malcor. 8 and 9 now can't go here. The 9 certainly can't go on this dot. I could put a 9 over here, I think. Or there, I think. And we'll recall that this is either 1, 2, or 3, 6. Those are the options for this black dot. Oh, yeah, if I put a 9 on this, it's now at least 15. But now the most that these can sum to is actually... Yeah, that's a good point. I've taken 6, 8, and 9 out of this. So the most that I'm allowed to make these digits sum to is 12. Okay, that's the good point. Okay. So I cannot put a 9 on this line. That would make it sum to at least 15, which is more than 12. And so the 9 is in one of these two cells, which means that this is not a 9, which immediately means this isn't a 6. Okay, if this were 3, 6, I would need this to be 1, 2 exactly in order for this to not break. Yeah. 8 also cannot go here is a good point, because if I did 8 plus 1, 2, 3, that's still 14. That's still too many. So actually, this is an 8-9 pair. It means this can't be an 8. And so now this can't even be a 7 in order to get this to at least 15. This is now an 8 or a 9 only. And this is now at most 16, so this is now from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So now the 6 is up here. So... and once the 6 is up here, then we know that this is 1, 2, 3, 6. Because 1, 2, 3, 6 is the minimum, or is 12. And so, if I put anything bigger than a 1, 2, 3 with the 6, I'm already broken. And so this needs to be 5, 7, because it needs to sum to 12, and 5, 7's the maximum. So these aren't 5. Interestingly, I still don't know how this dot works, because it could be 3, 6, or 1, 2, but either way, they're both up there hanging out. So these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4 for the column, and so that one's got to be the 4 for the box. This is from 1, 2, 3. Aha! Aha! This is not from 4. Okay. This being a 1, 2, 3 tells me that these don't sum to 6. These sum to more than 6. Once these sum to more than 6, they sum to at least 7. These need to sum to at most 7. And so they cannot involve a 5 at all. So these are 1, 2, 3. These are 4, 5, 6. This is 18, so that is a 9. So therefore that's an 8. This is a 7. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the things we've been paying attention to this whole time have suddenly just fallen into place. So now these are 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 9. This is interesting. That one's certainly not a 9. This can only be 1 or 2, I think now. This is not a 3. This is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these do, just to be clear, they need to sum to... They need to sum to 8, exactly. So these are either 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 4. I'm debating if I know exactly how it's whatever it is, but I don't know. But I should look at this box, because this box I can probably do something with, because now 1, 2, and 3 are gone. So the remaining digits in here are 5, 6, and 7. So 4, 5, 6, 7 sums to 22, which means the sum that I'm breaking 22 into, or I'm breaking 22 into 2 halves that each add to 11, which means that that's a 7, and these aren't 7, they're a 5 and a 6. So there, that tells me that there's no 6 over here, so there's a 6 here. So this is a 3, 6 pair, this is a 1, 2 pair. That's going to give me a 3 over here. It's going to be no 3 here. No 3 there either, or a 1 or a 2. This is a 4 or a 5. So there's only 1, 4, or 5 on a set of digits that sum to 8. So this is a 1 or a 2. Fascinating. There's a whole lot of stuff sort of just came tumbling down all at once. Very lovely. Let's see. Where does 9 go in box 6 is an excellent question. 9 in box 6 goes here. Oops, sorry. 9 in box 6 goes here. So 9 in this box goes up in one of these two cells. Don't think I know that. There we go. That's it. The 5-6 pair. The 5-6 pair looks at this cell. This is not a 5. It's a 4, which means that this is a 1-3-4, which means it looks like that. Looks like that. That was the point. That was the thing I was missing. So that 3 makes that a 2. So these are not 1, 3, or 4. Oops, sorry, not 1, 3, or 4. Those are 2, 5. So these are not 2 or 5. This is only 1 or 4. That is 1, 3, or 4. These are from 6, 7, 8. That one's not a 6. So it is 7 or 8. Okay. Lots of good things are happening. This can't be a 6 anymore. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Don't listen to me. I am being ridiculous. Okay, what are these digits? These digits are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 7. 5, 8, 9. So the 5 in the column is in one of these two cells. So these aren't 5. So this needs to sum to at least 15. And 15 is also the maximum it can possibly sum to. So these so actually I have to minimize the diamonds and maximize the line. So that is a 9, 8, 7. That's a 9. That's an 8. That's a 5. That's the only way that's going to work out. This is not a 7 anymore. This is an awesome puzzle. I'm greatly enjoying this. Malcolm is often around, but I think Malcolm is not presently around, unfortunately. But we will all remember to tell him we enjoyed the puzzle later. So this isn't a 6, because there's a 4, 5, 6 triple here. So this is a 7 or a 9. This isn't a 6, or an 8, or a 9. This is a 7. And because that's a 7, this is a 9. Let me just go over that real quick. Because this is a 7, this has to be a 9, because 7 plus 7 is not big enough to get to the minimum of 15. So that's a 9. So that's not a 9. That actually places the 9 in this row. No big surprise there. That's a 9. This is not a 6, because I can't make 9 that way. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, because that's the only way I get to 16. Meaning that's a 5. So that's a 6 and a 5. These aren't 6 anymore. One of these is 6. These aren't 4, though. So there's my 1, 2, 3, 6 triple. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's a 7. Just chilling there. So that 7 resolves. So that's an 8 and a 1. These are not 8. These digits are, let's see, we've got 1, 2. We need a 3 and an 8. So 3 goes there. 8 goes there. These are not 3 anymore. So now I add these digits. These sum to 21. Right? I did that right. Yes, these sum to 21. So these digits sum to 24. And so I need the outie diamonds to sum to 12, which is half of 24. And so if the outie diamonds need to sum to 12, I cannot do it with a 6, because I would need a second 6. This would be a 6 and a 6. That's not going to work. So it's got to be a 7 and a 5, which is the only way that that is going to work. And so now I can write in the rest of the digits here. It's a very smooth puzzle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't the 2, so that is the 2. Those are a 4, 6 pair. So those aren't 4, and that's not 6. So that's an 8. That 1, 3 pair tells me that's a 4. That 8 tells me that's a 7. And that's a 6. That 4 looks down and tells me that's a 4. It's not a 4. This isn't a 6 because of that 6 up there. One of those two is a 6. What's left in this column now? This column still needs 1, 2, 3, 4, actually. That one's not a 4. Intriguing. This is not a 5, because of that 5 looking down. Let's see. Oh, I'm loving it, Malcolm. I'm glad you'll be able to watch the VOD later. I think you will enjoy watching this solve. This has been a very smooth solve so far. Let's see, this digit has to be at least 1. Let's see, let's write in what these digits can be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not a 4 for sure. Yeah, so let's see. So what's the biggest this could be? If this is a 1 and a 2, no, sorry. If this is a 3, 4, it could be 7. 7 plus 6 would be 13. Could make this a 5. This could never be a 6, I guess is the point. Oh, let's see. Martin points out that 8 and 9 are actually a hidden pair here in this box. Good spot to Martin. So yeah, so this is not any of those sorts of things. Okay, what about these digits? I'm seeing now I have a pair, a 1, 2 pair. So these are not 1, 2, 3. They could be 4, not 5, 6, 7, and 8, not 9. This one's not 7 or 8. It's or 4. Actually, this is a naked single 6. That's going to help, I think. Because that being a naked single 6 makes that a 4. Means these aren't 4. Means these aren't 4. Means that's not 6. It means the 6 in this box actually lives in one of those two cells, which knocks the 6 out of this cell and places the 6 in this box down here while we are doing things. Okay, that's not a 6 either, while we're saying things that aren't things. Okay, what about this row? We're missing a 1, 2, 3, and a 5. This one's not a 1 or a 3. It is a 2 or a 5. Okay, so let's just examine the possibilities. Maybe we'll be able to get it just by looking at that. So if this is a 2 and a 6, the sum is an 8, which would require a 7 and a 1. And if this is a 5 and a 6, that's a sum of 11. That would require an 8 and a 3. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so Garion is doing some thermo-ish logic, which is that if I look at these two sum to less than 8. And so this one needs to make up the difference. And so this digit needs to be bigger than that digit. If this digit's not bigger than that digit, then what I'm saying is this digit is less than that one, and these digits are less than that one. This is not going to sum to an equal amount. So by sort of like a scale balancing is what I'm visualizing here. These sum to less than 8, so this one is more than that one. And if this one's more than that one, that's telling me this one's not a 5. So that is a 1, 3, or 4. And let's see. I agree with Jay Dyer's assessment that this digit's never a 5, because 5 was not involved in my way of making 8 or 11. So that's never a 5. Right. And again, this digit's bigger than that one, so this digit can't be a 1. Because this digit's bigger than that one. So this is like a little mini 2-cell thermo. This can't be a 4, actually, because if this was a 4, this would be a 5, and then I would have 4 cells from 4, 5, 6. So that's not a 4 by Garion's thermo logic, and that gives me a 1, 3 pair in the box, which tells me that's not a 3, so that's a 4 or a 5. So let's fill out what's left in the box. So we've got 1, we need a 2, we've got a 3, we need a 4 and a 5, we've got a 6, 7, and 8, and we need a 9 somewhere. Well, that was far less helpful than I would have hoped. I was very optimistic there, but alas, my hope was not paid off. I know that one of these two is a 4. Yeah, so this is my 4, 5, 6 triple. That does not look greatly appetizing to me, I have to say. 5 here would go with 3 and 8. 2 here would go with 1 and 7. Okay, so here's a complicated thing, I think. If this cell is a 5, then this cell's a 7. Because if this is a 5, this is a 2, and now this is 1 and an 8. So if this is a 5, this is a 7, and now this cell has no value. So this is not a 5, it's a 4. I don't know if it's going to do literally anything at all, but we'll do our best to make it do something for us. So that's not a 4. Okay, so now the maximum sum here is 5 and 4. 5 and 4 is 9. Okay, so the maximum sum here now is 9, which is the minimum sum here. So so that's a 1, and these are not 1. That's a 3. So now if this is 6 plus 2, that would need to be a 5, and it's not. So this is 6 plus 5, and an 8, and a 7. That 8 looks over and gives me a 9 and an 8. These aren't 5. That 3 gives me the 2 and the 3. This digit is the 1 for the row. This is not 1, 2, or 3, so it's a 4. This 1 looks down and gives me the 3 and the 1. That 1 looks down and gives me the 2. And now this isn't the 1, so that's the 1. That's the 3. That 2 looks up and gives me a 5 and a 2. 2 looks over, gives me a 1 and a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are what these digits are. But that 3 is going to do it for us, because this 3 looks over and makes that a 6 and a 3. The 6 looks back and makes that a 5 and a 6. The 1 looks over and makes that a 2 and a 1. The 7 looks over and makes that a 5 and a 7. The 9 looks over and makes that a 2 and a 9. Very cool puzzle. Greatly enjoyed that one, Malcolm. When you're watching the VOD, you did very well. I'm curious, the one spot at the very end, the one sticking spot. I'm curious if I missed something. Let me go back to where we were. There we go. This was the tricky spot. Where you had to realize that this being a 5 would make this a 7. I'm curious if there was a different preferred step at this point. Because I think what I did is a bit convoluted by comparison to the style of the rest of the puzzle. Like, I don't think what I did is at all out of bounds in terms of logic. It just doesn't feel like the kind of logic in the rest of the puzzle. So I'm wondering if there was a different way to resolve this at the very end. I'm not sure. There probably was. Maybe someone in chat saw it or something like that. But very cool puzzle. I greatly enjoyed that. Yeah, I'm mostly talking to future Malrog. Future Malrog will... Well, I mean, future Malrog, when they're watching this, future Malrog will be present Malrog. But, alrighty. Let me take just a short break, dig up another puzzle, and we still have many more puzzles that we can do, so I am looking forward to doing more puzzles with y'all. I'll be back very shortly with another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back. Sorry to interrupt the music. I know that Nell was enjoying the jam there. It's funny. I basically never hear the music. Tristan sort of picked it all out, and then that was that. So it's always interesting hearing how into the music some people get. It's very cool. Okay, so this is a. This is an ICHTUES puzzle with killer cages. So these cages, they sum to the digit at the top left, and they don't have repeated digits. Okay. Now, in this case, there are 8 total digits, and so that means that I need to I need to choose 8 digits that sum to 39. And so already, as sort of Chad is pointing out, what that's really telling you is this cage doesn't have a 6 in it. Because the missing digits in this cage sum to 45 minus 39, which is 6. And so the missing digits sum to 6, but there's only one missing digit. And so what Chad is saying is, hey, one of these is a 6. And we'll come back and talk about that. We also have our arrows, which give us the sum of the digits on the arrow. So the circle is the sum of all of the others. So in this case, an 8 with a 1, 3, 4, that would work. So that is fair game as well. And I guess that's all the rules. I guess I should call out specifically these short pointy arrows. This is summing this one cell, and so it's just telling you that this cell is cloned here. It's like a little itty-bitty clone. Okay. I think as a first move, I think I'm going to give every one of these giant cages a color so that when people talk about them, I know what they're talking about. Alrighty. So we have this to start with. And so let's mark in our other thing. So this cage has everything but 2. So there's a 2 in one of these cells. But the 2's not there. So the 2 needs to go along these cells. If this were a 2, I'd be saying the sum of these 3 digits is 2. That's not going to work. This looks like a row 5, column 5 is the bet cell sort of puzzle to me. Let's see. I need to have a 6 somewhere over here, but I don't know quite how to make that work. I have a 2 over here. Let's see. In this column, this cage has everything but a 9. So I need to put a 9 in this column somewhere. Where is the 9 going in this column? Well, it's not going on an arrow. It's not going on that arrow. So the 9 in this column is actually in one of 2 places only. So the none 6 digits here go here, is of note. Let's see, yeah, so one of these 2 is a 9. I don't think there's anything immediately wrong. I guess if this is a 9, it immediately makes that a 9. Is that a problem? I think that probably is a problem. Maybe, possibly. Because if this is a 9, then this is a 6. What I'm saying is, if this is not the 6, then the 6 is on the arrow, and so this is a... Okay, so here's a way to think about this. There's always a 1 and a 2 on this arrow. Because either the 6 is up here. I'm trying to think about this as coherently and as unchainy as possible. There's always a 6 either on the arrow, in which case it goes with a 1 and a 2 adding to 9, or the 6 is here, in which case this is 1, 2, 3. So there's always a 1 and a 2 down here. This is always a 6 or a 9, and therefore there's always a 1 and a 2 over here. And so this digit is always at least 7, because it's at least 3 plus 4. So this is 7, 8, or 9. But in the event that this is a 6, then this is a 1, 2, 3, and this would give me a 1, 2, 3 over here, which would make this a 9. So if this is a 6, this is a 9, all the way over here is the point. Yeah, so as soon as this is a 6... Oh, this being a 6 is just immediately broken, as Chad is currently pointing out. Because if this is a 6, then this is 1, 2, 3, but this is also 1, 2, 3, and that is 4 1, 2, 3s in the box. So we have a digit. This is a 9. And so we get to see the famous 9 dance from our dancing digit penguin. Thank you, Zach. Woo! Whoop-a-doop, whoop-a-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Much appreciated. Okay, and so that places this 9 as well. So this really is 1, 2, 6 is the point. 2, 6. Yeah, if I just looked at this arrow, it would have been clearer what was going on. Okay, and so that means that these cells are a 1, a 2, and a 9. And so this is not a 9. So just to reiterate what's happening there, 1, 2, and 9 all need to appear in this cage, but they can't appear here, so they need to appear here. And then that makes this a 1, 2, 9 triple, which makes this only a 7 or an 8. So there's also always a 1 here, and this is either 1, 2, 4 or 1, 2, 5. In order to make this whole business tick. So now, 1, gotcha, Judith has the beautiful point. 1 on this arrow now tells me where 1 is in blue. 1 in blue is over here. So this arrow sums to 9 without using a 1. So this is a 2, 3, 4. Now, that means the 3 and the 4 in blue aren't over here. The 3 and the 4 in blue are in this strip. 3 and the 4 in blue are in this strip, which means there's no 4 on this, which means it is a 1, 2, 5, which means the sum is 8. Wow, I'm not doing well at pushing the right digits. So there is an 8 over here. So now this is a sum to 8 that doesn't use a 1 or a 2, so this has got to be 3, 5. And so, that's sweet. And so the 5 in this cage is also over here. Oops, 5. Also over here. So this digit is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 9. So this digit's only a 6, 7, or 8, just for what it's worth. Also 8, right. 8 also has to be over here. So this is a 1, 5, 8. I just missed the 8. It's also there. So this is not an 8, actually. So these two cells are a 6, 7 pair. So this 38 cage, I should also say, needs a 9. Oh, no, it doesn't. Sorry. Yes, it does. Okay. So first of all, this 38 cage, I should point out, it only has 7 cells in it. So it's missing 2 digits. But those 2 digits sum to 7. And they are not a 9 and a negative 2. So there has to be a 9 in this cage, and there's only one place it can possibly go, which is there. Hey, Javier, welcome. How are you doing today? So that's not a 9. The 36 cage doesn't have a 9 in it, because this is an 8-cell cage. So it does not have a 9, because the digits is missing sum to 9. So the 9 in box 1 does not go here and cannot go on this arrow. So the 9 has to go there in this box. So now 9 in this box, I now know is over here somewhere. So 9 in this box is in one of these 2 cells now. AKA 9 in blue, if you prefer. But one of those cells sees a 9 already, so probably should fill in that one. So now 9 in this box goes in one of these cells. Let's see. Okay, so... yes. Okay, so Martin has a beautiful point, which is where does 9 go in row 3? Not in those cells, not in green, not there. So 9 in row 3 actually is placed. It actually goes there, which then in turn is going to place 9 in row 2 there, Gorgeous. Okay, this is a romp. Sorry, I'm trying to delete this 9. It's not going away. There we go. The 9 has finally left the building. So now I ask where the 9 goes here. And, well, the 9 can't go there. So, because if the 9 went there, I would also put a 9 there. So, in fact, actually, that's all the 9s. I think we now have 9 9s in the grid. We now have 9 9s on the grid. So, we've got 1 and 2 and a 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6 and a 7. And we've got an 8 and a 9. So these are 4, 6, 7. That one's not a 6. Might be all I know immediately. But I now know that this arrow is 6, 7, or 8. And so there's always a 1 on this arrow as well, because you can't sum to 6, 7, or 8, and 3 without a 1. So this is not a 1. So that's both 1s for these 2 boxes. So none of these cells are 1, is the point, because the 1s from boxes this one and this one are already gone. So the 1 in this box is actually in one of these 2 cells. So either both of these are 1, or this is a 1 and one of those 2 is a 1. I don't know that I really want to pencil mark, though. That seems a bit messy. Let's see. Silly observations. If this was an 8, this would need to be a 1, 3, 4 arrow. Sure. Column 8. SPQ asks where this 6, 7 goes in column 8. And so it can only go there. So this is that 6, 7. These are the same 6, 7. And so now these are a 3, 4 pair. 3, 4 pair. Good spot. So this is awesome. This 3, 4. Oh, wait, no, sorry, they're not quite. If this 3, 4 shows up in here, it shows up exactly there. But that, I think, is okay. So, questions about 8 in row 2. 8 in row 2 needs to show up in one of these 2 cells. So, therefore, 8 in row 3 shows up in one of these cells. So then we ask about 8 in column 7. So 8 either goes on this arrow with a 1, or it's there exactly. Okay, so this digit doesn't show up in orange at all. Thank you to the few of you who've been pointing this out. So therefore, the missing digit from orange is the 2 digits that are missing in orange add to 7. And so in particular, because this is one of them, they're either 1, 6 or 2, 5. So this 3, 4, it has to show up in orange. And so that is that 3, 4. And so that gives me a 2, 3, 4 triple in this box. So those aren't 2. That is 2. And these digits are, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is the point. Okay. So this 1, 6 now does not show up in orange. So 1 and 6 are the digits that are missing in orange. So this 1, 6 is not in orange. So there's no 1, 6s here. So then the question is, where's the other 1, 6 in row 8? Because row 8's orange can't have any 1/6s, so the other 1/6 is over here. However, this box already has a 6/7 pair, so the 1/6 is actually a 1. That's a 6 and a 1. This isn't a 1 anymore. Let's see. Okay, so we know there's a 6 in one of these two cells by Sudoku. I don't immediately see what's wrong with that being a 6, but I could well be, I could well regret that. I know the 2 is here in this box, so this isn't a 2. So this is a 3 or a 4. Should I be coloring my 3/4s? Or circle Xing my 3/4s? Like, that 3/4 is that 3/4 is that 3/4. Hey, Gurabon. Let's see, 8 in column 7. Yeah, we inquired about 8 in column 7, but can't it go either in this arrow or on here? Oh, I guess the point is 8 in column 7. Now that we've placed an extra 1, now 8 has to go in one of these two cells. It can't go here anymore because that would put a 1 there. So, at least in the box, 8 is locked into those two cells. Yeah, we do know the 1s align in boxes 1 and 2. We have commented on that previously. Right. Sorry, I saw this before, but I didn't see what it got me at the time. But right, we showed before, green's 1 is not here. So green's 1 is in this string of cells. So in particular, this is never an 8, is Garian's point. So yeah, we saw that the 1 in green had to be over here before, but then didn't think anything of it, but it actually specifically rules 8 out of that cell, making that cell an 8. Making these a 1/5 pair. Meaning that now the 5 in orange has to be in one of these two cells, so this isn't a 5. Okay, let's write in the candidates for this. So it is not 1 or 2, or 3 or 4, or 5. Could be a 6. I think it could be a 7 or an 8. And it cannot be a 9. Can I rule out 7 and 8 somehow? Don't think so. But I do know that this is 6, 7, or 8, at the very least. It's getting quite restricted. Okay. Am I yet at a point where I want to be writing in the options for this? I guess I do, because I now only have a pair here, right? In particular, one of them is 8. No, neither of them are 8. Don't listen to Zeta. These are a 2 and a something. 2 and a 5. Okay, these are a 2 and a 5. And so if this is a 2 or a 5, this is either a 4 or a 7. That's the point. Okay. So we've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this row, all taken care of. So I know that this cell is a 6, 7, or 8, just for posterity. Let's see. J is looking at row 7, column 5. Oh, and where it goes in box 2, namely it goes there. Unfortunately, that only tells me it's not a 9, I think. But yeah, we could mark that. We'll we'll mark that in gold. So this is 6, 7, or 8. Unfortunately, I think this could just barely eke out being 2, because otherwise it would have to go there. So now where does gold go in column 7 is Jay's question, because gold's already in green. And so gold either shows up on this arrow. No, it can't. So gold, this just doesn't have any values in common with gold. Gold's already in green. This sees a gold in the row. This sees a gold in the row. Gold isn't 9, so gold is here. And so we have learned that gold is 8. Thank you, Jay. That was a really good spot. And so now, because this box needed a 6, that's where the 6 goes. We can remove the golds. Oops. Or we can add extra golds. Take your pick. Okay. So that was cool. So now we can ask where gold goes in this box. I guess it only goes in one of these 2 spots. Let's actually do better things first. This 8 sees this 7. So those are not 7. Those are a 5-8 pair. These are a 2, 3, 4, 7 sort of constellation. So if this is a 2, it actually has a pretty profound impact over up here. Because if this is a 2, it means the 2 in blue needs to show up here. We already know there's a 2 in these 2 boxes up here. That would mean there is no 2 on this arrow, which would immediately make this an 8. So if this is a 2, 7, it forces this to be an 8 with a 1, 3, 4, which is a strong connection to have. Let's see. If this is, okay, so Chad is looking at what if this is 4, 5? So then I have to put a 4 and a 5 over here. So I guess we want to fill in that we know that this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got room for 1 low digit down here still. And we've got room for a low digit here. Ah, 6 is in the 36 cage in this column. Because this is Admiral Malcor's point. 6 is in green in this column, so 6 is not here, and it's not in any of these spots either, so 6 is there. So this is not a 6. I think there's just too many entry. I think there's 1 too many spots the 4 and the 5 could hide for that argument to quite work, but I like the way you're thinking about it. That was a very good spot, Malcor. Let's see. Okay, if this is a 4, 5. Sorry, I still need to understand this 4. I think Garian's point depends on this 4-5 point. So, okay, so we're pushing further. If this 4-5 is here, then or if this is a 4-5, I need to put 4-5 in these cells. Only one of them goes here, so this becomes the 4-5. Oh, it's the 3. The 3 is the point, right. If this is a 4-5, that's a 3. That's the point I was missing. So if this is 4-5, that's a 3, and now I need to put 3, 4, and 5 in here. They need to go here, but now that is too many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s. Okay, excellent, Isabella. That was very well spotted. I apologize for not seeing that. So there we go. So we've got all of that goes in. So there is a 2 over here. And now that means the 2s in these 2 boxes are gone. There's a 2 there, and there's a 2 up there. So there's no 2 on this arrow. That means this arrow's an 8. Means this arrow's an 8. Which means it is 1, 3, 4. Okay, so the just to go over chat's point. Chat's point is green 7 in box 2 is in one of these 2 cells. So 7 in column 7 is actually here. I think that's what Garian was trying to help me see this other point. Uh-oh. Oh, well, we're going to have to do it again because I somehow screwed up my my thing. Okay. So 7, 2, 8, 1, 3, 4. So there is a 7 in one of these 2 cells. There is a 2 in one of these 3 cells. So that one's not a 2 in particular. Uh-oh, YouTube is being bad. This 7, this is a very sophisticated point, tells me that this is a 6. So that's a 7 and a 6. So now the 6 in this box is up here. The 2 in row 2 is only in one of these 2 spots, for whatever that's worth. This 2 has made this a 5, speaking of fancy points. So now... Oh, maybe that doesn't do anything. Okay. 6 in box 1. 6 in box 1 is in one of these 2 cells, Jay is pointing out. So now we ask about 6 over here, and it can only go there. Good spot. So these cells, let's fill in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is, this is a 1, 3, 4, or 5. Sadly, I don't think I have a better approximation of that than that. And then 6 in box 1 now actually is placed here because 6 can't repeat in green. good spot to SPQ. So one of these is a 6. This isn't a 6, I can report. Right, so we can pinken this cell and say that pink definitely goes here, Martin points out. So this is 1, 3, 4, or 5. Unfortunately, I don't think we actually know anything that this cannot be out of 1, 3, 4, and 5, which is very unfortunate. The 8 in box 1 looks down. Ah, yes, the 8 does sort out that that's a 5 and an 8. Puts an 8 over in one of these two cells. Purple can't be 3 or 5 because of the arrow in row 1. Ah, so purple needs to show up in yellow, and purple and yellow now shows up in what, actually, purple in row 1, sorry, purple and yellow shows up over here. And so if purple also showed up on... Wait, maybe I can't quite... Oh, because the arrow in row 1. Sorry, I was thinking it was because of this arrow. Right. Sorry, here is a much easier understanding. Sorry, I was trying to do something very complicated, but chat's point is much simpler. I think this is Jaleb's point. Purple sees both of these digits. So purple sees a 3-5 pair, so purple's definitely not 3 or 5. Purple's only 1 or 4. So purple does show up on this arrow, for whatever that's worth. So I guess that means I should ask where purple is going to go in this box. I guess it's going there or there. Maybe that's not exciting at all. It's possible. 5 in row 6 goes in one of these two cells, just because if I pencil mark this whole this whole row, I'm missing a 1, go to 2, I need a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 5 or a 1, though, so that's a 3 or a 4. And so the 5 in the row is in one of these two cells, which aligns with the 5 down here, means that the 5 in box 2 has to be in this column, so that's the only place it can be. Which, if I believe my pencil marks now, means that's a 7. That's a 3. That's a 5. These aren't 3, so that is 3. One of these two is purple. This 1-4 pair means that's a 2 and a 1. That 3 looks down the column at these cells. That 1 does nothing. That 3 looks down the column at that cell. Now where does 2 go in green? 2 in green now has to go here. I missed. Okay, so that 2 looks down and makes that a 4, which makes purple 1, which lets me 1 all of those cells. So those are not 1 or 5. They are 3 and 4. These aren't 1. Let's see. These are a 4-7 pair. The 1 here looks down. And Jessica points out the 1 here looks down at the 5 and the 1. The 1 looks up at the 4. At the 4 and the 1. 4 looks down and says this isn't a 4 and this isn't a 4. This isn't a 2 because of the column. This isn't a 1. So now that's a 2-5 pair. So that's a 1. So this is a 3 or a 4. So this is... Oh, but it's not a 4. It's not a 3. So this is a 4. And a 7 and a 4. And a 3 and a 4. And a 3. And a 5 and a 4. This isn't a 4 anymore. This digit I probably know what it is. It's a 2. Oops, it's not a 2. Try again. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 5. Let's try that. So that's a 2 and a 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 7. Let's see. This column needs a 2 and something else. 2 and an 8. So these are a 2-8 pair. This column needs a 3 and a 3 and an 8. That 4, I see, has done damage. I did not realize when I placed it. That 4 gives me the 3 and the 2, makes that a 3 and that a 4, so we can get rid of those. So these are not 3 anymore. That's a 2-7 pair, makes that a 4. That 7 looking down makes that a 2 and a 7. This column still needs a 2, which is going to go there. It gives me the 8 and the 2. That 8 gives me the 3 and the 8. This row is missing a 4, which has to go here. A 6, which could be anywhere on Earth. And a 7, which could be a 7 which goes there. So that's the 6. This box is missing a 5 and a 7, so it goes like that. This column, 4 or 5, is a 6 that is missing, and so the box now is missing only the bet cell, which is a 3. Congratulations, Bremster. That was a very fun puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. I always enjoy puzzles with these crazy cages that are like giant cages shaped like this, because they provide this really interesting form of communication across the grid. And I was really tickled when I realized that if this was a 2, it was going to force this arrow to be an 8, 1, 3, 4. Because this is a sort of deduction you don't get very often, but in this instance, that's how it worked out. And then as soon as we knew this was a 2, then everything sort of fell apart around that. It was very fun. Alrighty, let me take a quick break, and then I will come back and I will do another puzzle. Yeah, the big cage puzzles. I really enjoy big cage puzzles. Hey, Chili, welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. Hopefully the timing works out well, and you came back at a good time, because we're about to dig into a puzzle from a favorite setter of mine who doesn't set a lot of Sudoku anymore, but we have a Tyrgannus puzzle, so it's exciting to get to do a Tyrgannus puzzle. So let's do some Tyrgannus puzzles. So rules here. We have normal Sudoku, we have an arrow. So the digit in the circle is the sum of the digits along the line. In this case, by the way, I should specify this arrow goes two directions. Both these digits and these digits sum to the digit in the circle here. And white dots mean the digits that are on either side of the white dot are consecutive. So I could do something like 3, 4, 5, 6. Not all white dots are necessarily given. So that is it. That's all we get. So let's go ahead and start in our usual arrowy way of noting that all of these have to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. First deduction. That one's not a 9, because if it was a 9, I would need to put 2 8s. But as soon as this isn't a 9, then there's definitely a 1 along this arrow. Okay, so we're already off to a cool combination. Hey, Tyrgannus, welcome. I was just saying how much I like your puzzles. So now, by our slightly more subtle arrow logic trick, the yellow cells here need to sum to at least 15, because it's at least 5 different digits. So since this is 6, 7, or 8, this needs to be at least 7, right? Yeah, this is 7, 8, or 9 always. So we have, oops, I meant to unyellow that. So what I was noticing when I started this was if this is 6, then this is 1, 2, 3, and then this has to be 7, 8, 9 exactly. Oh, bet cell. Do you have a good suggestion for a bet cell, Tyrgannus? I'll just pick one if you don't, but if you have one that you're fond of, I will indulge. Any empty cell in box 9. Let's see. I will make your bet cell green. We'll go with that one. Okay. Judith has a beautiful point, which is that... Isabella has the beautiful point, which is, I think, the same as Judith's point, which is that what if this is a 7? So I did what happens if it's a 6. What happens if it's a 7? Well, then this is a 1, 2, 4 in some order. And now what digits do I have to fill this in from? Well, I could use a 3, except I can't possibly use a 3. And then I could use a 5 and a 6, except I can't do that. And I could use an 8 and a 9, except I can't do that. So all of that is nonsense. So that can't be a 7, and that can't be a 7. So what if it's an 8? What happens? If it's an 8... 8, 1, 3, 4. Okay, so let's examine the two possibilities. So we have 8, 1, 3, 4 strands. If 8, couldn't I do 8, 1, 3, 4 with 5, 6, 7? I think I could. So I think 8 is okay. Let's see. Row 7, column 7, also not 7. Let's see. If this is a 7, this is a 1, 2, 4, and this would have to be 1, 2, or 4. And so it couldn't be 1 or 2, because the 1 and 2 would require the others. And if this was 4, it would go 4, 5, 6, 7, and break. So yeah, so this cannot be a 7. That's very cute. If this were a 6, actually, this has to be a 3, 4, 5, 6. It breaks in the same way. This is a 6, that has to be the 3, and then we end up putting a 6 there as well. So this is only an 8 or a 9. And so this had better be a 4 or a 5, right? Yeah, this has got to be a 4 or a 5 now, because if I think about ways to make... Oh, it could be a... No, it can't be a 6. This has got to be a 4 or a 5. Because if I think about it, I'm going to use 2 of 1, 2, 3. So if I'm making 8 or 9, I'm going to use 2 of 1, 2, 3. I can't use any of those here, right? If I use any of 1, 2, 3 there, then I'm going to need 4 and 5 and 6. What about 1, 2, 6? Could I do 2 here? 3, 4, 5. Ah, I could. You're right. Nordy is right. I could do 2, 3, 4, 5, and then put the 1 and the 6 over here. So I'm not quite right. There is a combination where this works. Unfortunate, but it's true. I kind of want to ask about things like, where is 9 in this row? Because I'm realizing 9 in this row is being quite restricted. Because 9 can't go on the arrow and can't go on these dots in the middle. And can't go on that arrow either. Can't go in the middle there. Can't go on that arrow. So 9's only in 3 places here. If this were a 9, this would go 9, 8, 7. That would force this to be a 6. If this were a 9, this would be 9, 8, 7. Which I wanted to break this, but I don't think it does. I don't know. Let's see, where's row 7, column 4? In box 3, right? So so this digit, or for that matter, this digit, they're both over here in this box. I don't know that tells me a lot, other than that there's biggish digits on here, but I think I already knew there were biggish digits on here. The biggest digit on here is at least a 7. Then they can't be 6 and 9. It's a good point. Right. So Jay has an excellent point. If this is 6 and 9, then I would need to put 6 and 9 on here, and I can't. Those are too far apart. And the only way, because remember these 5 cells sum to at least 15, the only way that this is ever a 6 is if this is a 9. So this just can't be a 6. So now there are 2 digits from 7, 8, 9 on here, and so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, is the point. That is really cool. I like that a lot. Interestingly, this digit also goes up here, because this digit is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. That's certainly not going on this arrow. So this 6, 7, 8, or 9 also goes up here. So these 3 are consecutive. Got it. Okay, so Isabella has a very good point, which is that this digit we just argued is up there. Where is it in box 5? Well, it can only go there. So this digit needs to go exactly here. So let's make those purple, just so we don't lose track of them. I do like tzatziki sauce. I could go with some tzatziki sauce. Yeah, so there's always a 7 and an 8 in here, and there's always an 8 here. Okay, so what happens if pink is 7? If pink is 7, then this goes 7, 8, 9. Oh, the row 4 dot always has an 8. Right, there's always an 8 there. because of just the numbers involved here. There needs to be an even. The only even available is 8. Means that's not an 8. It's a 6 or a 9. So yeah, 7, 8, 9 seems fine. 7, 8, 9. 7 plus 8 is 15. Okay, Jay has done the thing I did not want to do, which is to realize that this digit also goes up here, because this digit's only 1 away from this, so I cannot put it on the arrow. So this digit also goes there. And so if this digit also goes up here, that means these two digits are the same. Okay, Jay saved me from having to think about that. So now that means that this is only a 7 or 8, because it's, of course, the same as that. This can't be an 8, because then this would have to go 8, 7, 6, or something. Yeah, this would have to get... If this is an 8, then that's a 7. That's not going to work. If pink is 7, the sum of the arrows is 15, Nordy. Isn't the sum of the arrows being 15 okay? Good point from Tallcat, which is that the sum of these is at most 17. And so there's always a... Nordy, it's not purple plus purple. It's green plus purple. So Tallcat's point is, because the minimum is 15 and the maximum is 17, I only have 2 degrees of freedom. So there's always a 1, 2, and a 3 in these 5 cells. So this is a 4 or a 5. No problem, Nordy. I was just like, am I missing something? I feel like this is or a 6, yes, or a 6. But the point is, every length 3 arrow has 2, 1, 2, 3. So I don't think that matters at all. I think the thing that matters is that these are from 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these must be the other... No, I could sneak a 7 in here. No, I can sneak a 7 in there, or 7 in there. Okay. The white dots would be 6, 8, 9. There is a 7 in the 3-cell sequence. And the 3-cell sequence sees every one of these, right? So there is no 7 in these cells, or higher. So that means that... Yes, so that's the point. Okay, so 7, 8, and 9 are all forbidden from these. 8 and 9 are too big. 7 would be fine, except that, well, I could never put a 7 up here, but I know there's definitely a 7 in here. No matter what this digit is, it always causes there to be a 7. So the 7, I can't put 7 in either of those. So 7, 8, and 9 in this column are in these places. That's the 7, 8, and 9 in the column. Okay, so that's the point. So in particular, in this row, one of these two is a 7. So that's not a 7. So this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4, I suppose. Just looking at that. Looking at the white dot there. Ah! Oh, maybe not quite. So this can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. Oh, wait, it could be 6. Never mind. This being 6 annoys me. I would like this to not be 6. So this is so dangerously close to actually doing something. I know one of these two is 8, but I don't... Or, sorry, one of these two is green, but I don't know which one. But yeah, where am I supposed to do this? 6 in column 5. So 6 in column 5 is never there. 6 in column 5 goes in one of those 3 places. Let's see. I'm looking at, like, also, like, this option and seeing if this somehow screws up something over here, but I if it does, I don't see it. Am I supposed to be combining these? No, that's not possible. Let's see. Anti-Knight claims row 5, column 4 can't be a 6. Since purple will be 8. Ah, well spotted. If this is a 6, I can't put a 6 in column 5. That's really smart, actually. If this is a 6, then now purple is 8. Oh, wait, no, this isn't purple. This could be a 9 still. In fact, this probably would be a 9 in that instance. So never mind. Where's row 7, column 7 in box 6? So certainly not along its own arrow. Certainly not adjacent to a digit on its arrow. So the answer is it's in one of these 2 spots. I don't think I know where yet. It looks like I'm going to know where when I know one more thing about this triple, but I'm not quite there yet, I don't think. This trio of dots is also notable. Yeah, this something obviously something sus is going on with the 7, 8, 9s. But I have not yet understood what the thing is that is going on. Oh, well, here's an easy point. These two are the same. Let's do that. Let's make the... Oh, I guess the problem is I don't know if yellow is green. Because these two are the same, but they might well be green. Is there some way I could know that yellow and green are the same or are not the same? That would be very good to know. But I don't think there is. Yeah, at least one of yellow and green has to go on the dots in box 4, Isabella's pointing out, because I can't put a 7, 8, or 9 on an arrow that adds up to 9. So these two can't go in any of those cells, so maybe one of them goes here, then one of them goes here no matter what. Doesn't that mean this can't be a 6? No, it could be a 6 with all of 7, 8, 9 on these dots. Let's see, Chester says if row 5 column 4 is 6, the arrows in column 5 break. Well, if this is a 6, these are just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple. And then that's a 6, and this is a 9. Yeah, this giant string of bunch of pairs of dots is very very notable. I like to think I have good taste, Naverio. So yeah, this digit is the same as this digit, but that doesn't seem to do any good for me. This digit's over here, so it's up here somewhere. Okay, if purple is 9, where is 6 in column 5? So if purple is 9, green is 8. So probably here. 2, 6. This string of 4 dots is still very suspicious to me. I kind of want to pencil mark Isabella's point over here, but it's just not clear to me what it's going to do for me. Okay, so that is a good point. So where does 9 go in column 2? Not on an arrow, not in a row with a 7, 8, 9 triple. This is Anti-Knight's point, by the way. So not in the middle of a string of crappy dots. So one of these is a 9, 8, 7. It's not this one, because then that would put an 8, 7 here and would break that cell. So one of these two cells is a 9. And so this could be 9, 8, 7, or this could be 9, 8, 7. But my question then is, so then where's 7 in this column? Because I think there's a very similar problem with 7 in this column. 7 can't go in a length 3 arrow. It can't go in a row with a 7 triple. So 7 is also on one of these dots. So these dots actually include 7, 8, and 9. And hence also include 6, because the 8 and 9 are on one pair of these dots. And so the 6, 7, 8, and 9 in this column are all wrapped up in these white dots. Is there a problem with these being 6, 7 in one of these boxes with the arrow? I don't think so. But it is sure interesting. Yeah, and I guess the 7 actually has to be at the bottom. So these cells, because the 7 has to be at the bottom. Oh no, I don't think that's quite true. No, I think I'm lying. One of these two is 9, though. That's the fact that one of these two is 9 seems really noteworthy. We are mathematicians. We look down at our feet. It is our form of sociality. Okay, so Tallcat says if this is 9, it breaks box 6. This is 9, then this is 8, 7. So now 9, 8, and 7 have to go into this box somewhere. And they can't go. That's not a 9, 8, 7 ever. So now if I put 9, 8, 7 into this box now, I have to put 9, 8, 7 here in these 5 cells. This can't be a 9, 8, 7 either, because it's on the arrow. So I have to put 9, 8, 7 in these cells, which means one of these is at least a 6, means this is at least a 5. I still feel like I have to do cases to argue that this doesn't work. One of 7, 8, 9 has to be on the dots. Okay, right. So one of 7, 8, 9 needs to be on the dots. But it doesn't. A 7, 8, 9 doesn't need a 7, 8, 9 on either side. A 7 can have a 6 on the other side. But I do think I like Admiral Malcor's idea better. Instead of thinking about 7, 8, and 9, just to ask where 8 and 9 go in this box. I think we can probably rule 8 and 9 out of all of those cells. Just immediately, 8 and 9 can't go in any of these places. And if I put an 8 or 9 here, then... well, if I put a 9 here, I immediately break. And if I put an 8 here, I would need to go 7 up here, and then 9 here, and then we break. So, in fact, I like Admiral Malcor's point that this is an 8-9 pair. Which is, I think... So now there's an 8 on this dot. Somewhere. And so, well, I can't row 4, column 9, because there's a 7. Oh, crap. No, you're right. Sorry, this can be 9. I thought I had a triple in the row, but I don't have a triple in the row. Right. Somehow in my brain I had moved over to having a 7, 8, 9, but no, this can be an 8 or a 9. But it is true that there's an 8 down here. 8 can only go down here. And so it is true that there's an 8 on this dot. That's true, I believe. And so if there's an 8 on this dot, these things are from 7, 8, 9. Of course, this one's not the 9 in any event. So I do know that there has to be a 7 in one of these. Because 6 and 8 aren't next to each other. I'm not saying that this can't be 6. This could be 6. But I'm saying one of these two is an 8. And so this is an 8 with an odd number that goes next to 8. And so Chili's point is, so just fill in the next cell, which is 6, 7, 8, 9. And so now you've got a quad, which is appreciated. No 8. Yeah, no 8 in the last dot. Good point. Hey, Amphiria, welcome. Please remember to like the stream if you have not, by the way. I appreciate all of the stream likes. Okay, so what about 7 in box 6? 7 in column 2 went with 6 above it. So, right, 7 in column 2 goes with a 6 above it. That's true. Or, sorry, a 6 next to it. So, because remember, we know there's an 8, 9 in these, in this pair. So there's an 8, 9, so there's a 7 in this column somewhere. The 7 always goes with a 6. So this is never a 7, is the point. Because we know the 7 goes with a 6. This could be a 7 going with a 6. That would be fine. So this is either 6, 7, 8, or it is 9, 8, 7. 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7. So this is never a 9, is the point. Which gives us a 7, 8 pair. So that 7, 8 pair means that this isn't a 7. Oops. Okay, if that's not a 7, does that do anything? So this is now either 6, 7, 8, or 9, 8, 7. So this is never a 9. So that's a 7, 8 pair. So purple is not 9. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because they sum to 15. The sum of these cells in this column. And the 1 isn't here. Which means that this is a 6. And we get to have our first, we get to have our digit dance. Because now we have a 6. Woohoo! Which is also going to give us more digits. Hooray! But first, we have a 6y dance from our star, Zach. Thank you, Zach, for that lovely 6y dance. So now that 6 on this arrow makes this a 9, makes these a 1, 2, makes this not a 9, makes it green, makes this a 9, makes this not a 4 or a 1, 2, so it is a 3 now, just out of the absence of 1 and 2 and 4 not being next to them. So these are a 4, 5 pair. Let's see. I'm glad I did not lose hope. So 7 needs to go here, and 7 certainly can't go there. So 7 joins its friend the 8, and this becomes a 7, 8 pair. And now I just need to ask where 9 goes in this box, given it definitely doesn't go next to an 8. And so 9 in this box now goes here, which now gives us a 6 and a 9, and this is now a 1, 2, 3. That's not a oops. Sorry, it's not a 6. Also, 9 is next to 8 and 7 in that order, not the other order. These are a 4, 5. I sense I'm going to be coloring 4, 5 sooner rather than later, but we'll see. We'll see how much self-control I am able to exercise. 9 now goes in one of these two spots. Who knows which? I don't know which direction purple goes just yet. Let's see. So what can this be? I think is the... I think I now just have to ask myself, what could this possibly be? So, could this be 1, 3, 5? No. Then I have eaten every odd number, and I cannot put any odd numbers on these. Can this be 2, 3, 4? No, because then I have to put a 1 somewhere, and that's not going to work. So this has to be 1, 2, 6. That's the only way that this is going to work. That's not the 6. At the very least. And so if that's 1, 2, 6, I either am going to have 5, 4, 3, 2. That's one option. Oops, sorry. 5, 4, 3, 2. Or I am going to have a 6 and then 5, 4, 3. I think those are the options. So I think this is always a 3-5 pair. I think this is always a 2 or a 6. I think it's never a 1. And then I think this digit's always a 4. I think that's right. If someone thinks that's wrong, let me know. Okay, so the 9 up here now is going to be up here somewhere. The 9's not there. So the 9 is either here, in which case it would go 9, 8, 7, 6. Ah, that doesn't work. Right. 9 up here. 9 can't go there. It would require 2 8s. 9 can't go here either, because then this would go 8, 7 and break green. So 9 actually goes here in this box. So this is not a 9. So 9 now ruled out of all of those cells. 9 can't go here either, because then it would put an 8 there. So 9 in this box, actually, we've now ruled only into those cells. So that's not a 9 either. So these are 6, 7, 8, fascinatingly enough. So there's definitely a 9 living over here. That 9 over there makes this a 6. Means this is not a 6. Now that's a 1, 2 pair. So that's a 6, 5, 4, 3. That 3 looks over here and makes that not a 3. That's a 1, 2 pair. So this is a 4, 5 to finish off the row. That's a 4, 5 pair in the column. So we've got 6, 7, 8. And we've got 4, 5. So we're missing a 1, a 2, and a 9. So the 9 goes there. The 1, 2, oops, sorry, the 1 or 2 goes here. All right. So now it's probably a good time to start filling in dots. So 3 goes next to 2. Oops. 6 goes next to 7. That 2 makes that a 1. Let's see. It's not a 1. Okay, so this cannot be a 2 either. Neither of these can be a 2 because the 6 is gone. As soon as that's a 3, 5, this is also a 3, 5 in order to make 8. So therefore that's a 4. That's a 2. So that's a 3. It's a 5 and a 3. Not a 3. That 5 looks over and gives us a 4 and a 5. That 3, 5 looks up here, tells me those aren't 3 and 5, which I suppose I also would have known if I just wrote in the the 7 arrow, but whatever. That 4 looks down here and gives me a 5 and a 4. 6, 7, 8 always has a 7 in the middle. So these are not 7. These digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 5, and 9. This one's not a 9. And the 9 in this row is up here. So in fact, that's a 9. Let's see. Okay, do I have all the 9s placed? Not quite. Yeah, I just know 9 is in one of those two places, but that's not very exciting. Okay. 8 is... Oh, not necessarily. I could put an 8 there. Never mind. I'm confident that we can figure out something to do from here. Probably involves coloring 1-2s. Maybe not, actually. I don't like the way that 1-2s are set up. I don't think they're set up well for coloring. I know that 8-9 is in one of these two cells, for whatever it's worth. Okay, being pointed out, there's no 1 over on this thing, because if there was a 1 anywhere on this, it would immediately break the 1-2. Sadly, that doesn't tell me where the 1 goes. Let's see. None of these can be 8 either. So maybe I should just start counting down. So 1 and 8 are immediately out. 2 can't be in any of these. What about this? 2, 3, 4, 5 does not work. 2 certainly is not in the middle because I don't have 1s. 2, 3, 4, 5. Annoyingly, 2 could go exactly there. Good point. This is a length 4 Renbon that doesn't have a 1 or a 9 on it, and so it needs to have a 5. That's a good point. So there's always a 5 over here. This is Kurabon's point. And so these are from 4, 5, 6 for sure. Don't know if it does anything, but it's true. There's a 5 over here somewhere. I need to put an 8 in row 2, I am being told. Let's see. Not there, not there, not there, not there, not there, not there, not there. 8 in row 2 goes here. Beautiful spot there to Malkor. So the 8, so the 7 and the 8. Gives me an 8 down here somewhere. This is not a 6, I agree, because if this was a 6, that would be a 5, and that would be a 7, and there's already a 7 in the row. Interestingly, if this is an 8, this is a 3, 5, because I need a 3 or a 5 in order to make 8, and there's a 3, 5 in this column, so the 3, 5 would go there on the arrow if this was an 8. Okay, where are 7, 8, 9 in column 3? This is a question from SPQ. They're not there. They're not there. They're not on this arrow. So 7, 8, 9 are a hidden triple in column 3. So these are always 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. Now that seems awesome. And maybe does absolutely nothing. Which is tragic. But what are you going to do? Okay. So where are 4 and 6 in column 3? 4 and 6 in column 3. Only one of them can go up here. So if we think specifically where are 4 and 6 in column 3, we have to distribute them across these 3 cells, but we can't put them both here. So this is always a 4 or a 6. And one of these is a 4 or a 6. And as soon as one of these is a 4 or a 6, that tells me that this is a 1, 2, or 3. Okay, so 7 in box 3. The point is it's across the top. Yeah, I guess that's true. 7 in box 3 is across the top. So that means that's not a 7. Which means we have an 8-9 pair in the row, which means that's a 6, and that's an 8. So this column now needs a 1 and a 2. We've got 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6. Then we've got a 7, 8, 9. This is not a 1 or a 2. It is a 5 or a 6. This is not a 6. That's not a 6 either. 7, 6, 5, 4. Ah, right, because this can't be a 6. Okay, so this is not actually a 7. So 7's actually placed there. So 7 joins its friend, the 8, down here. This is a 7, 8 pair. So now there's definitely a 7 on this dot, and it can only go here. So that's a 7. And we know that above the 7 goes a 6. I guess I didn't really need to know that because there was an 8 already in the column. So that's a 4. So that's a 5. 3, 2. So we're suddenly getting lots of mileage out of our work. So this is not a 4. Sorry, not a 4. This is the other 1, 2. It's a 1, 2 pair in the column. This is a 3, because there's a 5 in the row. That's a 5. This is not a 5. This is not a 5 either. Oh, this isn't a 2 either. And this is not a 1, 2, or 5, so that's a 6. So that's a 5. That's a 2. That 2 looks down and gives me 1 and 2, gives me 2 and 1, gives me 2 and 3. So 2 plus 3, if I were making 8, I would need a second 3. That's not going to work, so I'm making 9, and I need a 4. That's an 8. That's a 7 and a 9. That's a 6. This is a 1. This is a 2, a 1, and a 4. This digit is a naked single. 2, 3. It's a 4. These digits are a 2, a 3. The 2 goes there. The 3 goes there, so that goes 4, 5. 6, 7, and an 8 that goes there, giving me the 7 and the 8. This is a 1. This is a 3. This is a 1. And the bet cell for 5 is a 6. Congratulations if you bet 6. And that was a really cool puzzle. Congratulations, Infurio. You have won the bet cell. Is this your first bet cell win? This feels really unique among puzzles I have done. I really enjoyed that. There was lots of neat stuff, and I think ultimately, if we had the strength of will to not succumb to doing any chains, I think we didn't have to do any chains in order to do this. I acknowledge that there were chains that people saw that would have made this solve quicker, but I think we ended up having a very clean solve where we never did anything untoward in the solve. Very cool puzzle. I liked the discovery of the 789 triple in this box. It's very, very nice. Yeah, just very fun puzzle. I liked that a lot. And it unwound a lot at the end. But yeah, there was definitely a lot of sort of like figuring out the pieces bit by bit, which I really enjoy when you sort of are able to deduce some, but not all of the things about the various pieces. This puzzle did a very good job of letting you figure out one little piece at a time. And I like the figure out one little piece at a time kind of puzzles. Well, thank you for setting that, Tyrgannus. Let me know, by the way, if you post more puzzles. I look out for puzzles, but I do not see many Sudoku puzzles by you. But I know you're doing lots of gap puzzles nowadays, so probably that is why. But yes, this was great. I greatly enjoyed that. Alrighty, let me take a short break, and we'll be back with another puzzle that I will find somewhere. I have found another puzzle somewhere. Next up, we have the puzzle Osaka by Florian Wortmann, which is assuredly a tribute to the series by ICHTUES, which we've done some of, with killers and diagonals, where they all have names of cities. Now, I'm told that the other day it was explained why a puzzle that is a killer with a diagonal always has the name of a city, but I am not in on the joke as to why a killer puzzle always has the name of a city. But anyway, there's lots of fun coloring to do that I can see right off the bat. But again, remember, we have the sum of the digits in the corner, and we aren't allowed to repeat digits. And we also aren't allowed to repeat digits on this blue diagonal. So I see a few gimmies right away. I am going to turn on the killer calculator, although I kind of think by looking at this we might never use it, but I am going to turn it on anyway. Killer calculator, maybe I can find it. Is it in here? Why do I not see it? Did they take away the option to do killer calculator? Am I not seeing it somehow? The second option under it. Ah, there we go. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so the point is, hey, Florian, how are you? I see that I get to color here, so I'm already excited. Yeah, I'm quite dyslexic, so in real time scanning blocks of text is very, very unpleasant for me. But the thing I wanted to do right away is to note, where does yellow go in box 1? And so yellow in box 1 only has those two spots to go, which is the cool thing I noted immediately when I saw this, saw the grid. And we can do exactly the same thing down here, although note that I don't think I know if purple and yellow are the same. I mean, the numbers don't bother me. It's only the, I should put a bet cell, by the way. I'm going to make this the bet cell unless someone objects. I'm told 34 is also only has one option. So 34 is, yeah, the maximum of 5 would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So in order to get to 34, you've got to do that. I would not have seen that, but you're completely right that the 34 gets pencil marked just as well. So this is a 7-cell 38 cage, so it's missing 2 digits that sum to 7. And this is missing 2 digits that sum to 13. Yeah, yellow in this box goes in one of these cells, and purple in this box goes in one of these cells. So yellow and purple certainly can't be the same. Smart point from Tyrgannus that we've not pencil marked a 5 anywhere in this box yet. And so the 5 in this box goes on this diagonal, which is very relevant, possibly maybe, because it may allow us to rule 5 out of these cells. 18 and 19 are very small to both be sort of kissing like this, but what can you do? That's a good point. Okay, so Isabella has more coloring. Which is, if I make these cells blue, I can also ask where blue goes in here. And the answer is blue goes exactly there. And so I can do a similar thing. I can make these orange, and then orange now goes exactly there. Now, I had to be very careful because my colors have some things in common. For sure. Yeah, so this digit we can place. This is Admiral Malcor's point. This digit is one of the orange digits, so it's not there. It's obviously not going to repeat in its own column. It can't repeat in its own cage. And so this digit, it can get rewarded with a circle. Those 2 digits are the same digit. And now I bet I can reverse engineer that here, because this digit is now going to be not there, not in the same cage. It's also going to be circle. And so now I can look at these, and that actually tells me it's not 1, 2, or 3, and it's not 7, 8, or 9. It is 4 or 6. So we have the circle digit is 4, 6. In particular, it's not 5. So we've narrowed the 5 down to 2 cells now. Which is sweet. So now the 4, 6 is in the 22 cage. In one of these 2 cells. This is a very unappealing list of options, I have to say. We're going to ignore that for now. But the 4, 6 is in there. Let's see. Are there more places we can play this game? Yes, it is in the 22 cage in box 5. I feel like if I was naming this puzzle, I would just call it the 22 cage in box 5, but I may be not good at naming killer puzzles. So 2 of these cells are yellow. I know that both of the yellow cells can't end up in here, right? Is that true? Or do I know that? What if these are both yellow? Is that a problem? Maybe that's not a problem. Yeah, I don't think it's immediately a problem. Okay, so I guess a thing to note is that one of these 2 cells has to be the other 4, 6. because both of these cages... Actually, wait. Yeah, both of these cages need a 4-6. Sorry, need both a 4 and a 6. That's the point. These both need a 4 and a 6. And so one of them is the black cell. Only one of them can go in this box, so one of these two is the other 4-6, unless they're both the other 4-6. Here's a good point. This cell... That's amazing. Mehdi points this out. This cell sees the black circle because it sees it there. And then it sees the entirety of the 16 cage and the entirety of the 34 cage, aside from the black circle, which it already sees. So this is not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So in fact, this digit is a 5. And we get to bring out our penguin for the famous 5 dance. Woo! 5 dance. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very festive today. I'm sorry you've had to do so many 5 dances. Okay, so 5 is not blue, I suppose we now know. Or sorry, 5 is not orange and 5 is not blue. So 5 is in one of these cells only, actually. And 5 is in one of these cells only. So there is a 5 in the 32 cage, and there's a 5 in the 38 cage. So, which tells me exactly what the 38 cage is, apparently. So just by pencil marking, 5 isn't orange, so 5 is in one of these 3 cells. But now the 38 cage, which remember is missing 2 digits that sum to 7, must be... Wait, is that really true? I feel like I misread that. No, I'm just... it's not that one, but I don't know which of these 2 it is. It's one of those 2. It definitely has a 2 in it, though. And so there's a 5 over here as well, and so this is not the one that doesn't have a 5. Okay. Naverio is encouraging me to ask where row 4, column 7 appears in column 9. Over there is the answer. So this digit is omitted from the 38 cage, is the point. So Navario's point is this digit, if I ask where it goes in column 9, I have no idea, but I know it goes in one of those cells. And so in particular, green sees every digit in the 38 cage. I'm going to get rid of these 5 corner marks because they overlap. Actually, there's a setting, isn't there? Isn't there like large digits? Oh, I have large digits on. I thought there was a setting to make it not do this thing where the corner marks overlap the totals. Anyway, green sees every cell in the 38 cage. So green is not any digit which appears in every 38 cage total. And so green is therefore, if I look at this, it's not 7, 8, or 9. So green is 4 or 6. So this is the XE 4 or 6. And then you could do exactly the same thing. Oh, it's turn large digits off. Sorry, I thought making things more legible corresponded to turning large digits on, but it's turning large digits off. Right, okay, thank you, Tallcat. At all. And so I bet exactly the same thing will happen if I don't need my green coloring anymore, by the way. If I make this green and say, okay, this goes up here, and so this now sees the entirety of the 32 cage, and so it cannot be any digit that is in every version of the 32 cage, which includes 1, 2, and 3, so this is not 1, 2, or 3. Oops. Ah! It is 4 or 6. So this is the XE 4 or 6. Okay. Okay, so that means there are no 4 6s here. Oops. No 4 6s here. which means that XE46 is here. In this box. So we've placed the exiest 46 there. So now 4 and 6 in box 5, as Chad is pointing out, 4 and 6 in box 5 only go here, which means that these two digits sum to 12. So without being 5, 7 or 4, 8, so they must be 3, 9, right? 3, 9, I think, is the only way to make these things sum to 12. And so now, out of nowhere, we can pencil mark the entire diagonal. Let's see. So what is left in the diagonal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the answer. 1, 2, 7, 8. Okay. So I was kind of inclined to feel like we should look at this 19 and 18 cage. So the 19 and 18 cages each need a 1 and a 2, it looks like. And so if they each need a 1 and a 2, well, that just tells me there's a digit, 1 or 2, that is in both of these. Because whichever of 1 and 2 is down here, 19 doesn't need a 2. Did I misread it? Oh, I misread it. Oh, thank you. Never mind. So ignore what I said then. 19 does not need a 2. Okay. Oh, where does 9 go in box 7? I can't put a 9. That's genius. Okay, I cannot put a 9 in an 18 cage. Because the other 4 digits will sum to at least 10. So I have to put a 9 in here, which means that the contents of this cage are exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9. These aren't the 9s, of course. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. So how many 7/8s can I put in an 18 cage is the next question. I certainly can't put 2 7/8s in an 18 cage. And so I need to have at least... Actually, wait. Sorry, I don't think I'm asking the right question. I think I am incorrect about this. Kuraban has the much better question. Where are 5 and 6 in box 7? Namely, 5 and 6 are here. And so that tells me that I know the contents of this cage. It is a 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 cage. These aren't 5 or 6. These are from 1, 2, 4. So if I were to put the 1 and the 2 down here, that is, if I were to make this a 7 or an 8, I would need to put 1 and 2 in these. These would have to both be a 1-2 pair, which would put a 1-2 pair here, but I don't think that is a problem immediately. At least that I can see. How did I know these aren't the... Oh, right. There's just no 3 in this cage. So there is a 3 in... So the 3 in box 7, this is Ambrose's point. The 3 in box 7 is in this cage. So there's no 3 here. So these are both from 1, 2, 4, which is very interesting. Oh, right. I just don't have anywhere else to put a 7 or an 8. There is no 7, 8 in either of these places. So 7, 8 are on the diagonal here. So this is a 1 or a 2. Sorry, I was way overcomplicating this, as usual. Okay, so this is interesting, actually. I have a 1, a 2, and a 4, and a 9 cage. So I need to have a 4 here. If I don't have a 4 here, then this is a 1-2 pair, and this is at least 3, 4, 5. That's not going to work. So there is a 4 here, and so that's a 6 and a 4. None of these are 4, for what it's worth. These aren't 4, so these are a 1-2 pair, so these are not 1 and 2. So these are 4, 5, 6. I can get rid of the 5 and 6. So we've got a 4 down here. And so once I know that there's a 4 down here, the 9 cage isn't 2, 3, 4. And so the 9 cage has to have a 1. And so it's either 1, 2, 6 or 1, 3, 5. And so in particular, there's no 1 here. So this is a 2, 4. And so, well, that tells me this can't be 1, 2, 6. So now this is 1, 3, 5. That 2, 4 means these aren't 2, so these are 1, 3, 9. That means none of these are 1. This is gorgeous, by the way. I'm really enjoying this. These aren't 7, 8. Those 2s percolate up here, makes that a 1. That 1 bounces over here, places a 1 here. Get rid of a lot more corner marks, I think. In fact, actually, I can also get rid of some center marks, because these can't be 1 anymore, so now that's 1. I'm guessing our thing is going to be, our coloring is going to come into its own again. That 3, 9 looks up here and makes that a 5 and a 3. That 1 looks over and makes that a 2 and a 1. That is not a 2. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this is going pretty well, I feel like. So 3, 4, 5 is the minimum now, because I can't use a 1 or a 2, but I guess that's not super exciting. Oh, I can't use both 4 and 6, I'm seeing, because of the 4, 6 that look down. Okay, so I can use neither 1 nor 2, and I can't use both 4 and 6. But I still got lots of options for this this 18 cage. Garion has a good point. Where does 6 go in box 8? 6 is seen by that and by the 4, 6 pair, so that's a 6, which places a 6 there. Tells me there's no 6 in the 18 cage. Ruling out that one and that one. And I'm not allowed to have both 4 and 5 in the 18 cage, because only this cell can be 4 or 5, so it's not that one. And so through the magic of having a sum calculator, we now actually know this is a 3, 7, 8 cage. And if this is a 3, 7, 8 cage, then the remaining digits in here are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 5, 9. That's what's left. That one's not a 4 for sure, because there's a 4 over there. Sure. It's not as immediately useful as I thought it was going to be, but we can persevere. I believe in us. Let's see. The 6 in this box is interesting. Because if 6 is X, then it's there. If 6 is circle, then it's there. Interesting. Okay, don't tell anyone. but this is a 6. But I'm going to write it in the center just so it's a little secret. Don't tell any of the people who are waiting to see if they won their bet or not. They would be sad. Okay. So 6 up here goes either there or there. One of those is a 6. One of these is a 6. Where is 5 in box 5? Ah, very nice. Thank you, Tony. 5 in box 5. It goes in one of these cells, which sorts out that this is a 9. Means that these aren't 9. That 9 bounces over here and gives me a 3 and a 9. These are 7, 8, 9. Oops. That one's not a 9. That gives me a 7, 8, 9 triple in this column, for whatever it's worth. Oh, fascinating. Where is 4 in column 1, asks Malcor. And the 4 needs to join its friend the 6, so this is actually a 4-6 pair, which actually completely breaks the symmetry, because 4 in this row is over here somewhere. So this is a 2, 7, or 8. Okay, so let's first of all, let's say that that's the X, that's the circle, just so that we can keep up our whole hoodigi. So X doesn't appear in this at all. So in this cage, I'm missing 2 things that sum to 13. So I'm either missing 6, 7, or I am missing 4, 9. Do I have any way of knowing which it is I'm missing yet? I don't think so. Interesting, though. Okay, 38 cage, I'm missing 2 things that sum to 7. So I'm missing 1, 6, 2, 5, or 3, 4. Well, I know I'm not missing 2, 5. So I'm either missing 3, 4, or I am missing 1, 6. So I am missing one of the 4 and the 6. So the one I'm missing is X, right? X is the one that's missing. Circle needs to go down here. Interestingly, if circle is 6, it's here exactly. If circle is 4, it's here or here. Okay. Where does 1 go? Thank you, Directionary, for your modding duties. And thank you to all of you who graciously moderate the sometimes spicy chat around here. Okay, where is... Someone is asking about 1 in row 3. And I think the answer is one of these 2 cells only. Cage needs a 1, yes. Ah, right. This cage always has a 1, right. This cage is missing 2 things that sum to 13, so it always has a 1 in it. Okay, so the point is, let's see, where in here could be a 1, possibly? I think those are the spots that could be a 1. I don't know, that doesn't look appealing. What am I missing? So is the point that this can't be a 1? Yellow doesn't have a 1 in it. Right, yellow I know doesn't have a 1 in it, because yellow are these digits over here. Yellow has no 1. So there's no 1 there. And so the 1 is, the 1 is in one of these two cells, is the point. Okay, right. So let's see. Garion is suggesting I just pencil mark the yellow cells. So they're not 1. Could be 2. They're not 3. They're not 4. They could be 5. They're not 6. They could be 7, 8, or 9, I believe. Yeah, I think that's right. But yellow is definitely not 1. So the 1 in this cage only now can go over here. Right. They're not 2 because yellow is amongst these cells. Right. We have filled in lots of stuff. Thank you, Gary. So they are only from 5, 7, 8, 9. This one's not a 5. Or a 9. This one's only a 7 or an 8. But this one's only a 7 or an 8, and so that gives me a 2 on the diagonal. So that's not a 2. Let's see, where does row 3, column 8 go in the 38 cage? So all of these digits have to go into the 38 cage because they are from 7, 8, 9, and I'm only missing 2 digits that sum to 7. So I'm not missing the 7, 8, 9. Right, okay, so in the 38 cage, this can't go any of those places. It can't go there because it's not purple. And so the point is it goes in orange. And so it goes there exactly. And so we can award these two a color. They can be the red 7, 8, 9. So I can, I think, do the same thing almost with this cell. It needs to go in yellow, or it needs to go in the 32 cage, but it's not in yellow, so it is in blue, so it goes there. And so this cell is the same as this cell. Green is not a good option. Make it yellow. So these are the same. Okay. Let's see, so this is a 2 or a 3. Okay, so look at where 2 goes in row 4. Yeah, 2 in row 4 is just placed. So 2 in row 4 goes here. This is the last 7, 8, 9 for the row, and it's not a 9, so this is a 7 or an 8. This 2 looks up here. So the question is, where does 2 go in this column now? And so 2 in this column can't go there. It's not pencil marked in any of those places, so the point is gold is 2. Why I did orange circles and not orange X's, the world will never know. So one of these two is a 2. I don't know which one. See, 3 in box 1. Ah, yes, 3 in box 1. All right, 3 in box 1 is bullied into these cells. So these are a 1-3 pair. Row 5, column 8 has to be from 7, 8, 9. Let's see, Tallcat says row 3, column 2. Unknown. Let's see. All right, okay. This is orange, so, okay, this is Isabella's point. This is orange, so it goes over here somewhere, and so it is 7, 8, 9, I agree. Right, 2 is in blue, and so as soon as 2 is in blue, I need to put it in blue, and this is the only place in blue it can go. So that's a 4 and a 2, and that's a 5 and a 4. So that's not a 5. So yellows are both 7, 8, 9. They do not include a 5. So therefore that's a 5 by our 5 pencil marks. So that's a 5 just by Sudoku. This is a 7, 8, 9. Okay, for the row, this is not 7, 8, 9. It's not 2. It's not 4, 6, or 5. So this is 1 or 3. Yeah, I'm still missing a 7, 8, 9 over here, I believe. Okay. Let's see. Andrew says row 1, column 2. By the way, hi, Andrew. Can't be an 8. Because the 32 cage needs an 8. Well, this cell, fortunately, is in the 32 cage. So I think it's okay. Other row 1, column 2. Oh, this row 1, column 2. Right. This cell does not appear in the 38 cage, so it is not an 8. Because this needs an 8. Yeah. But then it's missing a 7 or a 9. Okay. Let's see. Where should I turn my attention next? Hey, Doomdyat, how are you doing? the last blue in box 2 we got labeled Isabella. I think you've been very helpful, Isabella. Okay, what are these digits? Let's fill those in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7, 8. And we've got a 9. So these are from 5, 7, 8 only, for whatever that's worth. Okay, Tallcat is suggesting 2 in box 6. 2 in box 6, right. 2 in box 6 is placed here, which makes 2 pink, meaning 2's there. Good. Ooh, Niagara Falls sounds fun. I'm doing pretty well. We've had a bunch of cool puzzles in a row today, so I am happy with that. And now one of these two 5s tells me that this is not 5. Oops, tells me that this is not 5, which means this is 5. Let's see. You know, one of these is 7, 8, 9. I don't know which. Now the other 5 is not purple. Now the other 5 is not purple. Right. There we go. That cell. Because these two purple cells are the same, and that one sees a 5, so therefore that one's not a 5. Okay. So therefore that is a 5. Got it. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to do more Xing and Oing, I expect, Inferio, but I do not know yet. So now in this row... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so this 38 is not missing 2 and 5. So the question is it missing 3 and 4, or is it missing 1 and 6? But I really don't see a way to identify that yet. I know that these are all from 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 now. This one's not a 9. This one's not a 6 or a 9. This one's not a 6 or a 4. So this is 7, 8, 9. Okay, so the only way that 9 makes its way into orange is if it's here exactly. The purple is from 1, 3. Okay, so we should just count out everything that this could possibly be. So theoretically it could be 1 or 3. It can't be 4, 5, 6. And we see a 7, 8, 9 triple, so it can't be that either, because remember, these two purples are the same. So yes, this is from 1, 3. That is an excellent point. And so, interestingly, this 1 or 3 is the only 1 or 3 that gets to go in this cage. It's the one that's not missing. Good point from Medi. I need a 9 in this cage, somewhere. But the only place that can be a 9 is exactly here. Good spot. again, does an amazingly tiny amount, as everything in this puzzle seems to do. So this is from 1-3. This is from 1-3, actually. Just by the row, this is from 1-3-7-8, but it sees 7-8-9. So that's actually going to do a lot. So this is 1 or 3. So these are not 3. So that's a 7-8 pair, which means that is 3. So that feels like it's going to do something, possibly, maybe. I know one of these two is a 5. Let's see, let's mark row 6. So this could be 1 or 3. Sorry, 1 or 3. But it's not 4, 5, 6. It's not 9, and it's not 7, 8. Right, there's a 7, 8 pair in the row and a 9 in the column. So this is 1 or 3. So this 1 or 3 is that 1 or 3. If I want to start coloring 1-3s, I've got a good invitation to do so. So this is the last 7, 8, 9 for this box. So let's just do it this way. This 1-3 pair gives me that. So that's a 9 and a 3. That 3 looks up and gives me a 1 and a 3 and a 1. This is a 7 or 8, just for the row. Yeah, we got the row 6 thing. The last cell in column 8. Oh, hey, there's only one cell left in column 8. We've got a 1-3, we've got a 2, we've got a 4-6, we've got a 5. So this is also a 7-8-9, but it's not a 9, so this is a 7 or 8. So that gives me a 7-8 pair in the row here, which means this isn't 7 or 8, it's 4 or 6, which means it's O. Means this is not 7 or 8, it's 4. Means we've got a 7-8 pair in the cage. So this is 4 or 5 in order to finish the row. This is 4, 5, or 6 in order to finish the box or row or whatever you want. So that digit's not in there, and that digit's not in here. Okay, so this is either 1, 6 or it's 3, 4. 6 in box 9's already pencil marked, isn't it? Three in box 2. Yes, 3 in box 2 is here. Can agree with that assessment. I can also note that this isn't a 9. This is a 7, 8, or 9. Let's see, how are my 3s doing? Yeah, I've not yet penetrated over to the last 3 columns with my 3s. Or with the 1s, I don't think. Okay, what are my digits that are missing from this cage? So my digits that are missing from this cage, again, need to add to 13. And so one of the ones that's missing is X. So we're either missing 4 and 9, or we're missing 6 and 7. So there's always an 8, but I already have it marked. I guess I could mark it up here. One of these is an 8, so this isn't an 8. So one of these is an 8. Oops, sorry. So one of these is an 8, so this isn't an 8. Thank you again, Directionary. Okay, I kind of think I have to color 1-3s, although I only have 1-3s over here. What could it possibly do? I don't think it could possibly do anything. Oh, I bet I have to color 7-8s because of the diagonal or something. I don't know. I don't know, actually. So that 7-8 is that 7-8. But that dies immediately. This 7-8 is that 7-8. So this 7-8 is that 7-8. So this 7-8 is... so this 7-8, whichever 7-8 it is I'm highlighting, is not there, so it's in one of these two, so it's that 7-8. It's over there somewhere. Yeah, like I can color all of these. These are all, let's make these all, I don't know, we'll make these the black 7-8. I'll get rid of the orange and blue, I think. We'll just be left with black. So there's my one flavor of 7-8. There's my other flavor of 7-8. Let's see, that one's gray. And so, so where does black go in this box is the question. Black in this box has to go here now. And so now we're done, I think, hopefully. Because now, now this is not a 9, it's a 7 or an 8. And so red is 9. So we can get rid of red. So let's continue. So that's a 7 and an 8. 7 makes that an 8 and a 9 and a 7. And so that's going to tell me now that light gray is 8. Dark gray is 7. Can get rid of that, get rid of that. And now, now we've got our 7s and 8s mostly resolved. Not quite. These still aren't 7. Oops, sorry, still aren't 7. That 9 looks over and makes that an 8 and a 9. 7 looks over and makes that an 8. That 9 looks over and makes that a 7, an 8, and a 9. And so now I look at this cage at long last and say I need to be missing 2 digits that add to 13. I have a 9, so I cannot be missing a 4. So therefore, circle is 6. And X is 4. Can clear these up. Let's see. And so now this cage needs to be missing 2 things that add to 7. It has a 6, so it can't be missing a 1. Oh, wrong? No, what did I do? Where? How much further? Oh, the circle's 4, right, because 4 and 9 add to 13. Sorry. Yeah, 6, what, I don't know. Circle is 4. Right, because these two add to 13, so they're not missing. It's the 6 and 7 that are missing, is the point. So these are all 6. Okay, and so now we can go and we can do this one. We'll see if I do it better this time. So we were missing either 4, 3 or 1, 6. We have a 4, so we're not missing a 3. So this is a 3 and a 1 and a 1 and a 3 and a 1 and a 3. This 4 makes that a 5 and a 4 and a 5. This is a 6. And last up, the bet cell is a 6. Excellent. I really enjoyed that and got to do all kinds of coloring. I got to color in about 8 different ways, so I quite enjoyed the puzzle. Very neat, and yeah, and took a surprisingly long time to crack. Like, there were a lot of different steps. This is I'm sort of surprised. Not in a bad way, but I'm surprised that was under an hour. It felt like there was more than an hour's worth of logic in there, so I think this is a very well-constructed puzzle. Very neat. And I liked how the early coloring was important early, and then it wasn't relevant for a long time, and then it became relevant again later. I thought that was very cool. I don't see that super often. Yeah, this felt like not a whole lot of other puzzles I have done. I really enjoyed that. That was very cool. A very neat tribute. Alrighty, well, thank you for the puzzle, Florian. I'm going to take a real quick break, and I will dig up another puzzle. I'm confident I can find one. And then I will be back, and we will do another puzzle. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We have a ZegreS puzzle up next. By the way, this is a good time to remind you, well, first of all, remind you to like the stream and consider subscribing if you're new. Always great to have new folks around. But what I was going to say was, I wanted to remind people, if you're a newer setter and you've just started setting, and you'd be interested in me doing some of your puzzles, you need to give me permission first to do your puzzles. So if you have been setting stuff but haven't yet given me permission to do your puzzles, please consider doing so. It is always a fun thing to do. And I do select puzzles that have been well tested, so I need to have had them solved by people before, but as long as that's true, I'm pretty flexible in terms of what puzzles I will do. Alrighty, so what's going on here is that we have some palindromes. And so we have those. There is a zetamath email address. If you have LMD or something like that, you can let us know about that, Admiral Malcor. Yeah, messaging Tristan or I on Discord to say, hey, you have permission to do my puzzles. Here's a link to my LMD page that has some puzzles, or here's some puzzles that have been well reviewed by whatever. Anything that lets me know that the puzzles are well tested and are going to have unique solutions, all that good stuff. So we have our friends the arrows back, and then these are palindromes. So these two digits are the same, and these two digits are the same. And likewise, those two are the same, and these two are the same. So first of all, I want to look at where yellow goes in this one, box 8. And the reason why I'm immediately drawn to this is that I see it can't go here. Because if this was yellow, this would be yellow, because this is the short stubby arrow, as Simon calls them. So those two are yellow. And I can still do the same thing across here, where for the same reason those are purple. Oh yeah, bet cell. What are we going to do for the bet cell? Let's see. How about that looks bet cell-ish to me. Let's make it cooler. Let's make it silver. Silver bet cell. There you go. Bet on the silver bet cell's contents. Okay. And yellow and purple are different. Good to know. So yeah, so we can do this. So let's color this one. And so now where does green go in row 4? Green goes here. And where does green go in column 4? Green goes here. And green is 6, 7, 8, 9. That's true, because it's the sum of these things. It's worth writing in. Now, because of the... because green is in this box, I know these two arrows sum to at least 15. And so this has to be at least 6, because these two numbers need to sum to at least 15. So actually this and this are also from 6, 7, 8, 9. And row 4, 5, and 6 are roped. I agree. Because this collection of digits is the same as that collection of digits, the same as that collection of digits. And same in the columns. Columns 4, 5, and 6 also roped. Let's see. Can I do some math over here? Do I want to do math? So these sum to at least 21. And that's 2 times this circle plus this circle. So if this circle is a 9, 21 minus 9 is 12. This is always at least a 6. I've got at least that. Green is, I guess, sort of pushed up, kind of wants to be green, but who knows. I guess this does vaguely suggest the odd van der Wedering set. Okay. Let's draw in the odd set and then backpedal. So the fancy fact about all Sudoku puzzles is that if you take the selected cells in blue up here, that's 7 digits, and you compare it to the selected cells over here, this is 16 digits, then what you have is exactly the digits that appear up here, plus one extra set of the digits 1 through 9 down here. And so, in other words, this upper one here, I can just take those digits and add one set of the digits 1 through 9 down here, and then I'll be in good shape. And I could do a little bit of canceling, because like that digit is the same as that digit. Actually, maybe I want to do it this way. Those two are the same as those two. These two are the same as these two. And these two are the same as these two. And so, oh, I did not do that in a smart way. Because I realized I was sort of like, okay, I'm going to do it with X's. I'm just crossing out that those two are the same as these two. These two are the same as these two, and these two are the same as these two. And so that's going to get me a digit, because this digit's not a 1. And so how many 1s are there over here? There's only one 1 over here. And if there's only one 1 over here, then one of these arrows of length 3 doesn't have a 1 on it. And that tells me that green is 9. And so I'm in fact going to get at least 5 digits right off the bat. All of those are 9. And so we can bring out our professional digit dancing penguin to do the 9 dance. Woo doo 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 doo. Woo doo 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 doo. Woo ba 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 da waha ba da ba da ba da ba da waha ba da ba da waha waha ba da ba da wa ba da ba da waha ba da ba da ba da. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so probably we can ungreen the 9, since now green is just 9. We can now place the 9 over here, because 9 can't go on an arrow, so this is in fact a 9. This is not a 9. This is not a 9. I kind of feel like I want to keep the set stuff, so I'm going to try and... So this circle actually shows up twice over here, is interesting. So yeah, so one of these is 2, 3, 4. And I think I've got to get rid of this. I'm going to... This is too distracting for me. Even by my standards, this is pretty distracting. Yeah, today's dances have been... have been not very varied in the great penguin choreography scheme. Okay. So one of these arrows is 2, 3, 4. I don't know which, but one of them is 2, 3, 4. And so whichever of them is 2, 3, 4 makes this arrow at least 1, 5, whichever one matches. It's not super exciting to me immediately. Let's see. So there's a 9 down here in one of these two cells. So 50% chance the bet cell is a 9. So if you get your tickets ready to cash if you bet 9. I know this is at least a 5. So yeah, there's only one 1 in all of these cells. Weird. Row 4, column 4 goes on both 9 arrows. Ah, good spot. Okay, so sorry, this is, this goes on not just one 9 arrow, it goes on both 9 arrows. Okay, so great spot to Isabella. Where does this go in box 6, this cell? So green, where does it go in box 6, the new green? It's not purple, because it sees purple over there. So it goes in none of those places, so it goes on the arrow. And it also goes over here. Same exact reason. So this needs to go on 2 different kinds of 9 arrow. It goes on a 2, 3, 4 arrow. So this is a 2, 3, or 4. And it's not a 2, because this can't possibly be a 2. So this is always 3 or 4. However, there is only one flavor of 9 arrow that has a 4 on it, which is the 2, 3, 4 flavor. So we have to ask ourselves if it's possible that these are both 2, 3, 4. And if we go back to the whole set routine that we had before, where we said this is the same as this, and then we canceled out the purple, canceled out the yellow, canceled out the 9s, then we were left with, I'm allowed 2, 3, 4s, but I'm not allowed to duplicate any other digit. So, in fact, the only duplicated digit is the green one. So these are not 2, 3, 4. They're not both 2, 3, 4. So this can't be a 4. It can only be a 3. Meaning these are a 1 and a 2. Meaning that these are the 2 ways to make 9, which are 3, 6, and 4, 5. This is a really interesting use of set, by the way. I have not quite seen this set used in this fashion before. Okay, so these are 1, 2. These are a 7, 8 pair. And so, yeah, one of these is a 1, 3, 5. One of them is a 2, 3, 4. Both of these have a 3 on them. I was hoping that this 1, 2 would do something, but if it does something, I do not see what it is. Yes, I am not eager to repeat the double roping routine. I have done 2 puzzles with the double roping routine, and though I thought they were both ingenious and clever, I am perfectly okay with never ever doing that ever again. Look at purple. Row 6, column 4. Goes on the 9 arrow, right? So because it goes on the 9 arrow, it's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we know they're 2, 3, 4, or 1, 3, 5. And the same has got to be true of this goes on this 9 arrow. And this goes on this 9 arrow. So this is also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's not 3, because they look at 3s all over the place. So none of those cells are 3. Right, and so in particular, that means that these 2 cells are the 1, 2, 4, 5, and the other one is 6. The other ones are 6, 7, 8, because we know that there's a purple 6, 7, 8. Let's see. If this were a 6, that would give me a 6, 7, 8 triple. That would make this at most a 5. I guess that's okay. So in here we have a 1, 2, 4, 5, another 1, 2, 4, 5, and a 6, 7, 8. is interesting. Interestingly, whichever this 1-2 is, it's telling me one of these is not that 1-2. So one of these is a 4-5 for whatever that means. That's a good point. Okay, so the maximum sum of these is 17, so it needs to have a 1 and a 2. We know there's a 1 and a 1 or a 2 down here, so there's also always a 1 or a 2 up here. Likewise, there's always a 1 or a 2 here. This is Kurabon's point. So there's a 1 or a 2 here, there's a 1 or a 2 here, which interestingly is just a different way to say that one of these is a 4-5. Let's see. I haven't thought much about this arrow yet. Where's even the asymmetry in this grid? I feel like I'm not even seeing the part of this grid that's not completely symmetrical. I'm sure it's there. Right. So, as Corporate Commander points out, that means these cells aren't 1-2. These cells are 4-5 because there's a 1-2 down here and a 1-2 up here. And likewise, there's a 1-2 over here and a 1-2 over here. That's a 1-2 pair for the box. So these are 4-5. So these are a 4-5 pair. So this isn't 1-2. This isn't 1-2. Yes, the box 3 and 7 arrows are slightly different. So the yellow 4-5 in this box is vertical. So the yellow 4-5 in this box is not in those cells. That seems like a very small deduction, but it's, I suppose, technically a deduction. Right. And these can't be 6, because if this was 6, this is Kurabon's point, then I would need these to be exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this cell would have no value. So these are a 7-8 pair. Gorgeous. So this cell is not 7-8 or 4-5. What is it? So it is 1-2, not 3, not 4-5. Could be 6. It's not 7-8. These, by the way, not 7-8. Or sorry, not 6. And it's not 9. So this is only from 1-2-6. In fact, actually, I guess all 3 of these are from 1-2-6. Now that I look more carefully at it, this one's also not 6. That one's also not 6. Gives us a real 7-8 pair here, actually. And a real 7-8 pair looking over at this. So this is the yellow 7-8. I'm sort of inclined to color this as the yellow 7-8. I'm going to. There's only one yellow 7-8. We know what it is. This is a purple 7-8. Let's see. Where does row 7, column 7 go in box 6 and 8? This digit. So this digit is at least a 5. Okay, so this is Tallcat's question. This is at least a 5, but it's either going to go here and be a part of a 1, 3, 5 arrow, or go on here. I mean, I guess it tells me that this is at most a 7, I think. And actually, it can't be 7, because it has to go in both boxes. So if this was a 7, it would tell me both purple and yellow were 8, which they can't be. So this is only a 5 or a 6. So I think it was a good spot by Tallcat. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it was 7, then what that would mean is... No. These are different. This 7 and 8 are not the same digit. So if this is a 7, it can't go there, it can't go there, it can't go here or here. And so if this is a 7, it puts a 7 on that arrow, on this arrow and on this arrow at the same time. And these cannot both be 1, 7, 8 arrows. Because the yellow 7, 8 and the purple 7, 8 are different. Am I... Oh, no, because if... Yeah, you're right, sorry, I get it now. So never mind. Because the point is, if this is a 7, one of these is a 7, and I don't care. And it no longer does anything. Very sad, but true. Okay. So this is from 5, 6, 7, and that basically means it doesn't do anything. Which is sad, because it was a cool question. Yeah, I know that these are both small. These are both at most 6 and at least 3. So this needs to have a 1 or a 2 on it, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. Where are the 2 1 2s in row 4? Well, one of them is there. Okay, yeah, in this box, we know the 1 2s are here. One of them's up here. That's not a 1 2. So in order to fit the second 1 2, that has to be a 1 2. And likewise in this column, in order to fit the second 1 2, that has to be a 1 2, which means that's a 6. By combination of Carl, Isabella, Crispy, and probably a few other people. This is a 1 2 pair. Which now means there is a 6 down here. Always. And there's a 6 over here, which is interesting. Purple 7 8 in box 7. It's one of those two. I guess the point is purple 7 8 in this box goes in one of those two cells, which means that that it joins the 9, making this a 7 8 9. Okay, I see the point now. But notably, that does not work for yellow 7 8. One of these two cells has to be a 7 8. Yes, Tallcat has a good point, which is where does yellow 7 8 go in this column now? Because this is a 9 and a purple 7/8. This can't be a yellow 7/8. That can't be a yellow 7/8. None of these can be. So this is yellow 7/8. That is Tallcat's point. That's really well spotted. So now where does yellow 7/8 go in column 3? It can't go there. It can't go there. So that's yellow 7/8. So now where does yellow 7/8 go over here? Oh no, it could be there. Yellow 7/8 is either there or there. It's certainly not there. Let's see. Can I do any bullying with purple 7/8s? It does not look like I can, but maybe I can if I'm more clever about it. I know purple 7/8 is in one of those two. Unknown. I wish I could connect these 1-2s to these 1-2s so I could color them. Why couldn't one of them have the 7/8 on it? Why couldn't one of them be an 8-7-1, Isabella? I know one of them needs to have a 6. Oh, right. One of them has a 2 on it. Right. Okay, so here's the point. Okay, so Isabella is onto something brilliant here. One of these arrows is a 1-3-5. In that one, the thing that goes on this arrow is a 2-6-8. That means the other arrow is a 2-3-4, so I need a 1 here, but going with a 7, so it always goes with a 6. So Isabella's point is neither of these is ever 6. These are always from 1-2-6. And what that means is this cell is the yellow 7/8, and this cell is the purple 7/8. And that means that this circle is, as Tallcat would have hoped, not a 7. It is a 5 or a 6. And so now we can go back and we can say that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very nice spot. Let's see. If this is a 6, the world works out quite nicely. If this is a 5, I guess the world works out quite nicely. So yellow 7/8 in this box is now here. Just by Sudoku. Yes, I was definitely seeing 25 moves ahead. So yellow 7/8 is here. So in particular, this is in a 9, so that is a 9. Let's see. Is that all the yellow 7/8s? That looks like all the yellow 7/8s. So this is a 9 purple pair, is, I think, Sayori's point. This is a 9 and a purple 7/8. So these are from 7, 8, 9. Which means that this is always a 5 or a 6. Sorry, no, that's not true. 3, 5, or 6, something like that. Oh, I have a 9 in column 7. I can even do better. The 9... I have that 9 and this 9, so I don't have to do this in this convoluted way. So that's a 9. So now I ask where purple 7-8 goes. Purple 7-8 now goes there. That 9 looks over here, tells me this is not a 9. So this is a 9. This 7-8 is purple. So the bet cell, if you bet purple 7-8, you are correct. The bet cell is purple 7-8. And do we now have all the purple 7-8s? We don't quite have all the purple 7-8s yet, but we probably should. Yes, this is a purple 7-8. And this is a purple 7-8. And now I think we have all the purple 7-8s. Okay. So now Tony asks, where is the 6 in column 2? Which is a very good question. The 6 in column 2 cannot be on an arrow that sums to at most 6. It can't be in a row with a 6. And so the 6 is vertical, so it's not horizontal. And also, because the 6 is vertical, the 3 is not vertical. So the 3 is horizontal in this box. And so now we ask where the 6 goes in row 2. And so now the 6 is not here, it's not there, so the 6 is there. So that's not a 6 anymore. That 6 looks down and makes this a 5, which makes that not a 5. Makes these not 5. Makes these not 5. Moved the figure in the wrong place. Makes that cell a 6, which now makes these two cells 6. These are not 6. And now the 6 in box 7 is forced to be here. With a 5 already ruled off means this is a 2-4. Meaning this is not 2 or 4, it is 1 or 3. And so this digit is also 1 or 3 for the row. If that's 1 or 3, this is not 1 or 3, it is 2 or 4, or whatever it's worth. So this is a 4, 5, 6 triple. That tells me this is really a 2. And so that being a 2 means that's a 4, that being a 2 means that's a 1, and that's a 2. So now where does 2 go in row 2? Now 2 in row 2 goes there, which then percolates down to that. That's now going to resolve everything, because that 1 over there makes that a 2, which makes purple 7-8. Purple 7-8 is an 8. Yellow 7-8 is a 7. And now that yellow 7-8 is a 7, this is a 1, just to make the math work out. Which makes that a 3. These are a 2-4. These are the 1-3-5. That being a 1-3-5, of course, means purple 4-5 is a 4. This being a 2-4 means that yellow 4-5 is a 5. That 3 looks across, makes that a 1 and a 4, means these aren't 1-4. They are 2-3. That 4 looks up this column. This is a 3 or a 5. We did this without coloring. Without coloring the 1-2s. This is a 2, just by Sudoku. There's too many 2s looking into this for that not to be resolved. This is just a write-in. It's a 6, it would seem. So this, let's see, let's fill in these digits. We need a 1, we've got a 2, we need a 3, we've got a 4, we need a 5, yeah, we've got a 6, 7, 8. Right, this is roped, I remember now. This is not a 1. It is a 3 or a 5. What about these 2 digits? Let's fill these in. We've got a 1 and 2. We need a 3 and a 4. We've got a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So those are 3 and 4. So these are 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 and 6. So we've got that. I see there's a little bit of Sudoku to clean up there. That's not a 5. Let's see. So this is not a 1. It's a 3 or a 5. So I think this is a 2, 3, or 5 is the upshot of this column. If this is never a 5, because if this was a 5, I would need this to be something ridiculous. So this is either a 2 with a... Sorry, this is either a 2 with a 1, or it is a 2 with a 3, or it is a 3 with a 2. I guess that's a lot more options than I was expecting, but it does give me a 1, 2, 3 triple in column 7. And so the 1, 2, 3 triple with column 7 gives me a naked single here, which is a 4, I believe. Gives me a 3 and a 4. That 4 comes in here and says that's not a 4, that's not a 4. That 5 says that's not a 5 and that's not a 5. So let's see. So that's a 3-4 pair. That 4 looks up and tells me that's a 3 and a 4. So that 4 goes with the 5 to add to 9. The 3 goes with the 6 to add to 9. The 6 looks across and gives me a 1. So this isn't a 1. It's a 2-3 pair adding to 5. This is a 6 just by the box. This 5 looking down here tells me that that's the 5. This is a 1 or a 3, except it's a 1 by the row, so this is a 3 and a 1. Let's see. This 3 looking down here tells me that's not a 3. This is a 1 or a 5, and it's not a 1, so it's a 5. And that's a 1. This is not a 1. Let's see. This 4. There we go. This 4 looks left, gives me a 2 and a 4, a 3 and a 2, a 3 and a 2. 1, 2. This is a 3, giving me a 5 and a 3. This column needs a 1. And, oh, would you look at that? The bet sells an 8. Hey, Yellow Stuff. It's been a while. Yeah, you must have been busy, but good to have you back. Always nice to see you around the Discord. Speaking of, by the way, if you have not yet joined, we do have a Discord on the Puzzle Plaza, so if you want to hang out in the thing. Yeah, the bet cell, I think I did a very good job at choosing the cell that would be filled in last. Well, hopefully it was good traveling. Well, Sayori, you have an advantage because I've seen 2 of your puzzles on Rank's stream and I've loved them both. So if you just send me your LMD page, I'll just pick some stuff and throw it in the bucket. It's not even necessarily strictly that it has to be rated on LMD. I mean, that helps, but having been done 4 or 5 times on LMD lets me know at least the puzzle's solvable. Yeah, this was a great puzzle, by the way. I really enjoyed this. Very cool. Okay, so question, ZegreS, just curious. Did you intend this to be done with set, or did you intend it to be done by coloring roping things? Oh yeah, I mean, the bucket grows faster than things come out of the bucket. Okay, so you did intend roping. Okay, well, we did it with set, but the set was actually very nice. We did do lots of coloring. Today has been very, very favorable to coloring. So I've enjoyed the many opportunities to color things. All right. I should pick out something else. I'll try and pick out something not too long, but I'll pick out another puzzle, and I'll be back shortly with another puzzle. Wait, where did this come from? How do I have a Renbon arrow by Tallcat that's been in the bucket for who knows how long that I haven't done? I am legitimately confused by how this exists, but anyway, speaking of random things in the bucket, I mean, people are always welcome to vote for older puzzles in the bucket. It does happen. Yeah, so it turned out, Sergey, that, or ZegreS, whichever you prefer, if you looked at the Ard van der Vadering set, it just gave you the break-in the previous puzzle. Hey, Playmaker! I was sorry to see that you set your last puzzle for a bit, but I hope you enjoy your break from setting, and I hope you come back to it, because I greatly enjoy your puzzles, and have been doing a bunch of them lately. But you also have a large backlog, so even if you don't set for a while, it will be a while before I've done every Playmaker puzzle. Okay, so what's going on here? So the arrows we are somewhat familiar with at this point. But these purple lines are Renbon, and a purple line needs to contain a string of consecutive digits, but the order doesn't matter. So I could do 3, 5, 4, for example. It just means that. So Renbon is just Japanese for numbers in order. So we've got that. So my eye immediately turns to this length 3 arrow to see that this is a 6, 7, 8, 9. And this V-shaped Renbon is a length 5 Renbon. So it needs to have a 5 on it. Now, if I think about it a little bit more carefully, actually every digit on the arrow sees every digit on the V. So I know there are always at least 2 1, 2, 3s on a length 3 arrow. So 3 is the lowest number I could possibly put on this Renbon. I'm going to highlight the Renbon. But what if this was a 3, 4, 5, 6 7 Renbon? Well, then this arrow would need to be a 1, 2, 8 arrow. 1, 2, 8 arrow, not going to work. So I can't put a 3 on here either. So we're now already down to this being 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I don't think I can put a 4 on here either, because if I put a 4 on the Renbon, now the arrow has to be... Oh, no, I could. I could do that. If I put a 4 on the arrow, what's going to happen is this Renbon's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'd need to put a 1, 2, 3 here on this arrow and make that a 6. But it would be fun. It would be fine as long as I put the 6 there, because I need to have a 6 on here. Okay. But I suppose here's the point. Now that I've ruled 3 digits off of a length 5 Renbon, it needs to have a 5, 6, 7, and 8 on it. So this arrow does not have a 5, 6, 7, or 8 on it. Not that I really wanted to, but it doesn't. So every digit on this Renbon is from 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess is the point. And if this does have a 4 on it, then now this has to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that okay? Tallcat has provided the golden bet cell of row 2, column 2, while I try and figure out what happens if this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't know. So maybe I should look at a different one of these before I beat myself up trying to look at this one too hard. Yeah, whatever this digit is, it does go there or there. Those are the only places it goes. Okay, well, let's at least do this. This digit can't be a 4, because if this digit is a 4, now I really have a problem. Because now this is 1, 2, 3, and this is a 6, except I've also got a 6 in the box. So I can at least say this isn't a 4. So this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at the very least. And so it's definitely, again, it's got to go up here somewhere. Okay. Sayori has a good point, which is that if I look outside of the one box, that, like, literally I've refused to look at anything out of these 10 cells, if I allow myself the privilege of looking down here, I'll realize there's a length 2 arrow looking at my length 5 arrow. So this needs to come from 6, 7, 8, 9, because in total, we've been doing this argument a lot lately, these digits need to sum to at least 15, and so that means the circles need to be at least 6. So this circle, unless it's a 9, needs to show up in one of those cells on this Renbon. This 6, 7, 8, 9 actually tells me there's no 9 on this Renbon, because this circle sees this whole Renbon. We're going to make this the green Renbon. This circle sees the whole green Renbon. And so if this was a 9... Sorry, if there was a 9 on this Renbon, it would have a 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and that would not work. So there is no 9 on this Renbon. But let's go down the other way. So there's no 9. No 9. We've ruled that off. What if there's a 1 on this Renbon? Well, then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this would need to be at least 6, 7. That's not going to work. So no 1 on this Renbon. So what if this Renbon starts with a 2? Then it would go 2, 3, 4, 5. If this was, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then I'd need to have a 1 here. And a 7 or an 8. That unfortunately seems plausible. Oh, is 8 also bad? Let's see what happens if there's an 8 here. If this is 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. If this is 8, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, right, then these numbers can only be as big as, 3, and I can't get to 6. That's very cute. Good spot, Isabella, and very cute setting. I would not have thought of that, but you're completely right. I assume 7 is fine, though. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Then I could do 1 and 8, making 9. And that would be okay. Probably. So this Renbon now is length 5. We've again got it down to 6 possibilities. And so again, we know there are a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 6 on this Renbon. Okay. And so... so this Renbon can't add to 6, because there's this arrow can't add to 6, because there's a 3, 4, 5, 6 on here, and a length 2 arrow adding to 6 would need to have a 4 or a 5 on it. It can't. 7 actually also is a problem. I can't get to 7. 7 is too restricted, because I can't do 3, 4, 2, 5, or 1, 6. So what about 8? I could do 8 if it's exactly 1, 7. And this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would be acceptable. Or I could do 9 in a couple ways. Okay. Now the question is, how much of what I just did should I have been paying close attention to before I fill in this one, because I realize this one's very similar. Can I fill in this one exactly the same way? I don't think I used anything about this arrow up here. Oh, I did, because this doesn't have to be big. 9 can't be 2, 7. That's a good point. Okay, so is the point I have to use a 1 on here? So what if I don't use a 1? Well, then I have to use a 2. But then I could do 2, 7, but then it breaks. So that's the point. The point is that there's always a 1 on here. And so this is from 1, 7, 8. And so there's no 1 up here, which tells me that this is a 9. And we get to do the 9 dance for the 8 millionth time this stream. You couldn't be a little more creative, Tallcat. You had to do a 9 again. Poor Zach. This is like his third 9 dance of the day. He's very tired of doing front flips and back flips for the 9 dance. But, woohoo! Woo! 9 dance. Do-do-do. Woohoo! Do-do-do. Do-do-do. What-do? Do-do-do. Do-do-do. What-do? Do-do-do. Do-do-do. I think literally today, the only dances that Zach has gotten to do are the 5 dance and the 9 dance. And there's been more 9 dances. Zach's friend that was staying with us for coloring week. Zach's friend has flown back home downstairs to be with Tristan during streams. Okay, so none of these are 9. None of these are 9. None of these are 4 either, because now there's a 4 up here. So this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Renbon. The 9 only goes here. So probably that means I can fill in this last digit if I strain myself. This must be a 1. So we've got that going on. Now I squint at... I look at the 9s. I've placed 2 9s, so I need to place a 9 somewhere over here. It's not here. So this is a 1, 7. So actually there are no 7s on this Renbon. Anywhere. So this is a 2, 3, 4, 6. This is not the 2, the 3, or the 4, though. This is a 5, 6 pair. So this 5, 6 lives down here. So that's a 9, and that 5, 6 lives here. Oops. Sorry, that 5, 6 lives here. Which is all well and good, I think. Okay, so I'm just identifying if I'm going to get rid of these corner marks, I think. I know there's a 2 and a 3 and a 4 down here. I might leave those. I'm not sure yet. We'll think about it. Okay. So is it possible there's a 9 on this Renbon, and that this Renbon is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5? I think that is possible. I think if this is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, I think that's fine, because then this can just be like a 1, 3, 4 or something like that. Let's see. Directionary claims there has to be a 1 on here. Okay, what if a 1 on this on this arrow? What if I don't put a 1 here? Well, then what's my minimum? No, because I could put a 2-3 here, right? This could be 2-3. No, I can't actually. Right, I can't do 2-3. Right, okay. So, yeah, this is more complicated because keep in mind I don't have this piece up here. So I do have to think about this differently. It's not exactly the same, but something is going on. Because I know there's a 5 on here, so I know that this arrow can't sum to 5, but it could sum to less than 5. Which is the new thing, and I think it probably has to. I'm guessing this is going to be a 4 or a 3, but I don't know that it has to, because there's all sorts of stuff going on. So yeah, this row looks a little bit odd. Okay, so here's one thing, though. There's still definitely not a 1 on this Renbon. Okay, we're just going to start again. There's no 1 on this Renbon. If there were a 1 on the Renbon, then this would be way too many. Unfortunately, that might be the only thing I could rule out. What if there's a 2 on the Renbon? So if there's a 2 on the Renbon, then this would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so then this could easily be 1, 7, 8 or something like that. That seems fine. Let's see. Is the point that this 5, 6 has to show up? That both of these 5, 6s need to show up on this Renbon? Is that the point? Because that sounds like a Tallcat-y thing to look at. So there's definitely a 5 on here. Can I avoid 6? So no, I can't avoid 6. So yes, so this 5, 6 needs to show up here. So this 5, 6 shows up over here somewhere. I don't have a fantastic way to denote that. I guess I can get rid of the color on these Renbons for now. So both the 5 and the 6 show up on here regardless. So this one shows up here somewhere. And so it shows up over here somewhere. This one is less good. Much less good. So there's no 5 or 6 anywhere on here. Is that the point? Because this now sees a 5, 6 pair. This arrow sees a 5, 6 pair. I mean, that was, I guess, just given as soon as this was true. So there's no 5 or 6 anywhere on here. Okay. So, on the low end, this could be 3 or 4. What if this circle wants to be high? Like, could this circle be a 9, for example? Is that possible? I don't think it's possible for this circle to be a 9. If this was a 9, then I would need to pick 2 digits here that added to 9 that left space for 5 digits in between them. Actually, that does sound possible. I could put 1, 8 in between them, right? 1, 8 between them would be fine. So 1, 8, and then this could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, so if this is a 9, then it's 1, 8 over here. So yeah, I don't think I can actually... Actually, maybe I can rule out 8. If this were an 8, I can't make these 2 digits far enough apart to fit a Renbon in between them. So I think actually this has to be 3 or 4, or I think then it has to be a 9. I don't think it can be anything else. And so if we believe that this has to be a 3 or a 4 or a 9, then yes, there has to be a 1 over here. Oh, it's being pointed out that actually 8 is possible because 817 leaves 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, sorry. 9 only works if it's 1, 8. 8 only works if it's 1, 7. So it is still true to say that there is a 1 over here. So there's no 1 over here. What a bloody mess. Let's see. So I'm going to have to ask about 1 in column 9 at some point and place it there. That's going to be a later step, but I'm betting that I'm going to have to later place a 1 here. So bet cell, 1 in 3 chance to be a 1. Good news. So now this digit has to be bigger than 5. Oh, no, it has to be at least 5, because there's no 1 on it. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, what if this was a 5? That would be a big problem, because there would be no 5 on this Renbon. Oh no, this could be a 6, 7, 8, 9 Renbon. Is that okay? Oh, this can't be a 9. This can't be a 9, right? There's already oops, sorry. That's not a 9. So, good point from Tony that I had not appreciated was that this 9 tells me that actually the 9 in row 5 is definitely in one of these circles. So one of these circles is a 9. But here's the point. Okay. So I was right before. I was completely screwing up by dinking around looking at this. This was pointless. This had nothing to do with anything. I think this 1 was a complete distraction. The thing to think about was there's a 5, 6 over here. So this Renbon can't have both a 5 and a 6 on it. And if it can't have both a 5 and a 6 on it, then what are the possibilities? It's either entirely from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or it's entirely from 6, 7, 8, 9. So which of those is it? Is this 6, 7, 8, 9? Because yellow is not on this Renbon, is the point. So if this Renbon... Okay, so let's start with is yellow 5? But this is not a 5-length Renbon directionary. This is a 4-length Renbon. So it would not be all of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If yellow is 5, then we run into big problems. Because this certainly can't be 1, 2, 3, 4 in that instance, because then this would need to be 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 is definitely not okay. So this would have to be 6, 7, 8, 9. This would have to be the 9. It's the only place that could be 9. These would have to be 6, 7, 8. And if those are 6, 7, 8, well, the 6 is up here. This is tricky for me. One is in row 5 already. Okay, so, right. Okay, so there's no 1 on this arrow. So that means I need a 2 or a 3 in order to make this arrow work. Oh, sorry, a 2, a 3, or a 4. So I need one of 2, 3, 4 at least to make this work. And so so again, that just says this needs to be high if this is a 5. So I guess the point is there can't be a 1 on this Renbon. Is people's points. And if this is... So if there's a 1 on this, it would wipe out 2, 3, 4. And if there's a 2 on it, it would wipe out 2, 3, 4. So there's never a 1 or a 2 on this Renbon. And once there's not a 1 or a 2 on the Renbon, then 3 and 4 and 5 are also out. And so the only things this Renbon can be, actually, are 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's weird. Very weird. So this is a 5 and a 6 and a 5. Not at all what I expected, I will confess. So that's the 9. That is not a 6. Sorry, that's not a 6. I don't know how I did that. These aren't 9, of course. That's not 9. This is 7 or 8. Okay, so this is 2, 3 now. So I was right to eyeball these things, is the point. That is the key takeaway, is that Zeta had the correct read on what Tallcat would want out of him. So there's a 5 up here. There's a 6 up here, so there's a 6 down here. So because of the 2, 3, this can't be 3 or 4. This is an 8 or a 9. There's no 5 down here, of course. Let's see. Is it a 2 or a 3, or a 5 or a 6? No 6 up here. No 9 up here. No 9 down here. No 9 on this Renbon, we can confirm. So, let's see. So, here's a good question. Where's the 4 in this row? That's the easy way to do this. The 4 in this row has to be here, because if I put the 4 on the arrow, then this would be a 5, and I can't have a second 5 in the row. So this is a 4. It's a very strange naked single 4. So these aren't 4. Now 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 4 and 8 are okay. Except 8 is not okay with 4, because if 8 was with a 4, I could not get to 8 or 9, because I need a number that's larger. I need a number larger than 4 and a number smaller than 4 on this arrow. So I cannot wipe out 8 from here. So I cannot include an 8 on this Renbon. And so now the question is, what's going with this, I guess. So if this is going to 8 or 9, then this is 1 with a 7 or 8, I guess is the point. That was the easy way to say the thing I just said, is that this is always 1 with a 7 or an 8. But it can't be 8, 7, 1, because there's a 7, 8 there. So this is a 9 with a 1, 8. Okay. Does not resolve what the Renbon is, actually. But it does resolve what the arrow is, at least. Okay. So that 1, 8 does give me a 7 here while I'm filling things in. So these are not 7. They're a 6, 8 pair. Okay, so these digits I should fill in. These are a 1, a 2, a 3, and an 8. The 8 is very notable. There's an 8 on an arrow somewhere. Chat was trying to do something the complicated way. It sounds like chat. I usually try and go for the simple way myself. Yeah, so one of these circles is a 9. One of these is a 1. Yes, not over here is a good point, because there's a 9 already. It's a very hidden 9. It's hiding out on a Renbon where no one can see it. So one of these two is a 9. So one of these two is a 1. And so the point is that's an 8 and that's a 1. But yeah, one of these two is a 9. One of these two is a 1. One of these two is an 8. So that does nice things. This 6, 8 tells me that's not an 8. So that is the 8 and the 1 and the 9. Thank you, Medi. So there's a 9 over here somewhere. Oops. I meant to highlight both of those, but I only got one of them. This 1 tells me about the 7 and the 1. So there's a 1 over down here. These are not 8 anymore. So where is 1 in column 6 is now the question. 1 in column 6 is here, so these aren't 1, giving me a 2-3 pair, ruling 2-3 out of these cells. These are also not 5, actually, so this is actually a 4-6 pair. These are not 4, 6, or 5. That is the 5 now. These are not 5. Or 8. They're 6 and 7, so these aren't 6 and 7. Those are 5 and 8. So that gives us some good info on what's going on in the world. Okay, so the 5, we know there's a 5 up here, and we know that, we don't know that there's a 2-3 up here. Darn, because we don't know if there's a 7 on this or not, as of yet. Well, this isn't a 2, I can tell you that much. But I don't know what this Renban is yet. I do know there's a 3 on it. And a 6. And a 5, but I don't know if there's a 2 or a 7. 4 in box 6, I'm being asked about. 4 in box 6 is definitely vertical. That's a good point. So the point is that this now has to be numbers that are bigger than 4, because I now can't have a 1 or a 4. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. And so there's always a 6 and a 7. There we go. There's always a 6 and a 7 on here, which then pushes the 7 into here on this Renban, so there's no 2 on it. That was a very cute... you could call it showing off, but that was a very cute combination. So this is a 2-4 pair. That's very slick. Okay, so there's always a 6 and a 7. This is a 2-4 pair. So this cell is not a 3. Okay, so what are these digits? I can just fill them in. So they could be a 1, but they're not a 2. They could be a 3, but not a 4. They could be a 5. They're not a 6, 7. They could be an 8, and they're not a 9. Okay. So I bet we can do lots of elimination of that. This is not a 1. If this was a 1, we'd have to go 1, 3, 2. That seems plausible. If this was a 3... Oh, how about this? Neither of these can be an 8, because there aren't enough numbers near 8. I would need to be within 2 of 8, and there aren't any. So these aren't 8. They are from 1, 3, 5. So these are both odd, so this digit's even. It's always a 2 or a 4. So if this is a 5, then that's a 3 and a 2. Close, so close. So there's a 5 or 8 down here. Ah, yeah, there's always a 3 on one of these two cells. That is worth pointing out. So this is never a 3. Good spot to point out. Okay, so no 5 over on this Renbon, no 9 on it either. So if this Renbon is high, this would have to be 6, 7, 8 exactly. Otherwise, it's low. Is there a reason this Renbon can't be 6, 7, 8? Not that I immediately see. It's being pointed out that that's not the 7 over there. I agree. Because this cell sees a 5 and an 8 is part of the point. And so, yes, so if this Renbon wants to be from 6, 7, 8, well, these two cells would both have to be from 6, 7, and they would join that. That's not going to work. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 1. There's always a 2 and a 3 on here. That was a good spot. To Isabella. Still doesn't seem very useful. This is not 1, 2, or 3. I think this could just get away... No, this can't be 4, because if this were 4, it would have to be 4, 2, 2, and that would break this Renbon. So this is at least 5 now. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see, if this were a 5, this would be a 2 or a 3. This can't be a 2 or a 3, so this can't be a 5. If this were a 6, this would be a 4 or a 3. So this would have to be a 4 exactly if this is a 6. That's okay. If this is a 7, 3 would go with 4. Fine. 2 would go with 5. Fine. There's a smart point from Carl. Where's the other 6, 7 in row 9? Because I know that 6 and 7 are locked into this column, so these aren't 6 or 7. So this is a 6 or a 7. That's a great spot from Carl. And so that has forced 1 onto this line, so there's no 4 on it. So this is a 1, 2, 3. Very cool. So this 2, 3 is that 2, 3. So this digit's at least a 4. So this is a 4, a 5, or a 6, I suppose is the point. Oh, but I've got a 6, 7, 8 triple in the column out of nowhere. So this isn't a 6. It's only a 4 or a 5. So let me fill in the rest of this column, because I've got a 6, 7, 8 triple in this column, so I should fill it in. So I still need a 1. Oh, I know where the 1 goes. The 1 goes here for this column. It's the only place that could be a 1, so that's not a 1. So that is a 1. So that's a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Not 4s. If this is a 1 plus 2, this would be a 3. And if this is a 1 plus 3, this would be a 4. So this is always a 3 or a 4. If I look at my row 1, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need 5, 6, 7, 8. That one's not a 5. This is not a 6, 7, or 8, though, because of the 6, 7, 8 triple I just mentioned. So this is a 5. So that's not a 5. That means this Renbon always has a 7 on it, which means that this is not a 5 or a 7. It is a 6 or an 8, and it's not an 8, so it's a 6. So this is, in fact, a 7, 8. In some as of yet unspecified order. 2 in box 9, chat would like me to consider. 2 in box 9 is here. So 2 in box 7 is here. Let's see. Okay, so this column is pretty congested. Let's fill in the rest of this column. So this is a 6, because I know this Renbot needs a 6, and that's now the only place it can go. So this column, it's got a 1 and a 2. It needs a 3, a 4, a 5. It's got a 6. It needs a 7. It's got an 8, and it's got a 9. Okay, so this can't be a 3. 4, 3, 1 looks plausible. 5, 4, 1 looks plausible. 7, 6, 1, not possible. So this is not a 7. That's not a 7. That's not a 5 either. This is a 3 or a 4 only. Which tells me that one of these two is a 7. So therefore that's not a 7. And one of these two is a 4. So that's not a 4. I guess I knew that was not a 4 before. If I'm very careful, I will spot the hidden 3 over there. That is the technical term, hidden 3. So that's a 4 and a 5. So that 5 resolves the 8 and the 5. That 5 resolves that 8. That 8 tells me what's actually going on down here. So we have that. All right, so that gives me a 6, 7 pair in this row. So this is a 4. We've got 3 left in this box somewhere. 5, 6, 7, and 8 left in this box somewhere. So these are a 3, 8 pair, which in particular resolves that that's a 5. So neither of these is a 5, including that one. These two digits are what? A 7 and a 9. Frustratingly not resolved. A very tall cat. Let's see. These digits are a 1. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 4, and 7. That one's not a 1. Let's see. What about this row? That looks like a complete disaster. Okay. So there's a 4, 5, 6 triple in row 7. So these are not 4, 5, or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are the options. These are not 2, by the way. So where is the 2 in this row? The 2 in this row is here. That probably would have been good to spot a while ago. So this is an 8, 9 pair. I should mention at this point, by the way, that Tallcat and I just posted a collab set puzzle. So if you want to do a puzzle that was collaboratively set by this genius and monster, it is up on LMD now. Topsy-Turvy is the name of the puzzle. So I encourage you to give it a try if you are interested. I think it is not that bad in the grand scheme of difficulty of puzzles. 6, 7 makes that an 8 and a 6. That 5, if I look very carefully, makes that a 4. And so that's a 3 and a 2 and a 3, making that a 7 and a 6. Let's see. This is a 4 or a 5, and it's not a 4, so it's a 5. That 4 makes that a 6 and a 4. That 6 makes that a 5. That 5 and 7 make that a 6 and a 7. This is a really neat puzzle. All joking aside, that 3 makes that a 7 and a 3. That 7 means these aren't 7. Oops, aren't 7. I mean, technically I filled in a non-7 number. That 1, 4 pair means that's a 2 and a 4. That 4 means that's a 7. That 7 means that's an 8 and a 7. That 8 means that's a 9 and an 8. That 3 means that's a 2 and a 3. That 3 means that's a 1 and a 3. That 1 means that's a 4 and a 1. We have left in this column a 4, which goes here. A 6, which goes here. That 6 does the 7 and the 6, does the 9 and the 7. So this cell is a 2 or a 3, but it's not a 3, so it's a 2. So that's a 3 and a 2. And we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the bet cell is a 9. Congratulations if you bet 9. Zach is very happy for you if you bet 9. And woohoo, I chose at the last minute to do a 4-star Tallcat puzzle, and I finished it before the end time of the stream. That is a very nice puzzle, and I really thought I was going to run over, but I managed to do it. Thank you to all of your help in chat. Yeah, great puzzle. Low 4. I think low 4 is fine for the difficulty of this puzzle. I try to understand both how LMD will rate things and how I internally think about difficulty. I think low 4. I do think 4, though, because you have to think about these things together, and that's kind of a mess. And you also have to know how Tallcat's brain works. Like, I think if this were not a Tallcat puzzle, I would not have picked up on the 5-6 trick that was key to unwinding all of this. But because it was a Tallcat puzzle, I was like, so that's what's going on. And then indeed, it was what was going on. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining us today. It was much appreciated. I had a lot of fun with the puzzles. Again, I will do another tutorial next Wednesday. It's going to be a killer puzzle. So if you want to get me a 2-star killer puzzle, I will do it next Wednesday. So that is a free opportunity if you're interested in sending me puzzles, especially if you make an effort to make it sort of educational about how to solve killer puzzles. But yeah, anyway, it's been great having you here. Isabella, have you been here all day? You've been incredibly helpful with all the spots. You've been one of our new super spotters that hangs out in the chat and always has the clinch spot of exactly what to look at and where. So welcome. I'm glad to have you here. I know this isn't your first time here, but I know you're newer to the stream, and exciting to have you here. Yes, I think Isabella is definitely the MVP of today. But yeah, great job. And of course, we have a lot of the usual spotters around as well. You're on vacation. Oh, well, I hope you're enjoying your vacation. Thank you for spending your vacation with me. I hope it was fun. I hope you enjoyed it. Nell's gonna go play Last Call. It's so sad. I'm sad that Zach is stopping making Zachtronics games. It is a shame. I'm hoping that some company will step into the sort of space for it. I feel like there's really room for a game company that makes puzzle games that are like the sort of things that would appeal to cracking the cryptic people. I feel like there's not really a company that aims at that. Like The Witness, but without quotes from 1,500-year-old books. Something like that. I feel like there's space there that someone should explore. Yeah, I was just earlier imagining like how cool that would be if someone really tried to do that. But anyway, I should probably wrap up there. Do enjoy Rank's stream, which starts in about an hour. So if you want to watch some more. If you want to watch some more puzzle solving, Ranks is going to be doing word games in an hour. So we'll link you over to that. And my next stream will be Saturday. So if you are interested, I hope you'll come back then. I'll look forward to doing more puzzles. Oh, and David has donated $7 to end with the one for Tallcat. Thank you, David. Much appreciated. We really appreciate your continued support around here. And Nell hypothetically might be making a Zach like. That would be very exciting. At least the right Zach likes I really dig. I've gotten sucked back into Factorio, which is just an amazing way to spend time. But I really love Factorio like games. It is an absolute favorite of mine. So I am enjoying that. Yes, Factorio is definitely dangerously addictive. I really like the whole train thing, and so actually I got the person who makes Factorio just came out with a new game whose name I've already forgotten. Sweet Transit is the name, which had train stuff, and I was like, this makes me miss Factorio, and then I do that. No extra constraints for the killer tutorial, just killer. If the extra constraint is anti-knight or anti-king, that might be okay, but no extra constraints other than those. Given digits are an acceptable additional constraint. You can use given digits, although I think it's a little unusual to put given digits in a killer puzzle, but it is allowed. You are allowed 1-cell killer cages. We can go over the combinations for 1-cell killer cages. Josh needs to name their killer puzzle. Yes. Naming puzzles is always either the easy part or the worst part. Sometimes I make a puzzle because I think of a name and then I can't let the name go, so then I have to make the puzzle. Like, I think the fact that I thought of the name Double Dip made me really sort of stick with finishing Double Dip, because even though that one was an utter nightmare to set. And then sometimes I just, rack my brain thinking, what on earth am I going to call this? And then one of Tallcat or Grockles names it for me in that instance. Tallcat named Bounce. I was really, really happy with that suggestion for the name of Bounce. But yeah, I try to come up with nice little, one-word names as my usual. Tallcat and I named our newest puzzle Topsy-Turvy, which I felt captured the highbrowness of Tallcat's naming with the one-wordness of my naming. So hopefully that worked out well. But yeah, I do think it's interesting because puzzles apparently didn't used to have names. I know, Sam Kappelman-Lyons just never names his puzzles because that just was not a standard thing. Clover, I think, usually does not name puzzles either because they've been doing this for a long time. But I think naming puzzles gives them personality and lets you talk about them in the coming months and years as an entity that someone can think about and say, oh, that one puzzle. If you try and say, oh, that one puzzle that blankety blank and blankety blank blank blank, it's just very difficult to even identify uniquely which puzzle you were talking about, much less have anyone remember it. So I think if you're going to make a special puzzle, give it a special name. That is my advice. All right. That is, I think, enough rambling for me. So thank you for watching, everyone. And I look forward to seeing you all, hopefully on Saturday. I'll see you then. Thanks for watching. And special thank you, by the way, to all of our supporters. Anyone who subscribes to the channel, anyone who supports us on Patreon or who's a YouTube member, I really appreciate all of your contributions. You really sort of keep the lights on around here. You help keep Tristan fed. You help keep Zach in fish. So we really appreciate all of the donations and support that people give us. Especially thank you to our turbines who donate at the highest level. Those being David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you very much. If you really enjoy the stream, by the way, please consider becoming a windmill of some flavor. We greatly appreciate it. But anyway, I will really leave now. Thank you so much for watching. Great to have you all here. I'll see you all real soon. Bye for now.